DJ Cassidy's house?
Sure is. Everyone will be there later.
Big ass house.
Cassidy!
There he is. Your house guest is here. Yo.
Man, he's like he's dead tired.
I think he's dead.
Dead?
Party people in the place.
DJ Cassidy.
We really rockin' now, Shag.
You know the two bandit them there.
It's a celebration.
Raven.
Yeah, your man don't treat you like a lady. You've been together too long, and life's getting kind of boring, and the days seem long. So while he lay there sleeping, you're texting me in bed.
Hey, girl.
You say you want some excitement, you'd rather me instead.
Let's go.
If you like pina colada, making love in the rain, skinny dipping in the ocean, pampered and entertained. If you're making love at midnight, this can be so insane. Then I'm the man you should look for. Come with me and escape.
Yeah, you know. I wanna go sit to her, you know. Cause singer you don't tell her already, you know. But she will be book up on them island, boy, you know what I mean? But me sit to her now.
Sing on.
Yo! Girl, I got the thing for make you feel alright.
Hey.
It's a love for wrinkle up your shit whole life. Spend the time with me is simply paradise. Coconut love at that good island, right? Cause, hear me now, darling. Just know you woke up on a Prince Charming. Up under the boot in early morning. And with your body needs some overall.
If you like pina colada, making love in the rain, skinny dipping in the ocean, pampered and entertained. If you like making love at midnight,
oh, yeah.
this can be so insane. Then I'm the man you should look for. Come with me and escape.
Now I'm something at the middle line. Top scorer, you feel no symmetry tight. Love explosion when they lash this and this right. In the rain when the beer lay is alive. She just a full shot. This station gave her a open invitation. Late night smoking, conversation, back up smoking, sexy occasion.
Smooth it out.
And this is good,
It's a party in paradise.
DJ Cassidy, Raven, Shaggy, watch out.
If you like pina colada,
On the plane.
making love in the rain,
Oh, man, I be ready.
skinny dipping in the ocean.
Yo, you look like you're having a good time. Yowie.
Midnight, this can be
Oh, I thought you were someone else. Bernie!
damn it.
One more
If you
time.
like pina colada,
Let's toast.
making love in the rain,
Let's go.
skinny dipping in the ocean,
It feels good.
pampered and entertained.
Take it
If you
home.
like making love at midnight, this can be so insane. Then I'm the man you should look for. Come with me and escape.
So hot, too hot.
Wow.
Caribbean escape.
The eyes and the ears of the Caribbean. Caravision.
Don't forget, you are the archive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caricum. Your
your presentation stimulated a lot of thoughts. I remember reading Professor Caroline Cooper's book, Noise is in the Blood. If you recall that book, what she spoke about was the origins of music like dancehall and its evolution from West Africa, its music, its rhythms, movements accompanied with it, that our ancestors would have brought during the experience of the transatlantic slave trade. And it still expresses itself now in Jamaican popular music like dancehall, reggae music, the beats, the movements, the words. Those are the things that make us who we are, and they stayed with us and survived in spite of that tragic experience of slavery, especially chattel slavery, which is a part of the British experience, British colonial experience. So it really gives thought to the idea that you yourself are the archive. You yourselves carry the lived experiences, the hopes and the dreams. And it is what we, our and future generations do with that information, genetic information, that will help us out of the experience, this malaise that we have been taught to be less than or to think that we are inferior in some form. We need to shun that. And we can only do that if we have the information that is already built in us in the archives. Our next presenter is Dr. Onika Henry. So Onika, over to you, because Onika has a very, and I use the word ambiguously, she's a Tobago-based clinical sexologist. So we look forward to a very stimulating presentation.
George, thank you so much for having me. And it's not doctor as yet. I'm working on it. I'm a doctoral student. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. I hope I can figure out how to do this on my new laptop here. Hold on. And let's hope I don't have my sexology things open, so you only see, the academic things on my screen. Hold on. Here we go. I think this is it. Let me know if you can see that. All right, can folks see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so I'm going to share some pages of a workbook that I am creating that goes along with a workshop that I am creating that brings together our carnival arts with therapeutic interventions, particularly those based in somatic sex education. So I'm going to read a little bit and scroll through the images. All right. So to most of us, carnival seems like pure exhibitionism, a never-ending party and intense sexual display. But what if I told you it's also a somatic toolkit for sexual wholeness left to us by our ancestors? As a clinical sexologist, in my view, carnival is an opportunity to explore the tools our elders left us that can be used to achieve sexual wholeness and wellness, or for the responsible use and channeling of sexual energy, as strange as that may seem to some of us. What if I told you that the very thing we use to hide or to disguise and display ourselves, the mask, the costume, could be the key to our deepest liberation? Caribbean carnivals were born out of rebellion, resistance, and rejuvenation. They contain the epigenetic, Karika, the epigenetic and embodied memory of the fertility rites of Egypt that traveled to Central and West Africa. They are a reclamation of the bodies of people of African descent. And as such, Mass is also a living archive. Now, specifically in Tobago, our new carnival, our tagline is ritual, revelry, release. But what if we also saw this as a somatic blueprint for healing? As a space in which our carnival characters are seen as archetypes and can be used as somatic guides and portals into our psyche. A ritualistic communal joy practice, a communal erotic practice, where the body, heart, mind, and spirit come into alignment for wholeness and wellness, including sexual wholeness and wellness. My work is based on a radical premise. Mass characters and mass spaces are not just about performances. They are ancestral guides. The Jab Molass's fire and movements, the Dame Lorraine's excess, the Midnight Robbers' defiance and boldness are not just scripts for street theater. They are embodied maps to our silenced histories, our unspoken traumas, and to our erotic reclamation and reawakening. Colonization didn't just steal the land and destroy cultures. It stole our relationship to our bodies. It taught us to fear the sensual, to distrust the erotic, and to sever pleasure from power. But in the marrow of our mass traditions, something else survived, a technology of resistance, coded in movement, in satire, in the deliberate excess of a waistline rule. When the Jab Molasses covered their bodies in molasses and when they use fire, they are not just playing. They are reclaiming the body as a site of sacred rebellion. When the Dame Lorraine characters exaggerate their body parts and movement in satin and frills, they're not just mocking the plantation owners. They're exposing the absurdities. Polyvagal theory teaches us that trauma lives in the body. But if we have inherited generational trauma, then surely we have also inherited generational wisdom. Liberation also lives in the body. Carnival then becomes a living laboratory. The stick fighter's stance is a dorsal vagal reset. The freeze response that says, I will not flee, I will root here. The whining of a masquerader is ventral vagal activation, a neural pathway back to joy. The ventral vagal is safety. The whine says, I am alive, I am joy, I belong. Carnival trains us to move between and to toggle between all of them at will. In my workshops, we will ask, which carnival character lives in your body's silenced history? We will use movement, sound, and communal ritual to excavate those stories, not just with words, but with flesh. American Audre Lorde said that the erotic is not just about sex, it is about aliveness. And what is carnival, if not the ultimate practice of erotic aliveness? The sweat, the rhythm, the collective gasp in awe as a mass band floods the streets. This is decolonial desire in motion. In a world that tries to police Black and brown bodies, to commodify our joy, to flatten our complexity, carnival is an antidote. It is where we remind ourselves pleasure is not trivial, it is tactical, it is healing, it is liberatory. In a world where many profit from our disembodiment, where trauma lives even in scrolling through social media, carnival is our reset and reboot. And so I end with this. Your body is a mass camp, waiting to tell its stories in the expressive arts that is Caribbean mass. Your breath, your pulse, your hips, your voice, these are costumes waiting to be worn. The revolution will not only be televised, it will be felt. My work is an invitation to you to unmask through masking, not to hide behind the mask, but to be seen and felt through it, not to escape, but to return to the wisdom in your bones and flesh, to the carnival that has been dancing in your nervous system all along? And will you answer the call and come home to your body? Thank you.
Anika, that was a very interesting discourse. Very interesting. And I was thinking to myself, that I now have a real reason to go to Carnival. Yes?
Right.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a series of presentations that have taken us from how we view the classic archive, how we view the preservation of cultural material, to how it is that we view expressions that have absorbed our experiences and put new spins and interpretations on them for our own cultural preservation. So the movement of our bodies, the memorialization of songs, of sayings, the general history that it is that we carry with ourselves, how we move, how we talk. In Jamaica, we say our swag. I'm sure we have a different kind of terminology here. Those kind of things that make us who it is that who we are, uniquely Black, uniquely Caribbean, uniquely the survivors of the experience of the trauma of this transatlantic trade, but people who have used that information, as Onika said, to create our new experiences and to reassert our identities and the things that we lost. And that, for me, is what we take away from that arc of discussions that we wove today about the archives, right? And we will now open the floor for our presenters, our general audience, to ask questions based on the presentation that were made. And listen, we really want you to engage. Feel free to ask. I'm sure one or two other topics resonated with you. And I will start off by using moderator's privilege to ask each of our panelists the first question. And you are all free. The mics are there circulating. You're all free to intervene. So my first question for the panelists, and it's in no order. We are collecting for the archive. That's what we're here doing. What word would you deposit into your archive? And importantly, why? I'm going to start with Kai.
Okay, is it on? Okay. I like how you just look at me. So you start with Kai, so give everyone else the time to breathe. Well, what word I would deposit? Because of where I live, as I said, I live in Southern Africa, in South Africa in particular, and I spoke of Ubuntu pedagogy, the word I would deposit would be Ubuntu, which means I am because you are. It means that I exist because you have existed. Our other presenters spoke about those that went before. And the reason why I would choose that word Ubuntu is because it also speaks to pedagogy, how we teach, how our children learn. It also speaks to a worldview that I can return to Barbados, which is also the site of my ancestry on my maternal side. Some of our people come from Barbados and from St. Vincent. I'm a true Caribbean child. But also, the reason why I use the word Ubuntu that I would deposit into the archive is because it is relational and it ties us to what makes us human. I'm going to end with one part on this. I love words. And when you ask for a word, David, you know, in Trinidad, in the spiritual Baptist culture, you go on the mourning ground. And the mourning ground, today is not the day to present that spiritual piece, but it is a time where the initiates, they are in prayer and fasting for about a week. And when they come off the mourning ground, the leader or the elder gives them a word. And that word is the word that you take into the world, right? It is the message. But it is also a word that is like your mantra that you use when you are seized with a problem or fear or whatever. We all have our word. I have my word. So when you ask what word I would deposit, for me, it's a beautiful thing to actually ask. And after all of us as the panelists give our word, I would love to hear the word that the audience would give. You are here today as part of the archive. We are the archive. So think about that. The microphone comes to you next. Marjoanne?
I love that. I would say my word to deposit is probably Callaloo, of course, but probably reimagination. I think when I really began to investigate my own relationship to the folklore, it empowered me, of course, the characters and the history and the tradition, but also my interpretation of it and how I could continue the history and the legacy through my own lens of being not born in the country, but still in the culture. And how so many, I think you shared, Kai, earlier, how many Caribbeans exist in the diaspora, that we are all have our own perspective of the archive, of the history, no matter if you're 5 years old or 55 or 95. Everyone has a relationship to it. So I think when I discovered that, and then even more so when I reimagined it and felt I have an opportunity in children, young people in my community who may not grew up in Trinidad or Jamaica or Puerto Rico. We are still part of that continuum. And our experience of riding the subway, and going to get the dasheen and going to get, the roti, it's still, as I said, in continuum, in this conversation of the history. And our perspective is just as important, just as relevant of maintaining the archive.
Okay, we turn to our online presenters in no order.
I'd like to jump in first. The word I would use is autonomy, because we are now taking ownership. And I say that because when it comes to our DNA, our genetics, as I showed, we have 17% that's European. That was probably not by choice. But we're doing this now for us so that we can understand all those things that weren't discussed and the hidden truths. And we're doing it with our own power. And I think that's what I'm really excited about. For too long, the Caribbean has had helicopter science, helicopter aid, helicopter culture vultures, I'd like to call them, people that come in and see and take and drain us. And now is the time for autonomy so that we are in control and we are gatekeeping because we should. That would be the word I would put in.
I'm gonna jump in. So I think my word would be reparation, because, well, obviously echoing what Karika just said, but also there's an intentionality in that. And as I said, we were trying to do something in a kind of, what is the word? In a kind of pragmatic way. And we turned out to be doing something that had a lot of different ramifications, as one does, as things happen. And one of those things was healing, and taking the colonizer's tool to heal with is one element, I think, of reparation. I don't know what people think about how we deal with Shakespeare, and I don't really care. It's for us.
Thank you for that, Nicolette. That little bit of rebellion inside there. Sounds a lot like, how I present my work. And I guess somebody who's rebellious, quote unquote, sex. So my word would be transformative, because that is really what I do with our arts. When I work with clients, when I teach, it really is to decolonize Caribbean sexuality. It is about what Karika spoke about, that agency and autonomy that we are seeking to find in our bodies as individuals, but that also expands into us as a society. So transformative. The idea is that as we go back through the history, as we accept and recognize what we've inherited, and interestingly enough, those stories that Marjwan spoke about, sometimes they come up during somatic work. When I'm working with bodies, on bodies, and through bodies, people have memories and visions of things that did not happen to themselves. And they had to go home and talk to, grandma or, auntie and ask, well, what is this? What did I see? What did I feel? And realize that story did not belong to them, but they inherited it. And so the work is transformative. It is really powerful. I know that we have within our repository of wisdom through our folklore or music or dance, medicine to work with. And in my particular sphere, pleasure is medicine.
Thank you very much. I forgot to ask myself, what's my word? And while we were talking, I thought about the word noise. And I remember Bob Marley's song, a line from one of his songs, I want to disturb my neighbor. And I think about it in the context of this discussion because I believe that a large part of our colonial experience has muted us, what inherently it is that we are. And I was going to say something, and I'm tired of it. I'm adjectively tired of it because I cannot use the adjective here. I'm tired that it is that we feel less than, that we feel that our words, our language cannot be official languages, that the way we dress is seen as derogatory because of the movement of our bodies, that the things and the beliefs that we have are seen as less than because the official church says so. I'm tired of it. I want to scream. Everything in my being wants to reassert what I would have lost, what has died before me, of the trauma that our foreparents went through. Some of these very spaces where we have these big conversations were plantations. Yeah. We walk on sweat, flesh, tears, blood of our ancestors. Yeah. And we continue to mute that past to do the right thing or speak the right way, or I'm tired of it. So I want to make as much noise as I want. So that's my word for the archive.
Love it.
We open the floor and I see a young lady there in orange around the back. Hi, Mariel.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to all our panelists coming back to Barbados. Can you hear me? Welcome to our panelists coming back to Barbados. And I just really wanted to say to you all to begin with that you all have really enlivened what I imagined big conversations to be in the dynamism and transversality of this conversation from, historical work in Shakespeare to somatic to scientific to theater, to talk back theater. It is really something amazing to witness. So kudos to you all to begin with. And, it's perhaps also because my work also pertains to memory and the archive, the living archive. And I take what, I think it was Nicolette talked about, or one of you, about the agentive archive, right? Where we create our agency through the archive. But I also want to put forward the idea of a transference archive or prosthetic archive, where, you know, I had a professor, Alison, name is not coming to me now, but she talks about prosthetic memory. And she speaks about when film creates almost a bodily reaction in you because of the power of the medium. So it almost becomes an extension of the body, right? As if you have actually experienced it. And it sounds so much like what you all are speaking about today. But I also wanted to kind of explore, I suppose, the idea of the transference archive, because in my own experience as a cultural researcher, let's say, you know, a piece of work that I've written on extensively, as Dr. Bethel would know, is Sacred Space at Clifton Pier, Genesis. And it is a site where artist Antonius Roberts carved these bodily images of women standing on a cliff top. And he cut off the tops of trees, and it was an invasive tree. So it was a kind of preservationist initiative as well. But the first time I went to this site that is on a cliff top and overlooking an industrial factory, someone asked me my name, and I could not remember my name. I know it sounds strange. But there was some sort of transference happening, and I've only heard of people talking about that when they visited, for example, where slaves left Africa to get on the boat, that they felt something. And so it was the first time that I experienced this kind of otherly presence that touched my body in a way that I could not remember my name. And so I just want to enter into the conversation with that as a transference archive. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm very happy that you raised this, and I want to say props to you. The first question came out from Dr. Mariel Barrow, Maingan, our friend, and actually the visionary behind the big conversations. Mariel, in front of this audience, our panelists and the world, I salute you. I salute you for your vision, for making this happen, and thank you for inviting me home. Thank you very much. In reference to that, okay, clap for Mariel, please. Dr. Barrow, you touched on something. I had to take notes because that's how I process. You talked about the transference archive. There are two things. Many of us saw Sinners recently. That for me was a degree of, I would call it transference. But let me just back up. There are two things that happen. I say to friends when I go home, I have homes in many different places around the globe. Trinidad is the home of my birth. I was born there. New York is my home in terms of who I became. The African continent, Southern Africa, is the home that I returned to. That's where I live now. But when I go home to New York and I walk around literally in flip-flops because as my feet connect to the ground, right? It brings back Kai, the young, fearless Kai. I mean, I'm bad now, but I was worse before. But I mean, in a good kind of way, right? So I take that energy back, so that's the transference. But when I went to Trinidad with my sisters last year, my oldest sister, Judy Ray, the sister that follows me, Shelly Ann, and walking the streets from our hotel to the roti shop, we talked about the transference in terms of walking the streets where my parents walked. It was a different kind of energy that it brought to me. Then I speak about Sinners. After watching Sinners, I was like, I need to get with the magic, but the magic in a wonderful kind of way, because it reminded me, especially now, with what is happening not only in the world, but in the United States, which is my other home, that our people, the enslaved, were able to go beyond their own slavery by going into themselves in the power of who they were, who we are in terms of our spirituality. And I experienced transference there. Sinners reminded me of what I have within me. to surmount whatever I need to do. So my transference happens depending on where I go. Before I leave Barbados, I have to put my toe in the water because my people passed here too. And that is the transference.
Thanks, Kai. I know we have some other questions, some other comments, your words from the audience. Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Good day and thanks to the panel. My name is Roel Gibbons. I was one of the teachers of Onika, Henry. I'm very proud of that. Of Marielle, to some extent. He was in visual arts at my time. I taught arts at the Creative Arts Center for Creative and Festival Arts in Trinidad. And it's really good being here because I just came from a workshop on Mass, on Carnival, by another one of my graduates, Marvin George, and to hear, Nika as well. Anyway, the word I think that's perhaps been missing and that we've touched on, and the word that I would want to deposit, because I think that it's our word, it's spirit. It's because spirit carries memory. Indeed. Whether we are conscious of it or not, when spirit happens, such as what happened with Marielle, and what you were referring to, Kai, and what we know as in the Caribbean as normal manifestation, or when our parents, grandparents dreamt. I don't know how we dream now, but there are ways in which spirit communicates with us through dreams. We have no defenses for it. So yes, there's genetics and all the performances and so on that we talked about, but there's the compulsive archive, memorizing that we have, that comes through spirit. So that's the word I would want to leave, to deposit in our archive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments? As we welcome Professor Stanley Nair, how are you? Thanks for coming. Prof, would you have a word that you want to put into the archive? One word that you'd want to put in the archive that deals with our collective memories, and probably a word that deals with the way we should go forward? There's a mic. She's passing a mic around.
Thank you, David. Blessings and greetings to everyone here. I've been put on the spot. Does it have to be one word or can it be two? I'm going to go with the energy and the spirit of one of our ancestors, Rex Nettleford. Inward stretch, outward reach.
Yeah.
That has to be in the archive.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anyone else has their words or word? Yes, please. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I am Aya Shabu from Durham, North Carolina, with ancestry here in Barbados and Antigua. And thank you all for the wonderful conversation. Every cell of my being is jumping for joy because oftentimes these are ideas that have only lived in my head, and I've yet to be in conversation with other people who have already explored them so deeply, and so I'm grateful. The word, it's a combo word, would be sensorial intelligence.
Nice.
Okay, that's interesting. There's a young lady here in the front. And
Those qualify as like young or whatever, just as a woman in the front.
No, I'm troubling her because I know who she is.
I mean, because I don't want you to describe me with my gray hair. Just say,
Thank you. Probably it is just a sign that I picked the right word. My word is gratitude. So thank you, moderator, for calling me a young lady. Gratitude is the word that filled my being because I feel something very powerful happening as we all sit together in our collective and individual strength. That deep dive that we're doing together is something that is the realization of a dream, the intergenerational exchange. I'm grateful for those who have researched so deeply and have shared so generously today and reminded us, each and every one of us, that the power is within us. The power is in the spirit of the universe, of our creator, of our ancestors, of those that are here. And the power is ours to unleash and empower in our various spheres the outcomes that we need and that we want and that we celebrate. It's a very powerful moment, and I'm grateful for it.
Thank you very much. And I think if nothing else that we get from this discourse are our own interpretations of what would be or what is even missing from our archive. How we interpret that archive, not just a physical building or a space, but us ourselves as being the archive itself and the many forms and shapes that that takes. I move on to that to ask our panelists next question, and I'm going to start with the online participants. What role does sound, rhythm, or language play in how you preserve or share cultural memory? Again, what role does sound, rhythm, or language play in how you preserve or share cultural memory? Not all at once.
Okay. So for us, I guess, I mean, obviously language, engaging with the language of Shakespeare, which everybody seems to fear, is part of the process that we engage all the time. And what is happening and what has happened is we really don't want people to be walking around doing their Shakespeare, like, that kind of thing. We bring our own language to it. In some cases, we don't generally translate, but we pronounce the way that we speak. And we reclaim the language, because the language of us, when we were settled in the 1600s, is around the same time as Shakespeare's language, so it's not that far away. So in saying it the way that we say it, and in reclaiming that language, that's where we are. I mean, there are other answers I could give you as well, because we don't just do Shakespeare. But I feel that other people are going to touch on things that would be similar to what we do there. But in the way that we do Shakespeare, and we just had a presentation by one of our Shakespearean actors on how he links the Bahamian dialects to the Shakespearean language, and he's done it in a very scholarly way. And it was kind of mind-blowing. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to, we're always reclaiming, and we're always repurposing and owning that thing that people said we could not have because we were not good enough.
I'll go next. So I would say genetics is a language. And for me, it's really important that we make this accessible to everyone. I'm really keen on that. And so part of what we're doing is making sure we have champions from each island, because how we talk in each island is a little nuanced, right? How we understand Like one word we say in Bermuda may have a totally different meaning in a different island, and we want to make sure we respect that, because that's how we preserve the archive as well. And so one of the things that plays a huge role is when we are communicating and educating and essentially getting people involved in what we're doing, we make sure that we are very sensitive to the language of the island or even the group of people in that island that we're dealing with. And I love, as you can tell, I love talking about science and breaking it down as much as I can. And anyone that wants to learn genetics, I'm very happy to teach. But it's all about making sure it is digestible. And I think that's important. And I will also say, scientists are not really known for having great presentation skills. So I don't know if you can go back to your science teacher at school. And if you go to conferences, if you've ever been to a science conference, even myself, I am overwhelmed with how much words are on the screen and all the different diagrams. I'm like, ah. And so I'm doing an active protest by making all my presentations very pretty so that it's easier to digest. And I think that intersection between how we communicate science to the average, person, the general public, is something that needs to be worked on globally. But I'm really excited that we seem to be striking the right chord in the Caribbean, and making sure we do it in a way that, as I said, is very digestible, understandable, so that we are empowered in what we're doing, and it's not just new information, but it's educational. So that would be how I would, from my perspective, how language is key to what we are doing in genetics.
I want to tackle that.
So I'll quickly share what's coming up for me. Immediately when I think language and words, I think values and value systems. And so when you are teaching language and a way of putting together words, you're also passing on values, beliefs, attitudes, and concepts. And so for me, it is critical, the words we choose, the language we choose to talk about who we are and to pass on information. And so for me, it used to annoy me, something as simple as cane rows and corn rows. And when you think of how much the US exports its culture, and when you think about the difference in those plantations and what took place, and therefore the experiences of the people, when somebody says cane rows, and so I'm connecting that to a particular history, a particular experience, and therefore a legacy you've inherited. As opposed to if you say cornrows. So I'm connecting that to a particular history, a particular legacy, a particular experience, etc. And so when you, in my pet peeve, do not use what is correctly identifying your background and therefore your genetics and epigenetics, you're not passing on correct data for the scientists in the group. The data isn't going to be accurate. And I'll touch a little bit on sound, and I'm going to link sound to a particular carnival characters because that's what I'm working with. And sound in terms of nervous system and states of being, being shut down or being rooted as opposed to being, neutral and safe or activated and in communication and relationship with others in an active way. And so those characters have particular songs, particular movements, which are meant to convey a particular archetype. And that character has a particular intention. And therefore, if you're not matching those correctly, you're not going to get your objective met through that archetype. So once again, there are some inaccuracies in there. And I'm not saying that there is not room for growth and evolution of these characters as they go through different centuries over time, but the intention, it needs to be there. The goal of this character and the way those goals and intentions manifest may be different depending on the history that they're living through and the young ones who've taken them on and carried them forward. I hope I said that in a way that makes sense.
Yes, it did. Kai has a rejoinder for you.
I'm bringing my trouble. Onika, I'm so glad that you spoke about rootedness, because if I refer back to David's question, I just had to note it down. He said, looking at the role of sound, rhythm, and language, what they play in terms of the preservation of our cultural memory. The rootedness. So the sound and rhythm, they aren't just forms, they're pedagogy. It sticks. It's how memory sticks. That's the rootedness. Language, which you and I share that we love. Languages in terms of, if we talk about the Caribbean, we talk about our patois, we spoke about that. If we talk about the African continent, where I live, I keep going back to that, we talk about the various indigenous languages, mother tongue. So the languages, they anchor identity. Again, we're going back to the rootedness. And what all of this does, it makes space for creativity and translation. So again, it all goes back to the archive.
Yeah, and I'll add quickly, yes, language is so critical to the work that I do. And again, focusing on, those experiences of first generation Caribbean children and the sounds and sights and the smells that they're seeing in the city. Right, so we hear a little bit of Spanish, we hear a little patois, but also hear the subway train, the fast pace of city life connecting the diaspora. So the language and how we present it is articulated in all of the Callaloo work that I'm doing, whether it's on stage, with children's books, animation. So, and just to add to it, how we present this work, thinking about the body, the sound, as a theater practitioner, how do you take the written material and now present it to an audience, whether it's street theater or commercial theater or touring theater? And then also my experience, like working with PBS Kids, how do you present this now for television, right? So my perspective, also I've had to challenge my own training and this approach of, what is deemed as theater, European theater, or being trained in the US, and looking at how do I use the physical body when I'm directing actors, or how do I use masking? We use these beautiful puppets that we've crafted, and even working with designers, how do we show the indigenous, how do we show the indigenous character traits, whether it's the shape of the eye, whether it's the makeup that we use. All of this plays a huge role in presentation. And like that moment I shared in my presentation when that young girl, she saw a connection between, language, but also there was a connection of the characters, right? She saw a character that resembled her abuela, right? So I think as a director, that's something, Kai, you mentioned Sinners, right? I had a very visceral reaction. I actually seen it 7 times because I keep looking and seeing these connections in language, in rhythm, in cinematography, in design. And I think that is the beautiful part of our culture, that when you can find all of these connections, this archive, this history starts to live and feel relevant.
Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes left, and I'm afraid to go to another question. Because it has been so engaging, and I know we have a 2 o'clock cutoff point. But there was one question I wanted to throw out to you guys, because I don't think we have touched on it in relation to the archives. And it is really, how has AI impacted on your work, either for the betterment or for worse? And if really, how has AI been incorporated into archiving through your work? Yeah? And I think we'll close with that question. And any one of our panelists, virtual or here, can take that one, and then we close.
I'll jump on it first if I can, because I do have a hard stop as well. So I think for genetics, one of the key things I touched on is how much data it is. We're talking about big data. Each of us has a minimum, and I say minimum because based on our knowledge of the reference genome that was made, which is actually more European based, there are 3 billion data points that make us up. There is evidence that those of us of African descent have almost 10% more. That's a lot of data points. So minimum of 3 billion. And actually, as a region, we are starting a bit behind the 8 ball here. Other regions have been doing genetics for, almost centuries. But we can catch up. And one of the ways we can do that is with using AI to analyze the data, to look for these trends and find out, are we finding some new genetics that, people didn't know about before? One of the things that I want to leave with as well is that we are very valuable. It was touched on, I heard one of my fellow panelists say, I think it was Anika, that, the US exports their culture so much. And one of the things that I will say is we are valuable to the point where we are being sought after for our genetic data. And it's not something to be scared about. I know people think about, oh, they're going to try to kill us. No, let's look at it in the positive light. We are valuable because we are so mixed. We are so diverse or admixed. It's very rare to find this in other parts of the world. And on top of that, we are small little islands that are geographically isolated. So our gene pools are very much, non-diluted. And I know I'm taking up all the time, but AI is super important for us to catch up in my field. And I'm very excited that by 2030 is my goal, that we would be all caught up and actually advance that to other regions, because we would be standing toe to toe with them and showing them that the Caribbean is here in science.
So we've got 1 minute and I'll make it quick so you can time me. So the question is really, and thank you to the others for allowing me to do this. So how can AI, what does AI do in terms of what we have to do? Technology can democratize the archive. That's the main thing. So people who are in far-flung areas can contribute to the archive. We look at social media, especially our learners, our students, our communities. They author their own narratives in real time, and that can assure that the archive stays alive and participatory. That was under a minute. Y'all need to clap.
That's my co-moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for what has been truly a very interesting, very informative, and to be honest with you, a very rewarding experience for me personally. I will tell you something. I was to have been on a different panel that dealt with the issue of hair and identity and skin color and all those kind of things. And because of scheduling of so, I was asked to sit on this panel. But to be very honest with you, not somebody that is involved in the field of classical archiving, but someone who is involved in cultural preservation. I think I benefited more than most from the richness of this conversation. And I want to thank Mariel for the opportunity and my panelists for really bringing to light this issue of archiving, not just removing the thoughts of just being a classical building and books and texts and records, but also looking at us and the way we do things and the way we think and our experiences, our tastes, our cuisines, our walks, our poems, looking at us as the archive. Yes? And I want to thank them all here. Let me just bring up my AI technology. I want to thank online, again, Dr. Nicolette Bethel, especially with her new revolution in Shakespeare and interpretation of Shakespeare. Kai, always. She's a New York girl, but she's very much Caribbean in the way she thinks and does things. And I think the one word that comes to me when I listen to you, Kai, is protest. Yes. Marjwan, thank you very much. The way how you approach, especially in your writings, and how engaging you are. And one of the things we need to remember, our children learn differently from how people teach in the North, the global North. They are tactile. They learn through discussions and repetitions and being able to feel and understand and go on experiences that relate to them in a real way. For many, many, many years, our children used to learn about the matter on mountains or songs like Float Gently, Sweet Afton. Those aren't our songs. We are the masqueraders, That's who we are. We play the drums. We have our pidgin and our patois. That's who we are. UNESCO says, for argument's sake, colleagues and audience members, that we should teach our children in the first formative years in their mother tongue.
Yes, yes.
Not in standard English. That's why right across the Caribbean, we struggle each year with our CXE passes because we're teaching them a foreign language.
Absolutely.
Not their own. Yes? So, that itself is part and part of what we have uncovered here in this discourse. And work that you do, Marjwan, is part and part of that, and I want to thank you personally for it. I spoke about Onika and her very stimulating conversations.
You like that word.
But she really has, I think, embarked on a new frontier, for me certainly, of how we interpret archives and archiving, and how we ourselves are the text. Yes? Or we become the text in that new archive and probably should govern the approaches to accessing that text. And did I mention Dr. Weldon online? Oh, she had to jump. Okay. But I just want to thank her again, Dr. Karika Weldon, who also formed part of this very important discourse. So, colleagues, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mariel.
And thank you very much, panelists, for this very engaging topic. Thank you very much, one and all.
What's up, it's your girl Nikita here on day 4 of Carifesta 15. We're still at the Carifesta Village in Grand Market, and I thought we were in Barbados, but right now we're in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Joining me is Stephen with all the energy in the world, which I love and appreciate. How has Carifesta been going for you so far?
Oh my God, in the first instance, it is hot. So there is something that we share in common.
Thanks, Storm Erin.
That's why I'm sipping on my snooker. But it's been intense because, of course, we are in the business of showcasing the best of who we are from Trinidad and Tobago. So, of course, a lot of background work. We've been planning for months for the unfolding of the past 2 weeks, I should say.
Well, let me see some things. Come and show me around. We have this whole booth going on.
Yeah, this is the first part of the experience. Because, of course, in crafting the experience, we have to think about all of the generations.
Right.
So, of course, every young person wants to take a photo to remember.
We have a backpack.
Because, of course, Carnival is
very soon.
Yeah. And we are now welcoming you to the experience of Trinidad and Tobago. So if you've not been to Trinidad and Tobago, this is going to give you a taste of what you can find. In the first instance, you find the warmth and the vitality of our people, and that is represented here. My colleagues from the Ministry of Culture, we are here and we're just spending time getting to know one another, networking, and sharing our stories, because I think that's what Carifesta is about, is bringing the entire Caribbean together for this wonderful experience.
So we're talking a Twin Island. I I'm one of those people, those Bajans, that love a Trinidad carnival. That's for sure. Costume sell out already and try, but I already get my registration in, so I good. But it's the land of festival, the capital of culture. So give me a little taste about Trinidad. When I come to Trinidad, what should I do? Where should I go?
Well, I think you have to get to the beach. But if you're talking about festival and culture, we are a beautiful blend of traditions. So you would see represented in this booth today both islands, Trinidad and Tobago. So you'd find some very distinct things about us. So in Trinidad, of course, it's all about the cuisine, all about the street food, and we are also we are a business hub. So it's the island that is big on industrialization. But when you go across to Tobago, it's rest. It's really
crab and dumpling.
Crab and dumpling, yeah. Of course. And of course, in Tobago, steel pan.
Yes, come. You hands full, so I can try. I know my way around the steel pan. My dad plays. Of course, I love the music. We had Young Renegades yesterday. Was so good. But you hold one. Yeah. You be my right hand. I'll be the left hand. Yeah. Give me a little say. What we doing here?
Yeah.
What am I playing?
So listen, there are some people who will crucify me for this.
I know, me too.
But it's all about the wrist work. And here, you gotta fake it until you make it.
For sure. All right then.
But this instrument, this is our national musical instrument. Yes. It is our baby. It is our own, and we are very proud of it. As a matter of fact, we're happy to be here in the month of August, because August in Trinidad and Tobago it's Independence Day, but it's also Steel Pan Month. So all month long, there are a series of activities that you could come and enjoy, where you get to hear the bands like Renegades and many others, both the young people, and passing through the booth, we are seeing young people who are more interested in thinking about their future in terms of performing artists and that kind of thing. So we are really proud of the evolution of
preserving that culture and keeping that legacy for sure. I mean, like I tell you, I love Trinidad. That's the truth. They all in the pan yards, and you see the young ones coming up, and they truly embrace the steel pan. So it's a movement.
Yes.
So what are you looking forward to most?
From Carifesta, I'm actually looking forward to some rest and going to the beach. But what is beautiful about exchanges like these is that the things that we take for granted, even right in the Caribbean, and even at home, it's a learning experience. So even in preparing for the exhibit, we got to learn things about ourselves, our identity. And as we walk around and as we get to meet our brother and sister islands, it's a beautiful moment when people share history and exchange culture. So you leave the experience feeling more edified and refreshed.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Stephen.
Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you.
I look forward to seeing you for Carnival next year.
I will be there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here again at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market, we are hopping around the islands that are represented right here for Carifesta 15. We're on to the Spice Isle, Grenada. We have Nasil here. And Nasil, I already stepping on some nutmeg shells, I assume.
So this is our therapeutic pictorial area that we set up, and we allow persons to take picture. Yeah?
Now, if you were living under a rock, Spice Mass went down it was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. The jab, you had everybody in their feelings. I will never miss Spice Mass again. Real quick, tell us a little experience about Spice Mass in Grenada.
So Spice Mass is our premium brand, and we look forward to it each year. The visitors look forward to it. So we come with a bang. Our promo this year was on point because we were overwhelmed with the visitors, and we are happy and elated for that.
So we call it the Spice Isle of the Caribbean. Nutmeg is a spice that I know of, but I know that you have a ton more of spices when it comes to Grenada. So here I'm seeing some rub and spray. We have tea, we have rum, nutmeg syrup. I can put that on my pancakes?
Yes, you can put it on your pancakes.
Love it. What else do you have here?
We have some aromatherapy, so we have some rubs and sprays which takes care of your aches, your pains, your joint pains.
Wow.
We have the pepper sauce. Yeah. It's done by GCNA, our industry that is legally to export on our behalf in the country. We have Barron's pepper sauce.
Is that banana ketchup?
So this is Barron's pepper sauce, right? So it's all done from our pepper in Grenada. It's not imported pepper. So it's a pepper with a heat.
I see something here that my dad loves a lot. Is this banana ketchup? Daddy got banana ketchup.
Banana ketchup. You can flavor your pot with this rather than using the regular tomato ketchup. You get the same or even a better aroma.
And it's healthier.
And it's healthier.
Yeah. Love to see it. I gotta get some banana ketchup for my dad for sure. We have some books as well.
Yes, we do have some books from our authors, Grenada published authors. So it's
children's books.
We have puzzles. We have the actual readings. We have the actual activity books for children. So we have a wide range.
Yes. So much to experience here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. We move over to the art. I see some art over here, some batik, some crochet, some bags, some scrunchies. Walk us through here.
So this is our fashion and apparel, all locally done by our Grenadians.
Some earrings.
Scented candles. We have scented candles from 2 of our manufacturers. We have for the men.
What's that?
It's a beard conditioner. So we not only tailored and catering for females, but we do cater for the males.
Yes, keep the beards nice and full.
We have the beard oil, so we want men to come on out into Grenada booth because we do have things for the men.
Love to see it. Well, thank you so much, Naseo. It's been a pleasure. And like I said, I will never miss Spice Mass.
And we look forward to Carifesta the next year, next 2 years. And it is, trust me, a grand experience for Grenada. It is our first time entering in the trade aspect of it, right? So we welcome it. Our manufacturers were happy to have their products showcased here so that we can network and find markets for them. And this is why we're here. We look forward to our regional and the CARICOM bodies and heads to network using the bilateral and the those agreements, trade agreements, to make trade happen inter-regional.
Frequently.
Yes. Yes.
Well, nice meeting you once again. Thank you. Of course, we're roving around and moving around here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. All for Carifesta 15. We've seen Trinidad, we've seen Grenada, and now we're stopping here at the British Virgin Islands. I know of 2 of them. I've been to Virgin Gorda and Tortola before. We're here with Natalie and Renicia. And she's actually the regional marketing manager, right? That's what I heard. So what can we expect down the aisle? Or down the chain of islands, I should say.
In the British Virgin Islands, you can expect culinary delights, you can expect adventure, beauty, beautiful scenery. Every island is unique, and what we like to say in the British Virgin Islands is you can have breakfast on one island, have lunch on another island, and dinner on another island. We have ferries that transport you to the islands. Minimum, I would say about 30 minutes away. Our most northern island is Anegada, so that's about an hour and a half away, an hour and 45 minutes. But every island is very unique.
I agree. How many islands?
So we have 60 islands and keys, but we have 4 main islands, and not all the islands are inhabited, but we have 60 islands and keys, 4 main islands, Tortola, Virgin Gorda, and Just Van Dyke. And this beautiful image that we chose is actually on Virgin Gorda called the Bats. So you actually trek down some really big boulders. It's a little exercise, but once you get to the open, it's a beautiful, a whole new world.
And like you said, it's like the best way to island hop, right? You got a taste of everybody. Okay, so what can we see here at the booth today?
So today we just have an example of our product, which is Virgin Gorda the Bags. Today we have a map. This is a map that I created. It's basically a road map for the Caribbean friends. Okay. We wanted them to be able to know how to trace their route from where they live to the BVI. So these are all of the regional airlines, and they are color coded. So for example, the yellow plane is Liat. So if you live in St. Lucia, for example, it shows a direct flight. for example, if you live in Dominica, the green flies into Caribbean and so forth. So you're able to look at this and have a bird's eye view of how to get to the BVI from where you're from. Because we want you to come, right? And also
we have some food here on the table. I seeing things.
Local goodies. This is sweet potato pudding. It's absolutely great. Everyone seems to love it. We have fudge by a local vendor. Her name is Jeray. These candies is really good. And she also makes these really great peppermint candies. They're absolutely refreshing.
I'm glad I don't have my kids here today. They will probably raid this table.
And then we have some tarts. We have guava, pineapple, and we had coconut, but everyone loves coconut because it's the best. It's the best tart. And we also have our events calendar for the rest of the year, so that persons can know you can plan a trip to the BVI. They know what is coming up in November.
What's the standout event on the calendar?
Our Emancipation Festival, and it just ended, our 71st edition. That was in the middle of July to the first week in August. Right. So that's a really good event that we want persons to come to because it's all about culture. You learn about the food, the people, and just have a great time.
Okay, well, I love it already. I need to book a flight soon. Tell me about that.
Great event coming up. It's called the Antigua Lobster Festival. It is the last weekend in November. So if you love lobster.
Oh, we Bajans over here love a lobster. Who don't love lobster?
It's from November 28th to the 30th. So you can visit bvifoodfest.com to learn more information about this event.
You seem like you get a lot of lobsters out there. You have a whole festival for them.
We have a lot of lobsters out there, yes.
Wow. Well, down here we do crabbing. I know we have a lot of crabs out this side. So, but you got lobsters?
At the lobster festival, they have many different types of cuisines that you can have. You can have lobster beignet, lobster ice cream,
lobster ice cream.
Lobster taco. So the island that it's held on, they have a lot of lobsters. So we host a festival on that island.
I'm a girl that love her belly, but you piqued my interest there with lobster ice cream. That's one to try. And of course you have your pottery I'm seeing here.
We have an artist. His name is Carl, and he creates these nice potteries here. So different representations of BVI he has here, different little pots and, vases that you can use in your home for decoration.
And coasters.
Yes, and we have coasters here by another artist via Donovan. All of these are her artwork that she creates. She's a well-known artist in the BVI. And then across here we have Mr. Bing Whitley. These are some of his artwork, and these represent some of the islands. Renicia spoke about the bats.
That looks like a good spot.
Exactly. She spoke about the bats. Those boulders. It's a cathedral. You go in, nice pool of water. We call it the 8th wonder of the world.
It's you?
Yes, ma'am. And then this is a depiction of what Road Town or Capital used to look like back in the day. It's changed quite significantly, but that is the rendition, artist rendering of what it used to look like.
Oh, well, I love it. I am definitely intrigued. I have to come visit soon. Well, again, that's for sure. I know you have fantastic musicians over there and singers as well. We have some literature here.
Yes, we have a lot of local authors. So we have a lot of their books on display. We have Patricia Turnbull. We have quite a bit of people here.
Biographies.
Joseph O'Neill. Yes, we have stories, children's stories, Ruby's writings. We have quite a number of medicinal books, documentaries, history books. Quite a number of things we do have.
So what's the lasting message you want to leave with our viewers about BVI and telling them, inspiring them to come down?
BVI, people are warm, they're friendly, we have good food, it's a beautiful landscape, beautiful scenery, and again, once you get to the BVI, we have a number of islands that you can island hop from island to island, have a different experience throughout the entire day, throughout your entire stay. We are also known as the sailing capital of the world, so you can sail to many of the different islands. And again, what we want to leave with you is you come to the BVI, you become family, and you also will wake up, you have breakfast on one island, you have lunch on another island, have dinner on another island.
That is a bucket list for me for sure. I'll bring my luxury yacht all down to BVI, have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and that lobster ice cream is a must try. So thank you once again. Enjoy the rest of your Carifesta. Thank you. Okay, guys, we're here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. We've seen all the islands showcase what you can experience in the island. And we're about to tap over to Guyana. We're going down south and we're visiting Gail's Leather Variety Store. She has amazing footwear and leather craft items. So can you tell me some more about what you have here?
Okay, I have real handmade leathers.
Love it.
Yes, and as you can see, I have lovely sandals, slippers in all the fashion and description and color. You can come down to the Carifesta Grand Market and meet me at booth 60 and come and get your shoes. Whatever color you have in mind or style, I have it all.
And she's not kidding. When I first came here yesterday, my mom, she's the one that brought me over. She was like, you have to see this. You have to come over here and see these sandals. I grabbed her a pair and then I grabbed 3 more for myself. And I can tell you that they're extremely comfortable. I love your work. I just may pick up a couple more. So everybody getting some McGill footwear for Christmas or your birthday. And you should too. How's Carifesta been for you?
Well, it's now picking up. It's okay. But I want to say shout out to my customer in Barbados from Agrofest. I want you to know I'm at the Grand Market, so come and see what style you didn't buy so you can get it this time.
So this is your first time in Barbados?
No, every year I do Agrofest.
Oh, I love that. So you know Gail with us, so you make sure you come down. You're going to be here for the remainder.
Yes.
So come check out Gail and her amazing footwear. She has belts and bags and so much more. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Love it. See you soon. Your girl Nikita here in the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. Right now we focus on our crafts, men and women. Right out of Barbados, straight out of Barbados, we have here Blessings Olaniyi, and featuring a lovely brand by her last name, carrying handbags, belts like she's wearing. And if you're like me, you're intrigued. I love a good handbag, and these look amazing qualities. So you tell me all about it.
So Olani came about because I have another bag business, but I wanted something that really encapsulated the Caribbean. And the name Olani is my last name, but it actually means to glory and wealth. So my mother is Vincentian, my dad is from Nigeria, hence the name. So imagine the culture that I grew up in. So that to me is my wealth, and it makes me who I am, because no one can tell your story, no one can tell my story. So our stories to me are our wealth.
Oh, I love it. Well, talk me through some of these stories and the designs that you have here.
Okay, so I loved art. However, I got into sewing, but I love using mixed mediums. So for this collection, it's called Info Bloom, and it's inspired by the Pride of Barbados flower. And I took the artistic part of it and made these bags from our crocus bags from the potato sacks, burlap. And I used faux leather to create an art piece. So from afar it could look like a painting, but when you come up close, everything is hand cut and hand sewn to make an art piece.
And I love the vibrant colors as well. The orange, the green, the yellow. I mean, the color palette is vast. So why those colors?
Because it's the Caribbean, we from Barbados, we want color.
I mean, I'm the orange hair songbird, so I'm very happy to see the orange represented, and I have to leave here with something for sure. So how's Carifesta been for you?
It's been really nice to see all the Caribbean people, because as you heard, my family is from the Caribbean, and meeting all of us is like we're all family. So just meeting everyone, hearing the different stories, the different brands, and seeing all the talent is really nice and inspiring.
It's been like a reunion, right?
You're telling me, yep, for sure.
What are you looking forward to most?
I don't want to say the food, but the food and the different fashion shows, because of course I like fashion. So seeing what all the different Caribbean islands have to bring to the fashion floor is really, really nice.
And we'll be seeing some of your pieces in these fashion shows?
Unfortunately not, but you can kind of find me here at the Grand Market until Friday.
So she's here every day. Come see it for yourself. Don't just stay home. Get off the couch and come down here. I keep telling everybody it's like Bridgetown Market on steroids. There's so much to take in, and you have to see it for yourself. Blessings on blessings to you in the future.
Thank you. And you can find me on Instagram at olani.luxuries, and our website is www.olaniluxuries.com.
So let's get out the way so you can get an up-close view on her pieces. here on the west wing of the Carifesta Village and Grand Market, and we've stepped into another zone, guys. Home decor, we have fashion here, we have so many things here, and right now we step into Jamaica. You don't have to ask this lady where she's from. She has it in her here. Her name is Rose from Rose's Arts and Craft, and she has something here that I am very interested in. It's a map of Barbados, a key holder, right? That's what it is?
It's a key holder. Yeah, look at jewelry. Got a lot of Jamaican jewelry.
Yeah.
I got the Jamaican backpack.
One Love.
One Love. Bob Marley. Yes. I got the Rasta hat.
The beads, chains, bracelets.
Rasta hat.
Easy.
Yeah, man.
Over this side, we have stuff for your home.
Yes, and I have dresses. I have clothing as well. I got the Jamaican clothing.
Ice gold and green.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yes, and over on this side, I have
ornaments. We have some tables, things to the center of your table when you're entertaining.
Yes, I got the jewelry boxes. I got the lovely Martha and pistols up there.
Love it.
The crabs. I got the signs there for the wall.
Yeah.
I got turtles, lovely turtles. I got a lot of stuff. I got the earrings there as well. These bags are made from leather and calabash.
Wow.
Genuine leather.
In all different sizes too.
Yes, and I also have the paintings. These are hand painted. I have the big hats for the big head rastas, Rastafarians.
Love that.
Yeah, man. I got a lot of different stuff. Yeah, man.
Okay.
And I'm here hoping for the best.
Yes, please. You're here till the end?
Till the end, yes. Yeah, man. All right.
Well, you have a good day, Rose.
You too. Jamaica, man. Jamaica to the world.
Love it.
My name is Ohinina Yasewa Ekufu. I come from Ghana, and I am representing Cuddling Fashions from Ghana. Cuddling Fashions is a notable fashion designing company which deals mainly in women clothing. So we have 3 pieces, which is called kimono set. It has the pants, it has the inner and the outer. And then we have some beautiful single dresses. It's also called African lace dress. We have lots of them and very affordable, very, very, very affordable. So I'm inviting all of you out there to come and patronize Cuddling Fashions here at the Carifesta Grand Market grounds. Thank you all and see you soon.
Lenora Aline, and I'm a visual artist, and I'm here for Carifesta's Fragments and Futures collage workshop and lecture talk. And I am really excited to be here because I want to inspire young people of the Caribbean to look at the visual arts, but especially collage making as a way of expressing themselves and really putting out there your own narrative and your own story.
Read to your eyes, please. Find artists that you like and that represent the kind of work that you want to do, and explore your life to every umpteenth degree. Biographies are amazing. autobiographies are stunning works of art in their own right. It's like if you want to be an artist, you have to like commit. You have to really commit because it's a very difficult path, and you have to know for sure that you really want to do it. And like you had mentioned about just finding mentorship, great work wholeheartedly because you want to do it and not because you feel like you have to do it. I think work tends to suffer when you create work with already the negativity and blocking your mind. So I think it's a perfect segue to go on to the other aspect, the other area of the talk today. As the talk is not finished, I want to thank each and every one of you personally for coming out and supporting and for asking questions and for being informed. So thank you for coming to Fragments and Futures.
Collage is accessible and it's open and available for any person. You can be anyone and create with what you have. You can start anew, you can begin, look around, you can be present, and know that it is available for you to take from. What I also want people to take away from this moment is that there is space and opportunity to imagine new futures, and imagine new ways of being and understanding of ourselves in this world. I also want to thank Akila Watts, who is the visual arts coordinator who invited me from the UK to come here to Barbados. I have enjoyed my time thus far and look forward to the collage workshop coming up soon. Thank you so much for being here to spend the afternoon together creating. This is my favorite part of the Artist Talk workshop because you guys get to explore your creativity, and one of the things I'm really committed to in my practice is social practice and bringing the work into spaces where other people can also take part and also create and feel empowered, and also to feel like they've connected with themselves during the process. And Lenore's workshop is also about connecting with yourself as well. So thank you for those of you who joined the Artist Talk and those of you who have just joined us.
Thanks everyone for coming out to this workshop. Today and I are really excited to share aspects of how we make our work. We wanted to simplify the processes as much as possible. So I know you guys see our cup arches over here. We're not going to aim to make one of those. Yeah. But I just wanted to give you just guidance on how you can start making your own work and start a collage practice. So thank you for coming.
So with me, before I decided to become an artist, and really connected with this idea of connecting with joy in my practice. And so this was, I guess, like a foreshadow.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Jessica Reynolds. I'm here at the Fragments and Futures workshop for collage. So I come from a background of art. I would have studied animation, worked in graphic art, dabbled in fashion. So I believe the term that people use now is multi-hyphenate or multidisciplinary creative. So I came to the workshop because I am a huge fan of Lenore's work, and I was really intrigued to hear more about her artistic process, and then also
Here at Carifesta. Again, today, I'm going to put myself on home hospitality. It's here right now. I'm organizing this week. It's Friday. Yeah, we're going to have like a company with some coconut roast bake, which is in the oven, about to get some color there right now. We're going to also be doing some some salty sauce to go with the steak and give it a big. Also, we have some roast baked bean tofu here. Just give them time to the tofu. And Kenny here has about some fish cake batter here that we're gonna be frying after we do the fry bake. So it's gonna be a real Grenadian breakfast being offered to the public. I'm Chef Andre Bernard from Grenada. I'm the owner of Dre Flavors Restaurant and Catering Services here back in Grenada. We are here to showcase our culinary ability to cook on the fly, out of the comfort of our local kitchen, to the public of the people that patronize and come to the Carifesta village. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you guys later on for lunch and for dinner too. Don't forget tomorrow, oil down. Bring it down, oil down. So we're gonna press it down.
Barbados. We are happy to be here in Barbados, showing what all we do there in Belize. All these handcrafts are made with handmaids. You can see here we have baskets. These baskets, we get the materials from the forest. And if you can see here, we have embroideries that we do with our hands. These are with our hands. It's not an easy job, but we do it there in Belize. You can see here we have embroideries, the designs, monkeys, toucans, our national bird for Belize. And this is the Mayan calendar that the old Mayas used, because from before they don't have calendar like nowadays, but today it's different. So this is the calendars for the Mayas. And right here we have calabash. It grows from a tree, and you can design them, use them for drink or use them for stew. As well here, if you can see, we have these potteries, all handmade. These are clays. We have necklaces. We also have purses here. These are purses, all are handmade. We have dresses. We have shirts for men. This is what all we bring here.
So tonight we have Carla, she's representing Queen. We have Alex, and he's the king, a traditional dance from the province of Cologne. Carla is representing Power of Palang, And normally in these types of dances, the lady would be the person who represents power, the queen, and they have been dancing for 15 years. So please, let's welcome them to the stage as they grace themselves all the way from Panama. Let's hear it for Panama.
Make some noise, Panama!
Vuela, vuela, pajarito. Vuela, vuela, pajarito. Pajarito, ven a volar. Vuela, vuela, pajarito. Pajarito, ven a volar. Vuela, vuela, pajarito. Pajarito, ven a volar. ¿Qué le pasa a mi pajarito? Pajarito, ven a volar. Vuela, vuela, pajarito. Pajarito, ven a volar. Vuela, 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 vuela.
Here to perform a combination of original selections and covers with a special dance element, promises to be an entertaining display of arts and culture. Please give it up for St. Lucia.
Make some noise!
Hey, so I am at Carifesta open market and it's incredible. I was able to secure this. This is a punch and clean with coffee and it was made by a manufacturer from Guyana. It's just 15 Barbados dollars. Can you imagine? And the taste, Furthermore, we've been around the premises and when you enter, you're greeted by hosts who provide you with a booklet with the layout of the whole area so you can easily access different vendors and exhibitors. You have leatherware, you've got amazing bags, my gosh, leather, and ooh, hot, smoking hot, girl. I want you to come on down and experience it for yourself. Some of the booths are even giving away snacks and fans to keep you warm if you're hot. But all in all, there is some of everything for everyone. Home decor, candles, too much to mention. Great like Catherine Rochford, she's here with her designs. Come on down and enjoy.
Hello, my name is Sukhdev Sanchara, and I'm representing Amerindian Handicraft here at Carifesta, and I'm from Guyana. We have a lot of stuff on display, as you can see here, handicraft items. They're all handcrafted by our native Amerindians. All the different tribes would have put together their effort, and you have seen products from all of them, the hand pieces you're seeing here. And we have all our products are made from our natural resources back home. Our straws and vines which are used here, they're all naturally grown. They're grown right in our backyards, right in Guyana. Yeah, we have stuff ranging from TV series straw, to spire, to nibi, bamboo, mokru, kufa, vines, everything, just name it. I'm excited to be here at Carifesta here in Barbados, and I want to share this moment and these few days with the people of Barbados and all our visitors from other parts of the world. It's always a pleasure of mine to present the Amerindians to the world, and this is one such forum I get to do that. And I didn't get to come at the Carifesta, the last Carifesta. I wasn't able to secure a space, so this is the first time I'm doing Carifesta here. So it's interesting to see where all of this is going, but I'm having so much fun so far. I had some interesting conversations with persons visiting the booth as of yesterday up until today, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen until the end.
Hi there, my name's Ayana Cezanne, and welcome to Bridgetown, Barbados, a World UNESCO Heritage Site where we are bringing you inside Carifesta 15 2025. Come join me.
Now the things start, me love me drinks to me heart and me send shots to the head, hit the liver.
We're here today on Broad Street, where we're witnessing one of the greatest fashion shows that our region has to offer, as we present to you Carifesta 15, Caribbean Roots, Global Excellence, sponsored by Fenty Beauty. Carifesta is the Caribbean Festival of Arts. It is the region's regional premier cultural showcase, bringing together artists, performers, and cultural professionals from across the Caribbean to celebrate the richness of our shared heritage. Today, we will witness through design excellence from Barbadian designers Cassava, Black Flamingo, Shaked Eco Lifestyle, from Trinidad, Nabala Chi, from Africa, Alara World, from Jamaica, Tamia Carey, and from Grenada, From Earth. Stay with us as we take you through this fashion Carifesta journey.
My name is Rennie Falawio. I'm the founder of Alara. I have curated the collection today that comes from Africa. It was important for me to make a selection that celebrated the festival, the Carifesta, and as a homecoming of sorts. Of Africans and the Caribbean meeting at the point of design, especially fashion. It's a great moment today that we're able to show the African fashion here in Barbados at this very point because of our shared history. I'm very excited to be here, excited that I was invited by Prime Minister Mia Mottley to mark this really, really important occasion. So this is a great moment for us, and I'm glad that we made it.
For centuries, Wilson statues stood behind these models. And that statue was put there even before the war in Trafalgar Square. And was put there by Bajans who were in charge of this parliament building and in charge of this country because that was a reflection of who they wanted to be and to give thanks for being British instead of being French, but they never saw Africa, they never saw India. When we became a republic, we moved Nelson not to throw his statue in the sea because his statue will be placed again for persons who want to be able to understand the complexity of our history. But we went to an open competition and we asked the people of this nation to design a monument for this space. We wanted to use this space in celebration of two things: the Barbadian family and the commitment to excellence. In this space, where slaves and families were separated, we now celebrate our 11 national heroes, all of whom are referred to as the Right Excellent, and we have two still living, the Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, the greatest cricketer of all time, and of course, the Right Excellent Rihanna Fenty, who continues to capture the imagination of the world. 397 years after Bridgetown was established, it is my honor to welcome you, the people of the Caribbean, to Bridgetown and to this spot that carries so many memories, but is now the place to admit of so many possibilities. We shall reclaim our Atlantic destiny, but we shall also always celebrate what we have forged as Caribbean people with resilience, recognizing that we take the tapestry of the past, but we create the possibilities for the world for the future. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
One thing that I know when festival time come wrong again. When the soca music hits, you know that you feel no pain. All my people, represent with your hand in the air. Put 'em up, put 'em up, put 'em up, put 'em up. Yo, festival is the time we love to meet up with all my friends. Once music, liquor and gal go there, live and never.
Very significant event happening right here on Broad Street, right here by Hero Square. Significantly, that is happening by Hero Square because one of our national heroes, Rihanna, has a line of fashion designs, and this is really good for the Caribbean designers, fashion designers, and I think that the exposure here for Carifesta, which is being seen throughout the world, will do well for the Caribbean designers as we go forward. And this will be one of the legacies of Carifesta 15 here in Barbados. So it's significant that we are doing it here at National Hero Square, which is our space now. As you know, we had the removal of Lord Nelson some time ago, and now this is where we celebrate our national heroes in Barbados. So to have our fashion designers show off their fashion designs right here, it's very, very significant for this Carifesta 15. So I hope you continue to enjoy the rest of Carifesta in Barbados, continue to enjoy the other fashion shows and all the other activities planned for Carifesta 15 in Barbados. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ria Cummins Jordan, and I am the owner and head designer of the brand Black Flamingo Apparel. Black Flamingo Apparel is an Afro-Caribbean brand based in Barbados. We specialize in macrame, decorative knotting, and applique techniques to bring our creations alive. It's a mixture of art and fashion. I predominantly work with natural fibers or dead stock. I'm trying to be as eco-friendly and cautious as I could be while producing my art. And it has been an interesting journey, but Carifesta means a lot to me because this is my first time attending as an exhibitor and a designer. The last time I attended would have been 2017, and I attended just as a spectator. And I've always wanted to be a part of Carifesta. So it's like a nice full circle moment for me, and I'm happy to be here. And I'm excited to attend some of the workshops and just network and meet other designers.
Cause you, me, we are the heart of the party.
And I'd love to say a special thank you for our sponsor of today's fashion segment, Chandra Mirage Designs, who you can find online at chandramiragedesigns.com. Check her out. Go and see what there is. Bring something new to the table. We're here with you for Carifesta 15. See you soon.
But I can't wait until tomorrow. For I don't know what tomorrow will bring, so I'm drinking. Bring something, cause everybody chanting.
I've seen a lot of stuff around for Carifesta 15, right?
Yes.
But you know what makes me stand out here in this shop? Black gold. You spot it.
Yes, please.
Huh?
Yes.
Talk to us about this black gold.
So
what you got here? I mean, give us a walking tour.
Okay. So black gold actually is formulated out of our Bajan molasses and brown sugar.
Ah.
So we have it in body wash, we have it in a beauty bar, we have it in scrubs, and we also have it in beauty butters.
There we go. Soap, scrubs, lotions, body butters, body mist, body wash, lip balm, hair care, and men's line. You haven't left out anything?
No. As I said, we only started female products. But then the guys were like, what's happening to us? So then we also formulated, and we have a full line for men. We have for aftershave, we also have for beard, and we also have for hair, head and toes.
I'm always curious as to when this all started. What triggered you to get into this?
Well, I was a cosmetologist by profession, so I was into doing hair and nails and massages, pedicures and manicures. And while doing that, I realized the need of natural products to help with certain issues, especially our African American women were suffering from hair loss, dry skin, psoriasis, acne, and that kind of stuff. So it pushed me into like researching what can I do to help my customers with this issue. So while doing my research, curiosity, I realized people can actually make product. Back in growing up, you think it had to be in a big lab and stuff like that. But then when I did my research, I realized I can do this. So then I started making like little samples and stuff, obviously for my clients also to try and stuff like that. And they were like, this is good.
Yeah.
So then I pushed more in terms of getting myself certified as a formulator more than just making products. So I know how to formulate for the particular issue that you're having. And that's where this all comes out.
You sound like you became a scientist.
Thank you so much.
How did you come up with the names now?
So with the black gold, obviously, again, research, I started to go deep down into my heritage, deep down into the heritage of, where it came from and stuff like that. So black gold, I put it as, we as African American, and that's what they used to call it back in the day with the molasses.
Right.
So that's how we get the name. So I try to pair it because it's also Mount Gate Visiting Center distributed.
Right.
So I try to also pair scents with them that they use in their rum as well. So that's...
Oh, you're straight out of the barrel.
Yes.
For sure.
Again, this is back to my hairdressing background now. So we have the braiding oil for those ladies that have on their protective styles. So while you have on that protective style, you still need to maintain the moisture in your natural hair. And then we have the pre-poo, which you put on before you shampoo.
So you got avocado in here?
Avocado.
Wow. Hair and scalp pomade. That is unbelievable.
So what I also do is I also try to use local fruits and vegetables and botanicals here in Barbados and incorporate it into into my skincare
Okay.
to maintain the
Now,
localness of
yeah,
it.
most people see cocoa butter, but you have coconut.
Coconut, yes.
You know, some visions are triggered
With the
by
sugar
certain
cake
things,
and
right?
stuff like that.
Yes, trying to make sugar cake. Right? So there we are.
Yes, please.
Well.
So we try to use coconut, and as you know, grapefruit is originated really from Barbados as well. So as you see, we try to use our local mango, hibiscus. You know, we use our breadfruit. We actually have a breadfruit beauty bar here.
Breadfruit?
Yes.
Look at you.
So we
Breadfruit
try
and
to use
coconut cream.
local stuff.
Beauty bar.
Thank you.
Wow. Feel heavy like a breadfruit. And mango, etc. But this is great. This is very different. Really and truly. I mean, the greatest challenge is to be how to differentiate yourself in a market with so many competitors and to grow. Where you expect to grow to?
I am this brand here. I'm looking for this brand to go out of Barbados. Well, all of the products really, but this one is the one we're more focusing for export.
Yeah.
We went through a whole set of training in terms of having the labels export ready. You know, making sure you have it
The ingredients.
structured for export.
Yeah, right.
So yes, I do expect the product to go abroad out of the island.
Yeah. So in terms of labeling, I mean, this is very critical.
Yeah.
Cruelty-free, sulfate-free, vegan. That opens up a whole new market for you.
It does, yeah.
Wow. You're ready. You're ready to take on the world. Congratulations again.
Thank you so very much.
Lishua.
Yes.
Lishua Beauty Studio. And she's got black gold.
Black gold.
For good people like us. This lady gave me the best massage I've had at Carifesta 15. Thank you very much.
You're much welcome.
My back is no longer killing me,
You're much welcome.
which is very, very important. And I have to tell people that when I walked up here, I didn't know you had a massage table. All I saw was Miracle Oil.
Miracle Oil.
And I asked you if you had a miracle for me, and you said, I could fix you. And fix me. She did.
So
Explain to me what happened.
So budding out of COVID, I started doing massages because there was nothing else for us to do but try to learn something else. So I started doing massages, and then I went to school, I got certified, and then go to Tranquility Studio, budded from that.
And therefore, obviously, you then went to get the oil. You make these oils yourself?
Yes, the oils. Yes, I do make the oils. So before then, so I have a little story. I suffer from spurs, and it's very, very painful. So I don't really like to drink tablets. So I always try to figure what I can do to help myself. So I started making the oils.
Yeah.
And I give it to the customers, and then I said one day, light bulb moment, hey, why are you giving away your business? So I started making my miracle oil.
Wow. What a story. This is a COVID story?
Out of COVID.
Well. Where are you operating in Guyana?
I am operating in South Ramville Gardens, and I also have a location in Barbados.
South Rumfeld Gardens has a lot of people.
Yes, a whole lot of people.
So you got a ready-made audience or market?
Yes, I do.
Fair enough. Is this your first Carifesta?
No, it's the 5th Carifesta.
The 5th?
Yes.
What? So tell me about the first, the second, the third, the fourth.
First Carifesta was Haiti, and I had fun. It was fantastic.
You went to Haiti?
Yes, I did.
I got to touch you. For sure. So Haiti was first, yeah.
Yes, I did Haiti, I did Guyana, I did Suriname, Trinidad, Barbados.
Wow, you had a taste of all the worlds of the Caribbean. Definitely. From your South America experience to the far North Caribbean experience of Haiti, come back to Trinidad and now to Barbados. What's the difference?
So basically it's a culture. So going to Haiti, it's totally different. It was a fantastic welcoming culture as well. I learned things about my Black history that I even never knew anything about. I learned a lot about spirituality. It was very, very fantastic, very different.
All right. I want to go back to some of the things you have here. You have to walk me through.
Yes.
Right?
You can start,
so you start up here and work right through. Go ahead.
That's what I did. So I have another business, which was the first business I had, started in 2002. My business is called Craftiest as well. So that's where I do the beautiful hand pieces that I have here, which is jewelry, I work a lot with crystals. I teach people about crystals, healing crystals. And then I also use copper, which is also good for the body. So moving right along back into Lotus Tranquility Studio, I have a pack called the Pretty Pump Pack. So this is all about feminine hygiene. So this is teaching you to keep your yoni clean, healthy. If you're having any yeast infections, any yeast infections, we have urinary tract infections.
There you go.
Pack you go.
Right.
So
Pretty
that-
Pump Pack.
Pretty Pump Pack.
Right.
Yes. Then I make a vegan toothpaste.
What?
Yes. It's a vegan toothpaste, all based with clay, bentonite clay. It has coconut oil inside of it. This product is very, very good for cavities, plaque, whitening, and also mouth odor.
Wow. Okay.
I can let you smell the lavender.
Well, here I go. Oh, wonderful. Oh, I want to go into my bathrooms smelling like that, huh?
Yeah,
Especially put that in the visitor bathroom, particularly. All right.
You stay there for a long
Great.
time.
That's great. And it's
So
non-toxic.
Yes, non-toxic, no pharma chemicals inside of it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to color it since it's Barbados. I'm trying to color it with the Barbadian colors.
Yeah.
So we represent it for the blue and the yellow.
Represent.
So then I have virgin coconut oil, extra virgin coconut oil.
Yeah.
So this is one of the purest versions of coconut oil.
Yeah.
So you're actually using the sun to bring the oil from the coconut.
Uh-huh.
We also use our black water from Guyana to make this.
Nice.
This is made from by the indigenous women.
Yes.
So I make chandeliers with coconut shells.
Mm-hmm.
So then I give them the inside of the coconut to make this.
Wow. You're you're one busy lady.
Yes.
What is all of this now?
So these are, so people do a lot of smudging. So this is called Palo Santo. So people usually light it. So what I've learned about Palo Santo, it's not only for smudging your home, but it's also good for disinfecting. So for instance, when there was COVID around, we would light this in the house and disinfect the air. So this is a natural disinfectant. And you have your sage.
Yes, I know sage.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you burn the sage.
Yeah.
And then we go to the big boy, which is the miracle oil.
Yeah,
brought you
I
here.
know about that. The miracle oil that attracted me in the first place. And that ended up getting massage, the best massage I've had at Carifesta. 15.
Yeah.
I think I'm beyond that.
And beyond.
And
And
beyond.
beyond.
And beyond.
Come looking for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Out here, I don't know how to thank you. Other than to say, I'm going to send people to you.
do.
All right?
Thank you
and
so
all
much.
the very best to you.
Thank you
as
so
you
much.
continue to find products.
Thank you
and
so much.
services. All right?
Thank
Good.
you.
There you go. Yes.
Thank you.
She's a miracle worker.
Thank you.
And we've walked up to another one of these outstanding displays of original products. And Kelly, tell us exactly what you put on.
Okay, today I'm offering my well-rooted oil. It's a 3-in-1 oil. You can use it on your skin. You can use it on your hair. You can even heat it and use it as a hot oil treatment. Smooth Radiance, that is a penetrating skin lotion. Naturally Fresh, that is a non-GMO deodorant. No aluminums, no parabens.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. So really and truly, that's an original.
Correct.
Sure. Yeah.
The Supreme Smile, that is a teeth whitening powder, a substitute for toothpaste. So you can just use it as a powder. So you wet the toothbrush, dip, and brush.
So I end up with whiter teeth.
Whiter teeth.
Right.
It's good for smokers. It's good for tea drinkers. It's good for anyone that wants to get away from using toothpaste.
Right. Okay.
The magnesium spread, that's very good for aches and pains.
Uh-huh.
It's good for sleep.
Uh-huh.
Muscle cure. I'm a therapist, so I formulated it for sciatica, arthritis, any gym injuries or anything like that.
Right.
The scalp vitalizer, that's good for any ailments in the scalp, itchy scalp, dry scalp, seborrheic dermatitis. Healing Bliss, that is also an antibacterial, antifungal cream. You can use it for acne, eczema, dark spots. You can use it for all kind of different ailments.
I want to know, again, I have to ask the question, where did this come from?
My son. When my son was born, he was an allergy baby, allergic to all kinds of products. So I had to get him the allergy test. So he can use soap, he can use creams, he couldn't eat certain things. So I created things for him.
I don't believe you. How old is he now?
He's 18.
No way.
Yes, but funny enough, I did not start this business right away. I only started it like before COVID, just a little before. Because people keep, like my grandmother has some ailments and my Healing Bliss, it worked really good for her. These Muscle Cure worked good for others. So they really encouraged me to start the business.
And it's going well?
Yes, it's going well. They have the challenges, but like anything that is worthwhile, there will be challenges.
And this is your first Carifesta?
This is my first Carifesta.
And you're happy?
I am excited.
Wow.
Yes.
And you're getting now to talk to other people who are doing similar things?
Yes, I'm getting to interact a lot with other people, getting to meet all kind of people from all different islands. It is interesting, it's exciting. I would encourage anyone to come on down.
Where do you go to next with this product? Now you have it. I mean,
the sky is the limit.
Yeah.
The sky is the limit. We are working on to see it, getting it exported. So the sky is the limit for my product.
That's a very good and very confident sense of purpose.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
All the best, huh?
Thank you so much.
There you go. We can bottle this confidence, right, and sell it, and she'd make a lot of money.
You never get another one to everything. Don't want me to take it. Don't want it was ticket. Don't start if I take it. You never not take it. You run on this train. This train is a gold. You know do anything. The train is on the main line. The train is on the main line. The train is on the main line now. You better get your teeth. ticket. Better up your ticket now. One train to every day. One train to every day. If you miss this train, you never get another one. Last train to every day.
Hi, I'm Carson Carmbach. I'm representing Carifesta Barbados. We are here at the Carifesta Grand Market, and we have our products which are leather, bags, shoes, and also made of fabric. Come down and shop with us at Carifesta Barbados, represented at Carifesta Grand Market.
And this is a part of the Carifesta container featuring voice. In this case, I've invited a most honorable guest, the Queen of the Drum, my cousin, Her Excellency, to remind the singers that as we see the drum as a core instrument, which is what it is, our voice is also a home instrument. So we're pairing and twinning the drum, tuned with the heartbeat, to the voice, with the focus being voice for studio and recording. So they call it a workshop. It really is a music journey. And I invite people to tune into breath first, because beyond voice and beyond music, breath is what carries us through and sustains us. So we weave naturally breath, movement, which some might call dance, the drum, which to me is heartbeat, and the voice, which is self-expression, unity, and celebration of life. So even when we're focusing on breath, me as a musician, I've found that breath takes me beyond arts. Breath is instrumental. Breath is an instrument. Breath is a traveler. And as a vocalist, I mean, once you use your voice, you're a vocalist. However, for the sake of terminology, yeah, really understanding the nuances of how we breathe, how amazing breath is. Our body is an organism, an organ. I know nobody ism, but our body as an organ is really amazing. And then breath is something that people tend to take for granted, yet it is so instrumental in voice. And so we're focusing on a studio, and the studio is a traveler, because once you record your voice and export that, you get high knowledge now, we gotta go deep, no other way. Your voice is actually traveling through a sound wave to lands beyond. So that is amazing in and of itself. And when you always remember that the voice is a gift, the studio is a portal, the mic is an avenue, it's really like a sacred experience.
Yes, greetings. I am Onika Best, Queen of the Drum, and I'm pleased to be here with Indra, and I am facilitating the facilitator with drums. She's doing vocal coach, or should I say vocal coaching, and sound, and I would be a part of sound. So today, I stand here because that's exactly what I'll be doing. I'll be facilitating vocals. Yes? I've been drumming for the past 40 years. Actually, when I was about 5, I used to beat on the tabletop all the time. But my father had already made me a drum that he named Onika, like when I was born. So I've got all these relics around me, because these girls here also belong to my father, the late great Alverno del Congo. I must always mention him. So these are like 50. And then I have another one home that's like 60. And then I had another one that the Air Canada has lost that was 127. It was actually the oldest Congo in the Caribbean. And I tell myself eventually I will get it back. But I have a lot of relics around me because this has been in my family for 2 generations, I would say. And this is what we do.
So we absorb the drum again, let the drum shine. Drum is singing its own notes. Now let your ear tune to the melodies and the harmonies in the drum. You are a sovereign being, you are allowed to. And this is a part of the Carifesta container featuring voice. In this case, I've invited a most honorable guest, the Queen of the Drum, my cousin, Her Excellency, to remind the singers that as we see the drum as a core instrument, which is what it is, our voice is also a home instrument. So we're pairing and twinning the drum, twin with the heartbeat, to the voice, with the focus being voice for studio and recording. So they call it a workshop. It really is a music journey. And I invite people to tune into breath first, because beyond voice and beyond music, breath is what carries us through and sustains us. So we weave naturally breath, movement, which some might call dance, the drum, which to me is heartbeat, and the voice, which is self-expression, unity, and celebration of life. So even when we're focusing on breath, me as a musician, I've found that breath takes me beyond arts. Breath is instrumental. Breath is an instrument. Breath is a traveler. And as a vocalist, I mean, once you use your voice, you're a vocalist. However, for the sake of terminology, yeah, really understanding the nuances of how we breathe, how amazing breath is. Our body is an organism, our body, an organ. I know body ism, but our body as an organ is really amazing. And then breath is something that people tend to take for granted, yet it is so instrumental in voice. And so we're focusing on a studio, and the studio is a traveler, because once you record your voice and export that, you get high knowledge now, we gotta go deep, no other way. Your voice is actually traveling through a sound wave to lands beyond. So that is amazing in and of itself. And when you always remember that the voice is a gift, the studio is a portal, the mic is an avenue, it's really like a sacred experience.
Yes, greetings. I am Onika Best, Queen of the Drum, and I'm pleased to be here with Indra, and I am facilitating the facilitator with drums. She's doing vocal coach, or should I say vocal coaching, and sound, and I would be a part of sound. So today I stand here because that's exactly what I'll be doing. I'll be facilitating vocals. Yes? I've been drumming for the past 40 years. Actually, when I was about 5, I used to beat on the tabletop all the time. But my father had already made me a drum that he named Onika, like when I was born. So I've got all these relics around me, because these girls here also belong to my father, the late great Alverno del Congo. I must always mention him. So these are like 50. And then I have another one home that's like 60. And then I had another one that the Air Canada has lost that was 127. It was actually the oldest Congo in the Caribbean. And I tell myself eventually I will get it back. But I have a lot of relics around me because this has been in my family for 2 generations, I would say. And this is what we do.
Oils will be absorb the drum again, let the drum shine. The drum is singing its own notes. Now let your ear tune to the melodies and the harmonies in the drum. You are a sovereign being, you are allowed to.
Welcome, welcome, welcome everybody to the Grand Market. Julian Rogers live with you today. Again, I took the day off yesterday. Boy, this schedule has been intense. I needed a break anyhow. But the team carried on in fine style. And we're here today to bring you more of the activities at the Grand Market and also tell you about what is happening at other venues. But before that band strikes up again, let me take the chance to talk to a good old Trini, Risa Ragunanan Mohammed. I don't know, she had a good name like Ragunanan and she put Mohammed on top of it. But anyhow, hey, I can't blame her. How are you doing, Risa?
I'm good. Thank you so much, Mr. Rogers.
Well, well, well. And when you hear Mr. Rogers, you know that I've been in Trinidad for a long time and I can't get them to call me Julian at all. They had to call me Mr. Julian or Mr. Rogers.
It's all about respect.
Well, we have a lot of respect for your work in henna. Talk about this henna, which really you got a lot of people coming and sitting with you and trying to get a henna on. And in fact, I think I'm going to come and sit down because it's not permanent.
No, it's not. It's not. I think that's why it is that a lot of people gravitate towards the henna. So since we've sat down at Carifesta on Saturday evening, it has been non-stop. And we are ever so grateful for it. Henna, I believe it's something global. A lot of people know about it. It's a traditional, cultural aspect. It doesn't just resonate with one particular race or religion. We have Africans, Indians, Buddhists, Sikhs. A lot of different people use henna for all their different reasons. And because of that, I mean, henna is a very upcoming trend right now. And because, yes, a lot of people love the aspect of it being temporary and they can change it when it is at its fading. That's why it is that they gravitate towards it.
And you have a variety of patterns.
Yes, and we commit most, if not all of them, to memory.
You do?
Yeah. So henna, we follow traditional Indian henna designs, but henna can be applied in different designs. You can have abstract, tribal, and of course, you have like Arabic, you have Moroccan, you have African designs. So it's really, the henna itself is the medium that we use. And in India and around the globe, mehendi, which I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the word, it's the art of applying the henna on the skin.
I want to ask you, I notice it is on hands. Is that the preferred place to be, to show it off?
So traditionally, we know it to be on the hands and feet because remember, when we're doing henna, when you look online, you'll see most of the designs are on the hands and or on the feet. So back in India, with Hindus and Muslims, they would adorn their hands and feet for their various ceremonies, most popular when it is that they're getting married. So it's traditionally, yes, on the hands and feet, but because it's a cultural thing, it's a tradition, and it's fast-paced growing, you can put it almost anywhere on your body.
And it stays there for how long?
So typically, a henna design may stay for a...
No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry.
There's the lonely old woman I know. I know it hasn't been easy for you being alone since Dad passed, but I can't be the only person you talk to.
Good friends we have and good friends we've lost along the way.
So you're telling me I can't even come and see you at the airport? It's been complicated for 4 years, Brandon. I've been hearing these excuses for 4 years. I don't know what secrets you keep in, but I refuse to keep being one of them.
In this great future, you can't forget your past.
So you have your eyes on somebody?
I do.
What kind of woman is she? What type of girl is she?
A pretty one.
Don't get smart with me, boy. You didn't tell me you had a girlfriend, and you sure didn't tell me she was Indian. I'm expecting better from you.
Everything's gonna be alright.
On TV, it's one Guyana, and in the streets, it's at least 3.
Everything's gonna be alright.
You too trusting Brandon and giving these people a chance. You weren't there when he collected that faulty gas bottle from that coolie.
Everything's gonna be alright now. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright.
Hey, happy lunchtime, everybody. At least lunchtime in the Eastern time zone. It's still breakfast time out west. And we got Cal Washington joining us on a... Hi, Cal.
All right. It's a beautiful sunny day here out in the yard.
Is it? I know.
Yeah.
Okay. But really, what's it like out there?
It's sunny today, yeah.
You know, it's been so good here. The weather's just been amazing. And it's still amazing.
Well, there you go. I think the seasons have actually shifted, you know, the sun time.
Well, I don't know. Did you hear about this? There's going to be a second moon appearing. I know.
How are they going to spin that? How are they going to spin that?
Well, that's, you know, I haven't really looked into it in detail, but apparently it's, well, it could be Nibiru approaching, right?
Yeah, a friend of mine thinks that there's another galaxy or universe or something colliding with ours, or like crossing over.
Well, they say, I mean, if you really look into it, you know, because I've been on a quest for my whole life to find out what's going on.
Are you taking the ring back to Mordor?
Well, you know, I've kind of, well, yeah, I guess I'm working on that, but I'm trying to figure out what's going on and what we could do about it, if anything.
Yeah.
So, you know, so I've looked at everything. At least I think I've looked at everything. You know, once in a while I come up with something new, something that I haven't seen before. But so the theory that I'm leaning towards, and I never believe in these things. See, people, they think I believe in these things, right? But no, what I'm really doing is I'm just entertaining it as a working hypothesis, right? Based on, you know, the stuff that I see. So the theory is, and we've talked about this before, that there is a periodic cataclysm that hits the earth, right?
Yeah, seems to be.
And these are tied in with these resets. And so the Nibiru thing is some people are saying that there's some celestial body that comes around every, you know, whatever it is, a few hundred or few thousand years, and that causes all kinds of mayhem.
It could be. There is definitely a cycle. You know, we can't see it in one lifetime, but you know, just going back in all the history, dealing with all this paperwork, there's a definite global, bad word, but worldwide, these agendas have always been happening, and they seem to be, you know, about 100 years, and about 200 years there's a bigger cycle. But like there's cycles on cycles on cycles, and but you know, you can only go back so far, and then it starts to be a big lie, and then you know, how do you know what's the truth of the history, right?
We don't know.
So all you can do is go, I see a bunch of structures here in Earth, and they don't make sense with the current story that I've been told.
Of course, Justin Trudeau is fully aware, and he has been promised his underground bunker. And that's why he's a big war hawk these days, advocating NATO go to war with Russia. Okay, listen, let's, I see that Sean Buckley is joining us here. Now, well, I'll just bring him on. and then we'll get to conversing here. Hi, Sean.
Hey, how are you?
Great. Good to see you.
You know, it's good to see you. It's been a long time, too long.
Yeah, it's been a while, and we've done this a few times over the years, and I should just, I don't know, do you know Cal Washington here? Who's with us today?
No, I don't.
Well, Cal is in Vancouver, and are you in Kamloops today? Are you in Alberta today, or?
I'm in Alberta today. So.
Okay, great. Well, it doesn't really matter where you are, but I should just say that you're
as long as you're in Canada.
Well, even if he was elsewhere, but you're a constitutional lawyer, and I reached out to you to talk about the impending Bill C-293, and I hope we're going to talk about that a little bit, but also your concerns, because you're also the president of the Natural Health, the NHPPA.
Yeah, Natural Health Product Protection Association, so NHPPA.
Which is also a great topic, and we've talked about the state of the natural health industry in Canada before, and and it's interesting. I don't know if we've had a lawyer on before, Cal. Cal is with the Empower movement, and so it's going to be interesting to see, because Cal kind of works in the legal realm as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, it's interesting too. So, I mean, Bill 293, the Pandemic Preparedness Act. There's a companion bill, Bill C-69. Like, they snuck changes into our federal budget bill. If anyone wants to just go and look at that, it's Division 31, which is setting the legal framework for the next pandemic, and nobody's talking about that. And nobody's talking about it, likely because nobody knows it's there. I mean, the bill was almost 700 pages long. And if you want to hide something, you throw it in a budget bill.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, I was just out for a little R&R earlier this week. And I was in a bar, and I ended up on this trivia team with a lawyer, a real estate lawyer, but a lawyer. And I said, have you heard about this Bill C-293? And he had not heard about it. And he said to me, are they still at it? In other words, preparing for another pandemic. And I feel that they're getting ready to launch something any minute now. But so many people really think that's all behind it.
293 is about much more than just a pandemic. Like, I mean, let's talk about the agricultural changes. Let's talk about eating crickets, for crying out loud, because there's way more in there than just, the contact tracing and getting all the provinces online and having this one size fits all. So you'll notice that the Minister of Health gets control over agriculture. And the Minister of Health, is almost becoming like a god with all the powers that they've been given. And we'll talk about Bill C-69. But so the Minister of Health really can take control of our agricultural policy, and is by law now tasked with coming up with alternate sources of protein. It's right in Bill 293. Well, that's bugs, right?
It's funny. I just saw my cousin posted on Facebook today something about, you turn a band name into a food product, and she said, Fleetwood mac and cheese. Right? And I said no, the Beatles.
Yeah, exactly.
The Beatles are already an edible band.
Well, it's
Buddy Holly and the Crickets.
Yeah, that's right, Buddy Holly and the Crickets. I was my wife and I were traveling. I think it was last spring from Georgia. We were at the Children's Health Defense Conference. And, my wife, Teresa, she just, she's one of these people that engages everyone. And so she's talking to this lady who's flying back to Canada. And she's part of this team to be setting up these bug plants, right? Like, I guess they're going up all over the place. And then last week, I'm listening to the, president of the organization that certifies food as organic. When you go to the grocery store and it says certified organic. in Canada. And they're working on, listen to this. So they're working on, well, what procedures like do you need to go through to certify insects as organic? And I thought, well, thank goodness, because, you know, Hugh and Cal, I can't think of anyone who wants to eat an inorganic cricket, right?
That's
right. So
I want the sticker on my bug. I want to see that it's organic and it's been treated right. Free range. I want free range crickets.
But this is important for your viewers because, like, you know, if you're buying organic, at least you know it's not GMO, right? Like you don't have to look for a separate GMO thing. But if you're buying organic, you got to be reading the label and make sure there's not bugs in there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's already happened to me where I eat, you know, some chip product and then later on read the ingredients and realized I'd eaten insects that were deliberately added to the product, right?
Yeah.
I think it even said crickets. Like, so there's already bugs like crickets in our food supply. And if you're not reading the label carefully, you're in trouble. But here we've got Bill C 293. It's actually by law obligating the Minister of Health to step into the agricultural field and promote the development of alternate forms of protein, and then also basically attack, and the words aren't attack, but the Minister of Health is now supposed to step in and basically phase out those animals that pose a pandemic risk. Can you say bird flu, boys and girls? Well, what's happened to our chickens and turkeys? They're going to be gone, which is why we need bugs. You know they want to get rid of cows. You know they do. So we're going to lose poultry and beef, our two main sources of protein, and be substituted in cricket protein. And now what's going on here? What does that have to do with any pandemic risk? I mean, it's so crazy that you can't get your mind around it. And then these plans later on in the bill, they have to comply with One Health.
So
have you guys spoken about One Health?
No, what is that?
What's One Health?
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, you're going to have show after show after show. So One Health is an initiative of the World Health Organization. And I'm not an expert on One Health, but it's basically there's 4 components. And it's One Health because they're all equal. So humans are one component. Animals are another component. Plants are another component. Remember, all are equal. You can't kill plants to save humans. So if humans are killing plants, you have to get rid of humans. If there's too many humans and then the ecosystem, which I think, you know, is your bugs and your bacteria and stuff like that. And everyone is privileged. So I don't know how we can be raising bugs and eating them when, you know, they're going to have as much health rights as humans.
Maybe they could
the One Health
artificial meat. Maybe they could develop artificial bugs.
Yeah, who knows? But part of 293 is, and you know, if you want, I can pull up the section.
Sure.
So just hang on a second. It compels this to comply. Okay, so it is section 2, subsection 3. No, section 3, sub 3, considerations. When establishing the plan under subsection 1 or when providing the required information under subsection 2, the Minister of Health or the ministers referred to in subsection 2, as the case may be, must. So must is mandatory. A, use a multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary collaborative approach known as a One Health approach. That is a World Health Organization policy. So now our pandemic preparedness and our agricultural policy by law must comply with the World Health Organization One Health approach.
Well, that's what all this seems to be about, really, is that they by any means possible, they want to, this is part of the move to a one world government, a one world policy that's essentially anti-people. and I mean, it's the fact that they introduced the bill C6, or that was part of the budget bill. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like we'll get to that in a second. And I mean, I would use different language than you because our prime minister calls it transnationalism. And I mean, and he's been extremely open, and Canada's always in there like a dirty shirt at the World Health Organization and the UN. You don't see Canada ever objecting and saying, no, this isn't in our national interest. Canada just seems to be at the forefront of wanting to give, transferring what, our federal government does, transferring that authority to transnational organizations like the World Health Organization. Now, my understanding is the World Health Organization, is heavily funded by things like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, pharmaceutical companies. It's not a government organization. And you might want to ask the question, well, what we have happening here is both are, it doesn't matter whether you believe that, that the last pandemic was serious or not serious. This is committing us to a pandemic plan that must comply with the policy of the World Health Organization, which is not, we don't vote for these people. And we might have good reason not to want that body to be setting our pandemic policy. And for sure, we don't want that body setting our agricultural policy. And I think most Canadians, if they look into the One Health, this actual policy, so now the World Health Organization can change that policy. It doesn't say One Health approach as it is today. So World Health Organization can keep tweaking this, and this is now our national law. And if I'm correct, and I mean, I am not an expert on One Health, but the last time I was briefed on it, which was last spring, admittedly, it basically set those 4 categories. And those 4 categories, well, it's even in the bill, One Health that focuses on the human, animal, plant, and ecosystem health and welfare interface. The last time I was briefed on it, plants and animals have as much rights under One Health as humans do. Well, that's really interesting. So you mean our progress and our society needs to be curbed for animal rights, for plant rights, for insect and bacterial rights. That's a different way of thinking. I mean, regardless of how you think about it, why is this happening without us actually being told what's happening? You see, that's even a different objection. I mean, regardless of what you feel about this, even your gut feeling, how is it that we're making fundamental changes? Like, I'm sorry, I live in Alberta. Like, the agricultural industry is huge in the West. I mean, food is our most important thing. And so we're going to be basically, I think this is telegraphing, getting rid of poultry and getting rid of cows and transitioning us to insect protein. Well, I bet you that, 1 out of 1,000 Canadians isn't aware that this is now going to become government policy. I mean, the House of Commons passed this. When is the last time the Senate refused to pass a House of Commons bill?
Yeah, that's
the odd time they'll tweak it and send it back, and there's a back and forth. But when is the last time that a bill that got through the House of Commons was not passed by the Senate?
That's what I was just thinking. I saw somebody commenting about it just today, and they were saying that, the Senate has saved us before, but I can't remember an instance when they did that. So, and it's, I don't know, has it had first reading in the Senate yet, or is it?
I believe it has had first reading. And it's very easy to check. You just go to the House of Commons or Parliament website and, find Bill C-293, and a page will come up. It'll tell you exactly where it is. So now the Senate can turn a slow wheel, and, so people can start writing senators. Senators usually don't get letters, but like mailed letters are meaningful, and people can start calling senators because phone calls are meaningful. And the Senate's not used to that. I mean, ironically, MPs aren't used to it. Like, the amount of citizen engagement in Canada is almost nothing. But if people start writing and calling their senators and saying, we want you to really, really slow this down and take your time on this, within the next year, we're going to have an election because Parliament's going to time out. And then it would die, right? It would have to be reintroduced. So in the very least, we could ask Senate to slow it down or make amendments and send it back. So, but I just think it's crazy. Like, most people aren't talking about the agricultural aspect. A guest that you might want to have on is John Graff, who is an agricultural expert. He, my understanding is, he had been hired by George Soros. Not directly, but high enough and likely on a first name basis to basically organize the agricultural production in the northwestern United States to basically centralize control. And then he figured out what was going on and couldn't live with himself. So now he's, advocating. He's a complete freedom advocate. Like he's the real deal. He walks the talk, so to speak, right? So, and I remember he was sharing with me, this would be, literally a year ago. He's concerned Canada, so the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and the equivalent agency in Australia teamed together to create, an mRNA vaccine for cattle. And he's worried because he sees this One Health thing coming, and he sees, that he was part of gaining control of the food supply. Like that's been in the work for decades and decades and decades, which is why we've had all this centralization in the name of safety. When you close all the small abattoirs that really know what they're doing and go to the big ones, it's the opposite of safety, but then you just have a few chokehold points, right? Yeah. It's kind of like in the natural health product industry, we're getting this cost recovery, which is going to make site licensing so expensive. We're just going to have a few contract manufacturers, and then you can just shut down the industry by attacking a few businesses, right? But we've got this centralization of agriculture, and he's worried they're going to fake something like a hoof and mouth disease in cattle, mandate the vaccination of them, and whether that'll take out the herds or make fertility such an issue that basically after a few years we're scrambling for cattle anyway. He doesn't know, but he thinks something like that's in the works, and you might want to have him as a guest.
Well, we can certainly follow up on that. But we've already heard stories of big chicken culls in the U.S. because they found one bird that had maybe a bird or tested positive for the bird flu. Well,
and there again, so if you're testing, 10,000 birds, how many false positives are you going to have? Like, this is the thing is, we can have policies of culling bird flu because for economic reasons, right? Like, if you've got a whole bunch of bird flu and other countries don't want you exporting and the like of that. But, I think you and I both are concerned, though, that this type of thing is actually being used to groom us to believe that the culling of our poultry and perhaps the culling of our cattle herds are necessary for human health, which is, a different thing. Right now, are you afraid of cows? Are you afraid of eating a hamburger? Maybe at a fast food place, but not because of the original beef was a problem, right? So, no, none of us are afraid. I'm not afraid of going and buying a chicken today and eating it. So why are we changing our law to basically mandate the Minister of Health, not the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Health, for pandemic reasons, to phase out poultry? They're basically putting the legal mandate to phase out poultry and cattle, and we're not having a problem right now. But you will have to then manufacture a problem to do it, right?
I think we've seen some evidence that maybe they've been manufacturing some problems in the past. Sean, you've been working in the health field for a long time, and in general, maybe you can just say, like, you've seen how would you characterize it? Overregulation?
So can I share with you the drug model? So I've been in the, mainly in the drug end, right?
Mm-hmm.
With specific emphasis on natural health products, because, I've been at this for 30 years, and for that entire 30 years, Health Canada has been attempting to get rid of our natural health products.
Mm-hmm.
But can I share for your viewers the drug model? Because I need to get people to understand this so that they understand Health Canada. They shouldn't give Health Canada any moral authority over their health. But you see, most Canadians believe the big lie that our drug policy, and the big lie is that our drug policy is there to get good health outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
No, most Canadians believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you see politically that has to be Health Canada's messaging, because if we have to believe that Health Canada is there for good health outcomes, or why would we listen to them at all? And that's the big lie. George Orwell in his, famous novel 1984, the propaganda ministry was called the Ministry of Truth. I have trouble saying Health Canada because it's
an oxymoron.
It's an oxymoron when it comes to that bureaucracy. Like, I really do, but I don't want to sound like a nut bar and call them something else, right? I want to keep the message credible, because when people know the truth, they'll go like, what? So first of all, I would like your audience to know that under our Food and Drug Act and under our drug and food regulations, there's not a single word telling Health Canada that they, by law, must get good health outcomes. So understand, Health Canada is not under any legal obligation to get good health outcomes. That's not why they're there. So there's nothing you won't find in the Food and Drug Act, an onus on Health Canada to protect health or to get good health outcomes. Now, that's really interesting, isn't it? So you mean the bureaucracy that we've given godlike powers and who broadcasts to us that they're there to protect our safety, they're not under any legal obligation to do so. Well, that's interesting. So let's talk about our drug policy for serious health conditions, because that's where this is it's the most obvious that our drug laws are not there for good health outcomes. And so what happens is we have this drug model that's imposed on us in the 1930s, and it's imposed in every Western nation in the 1930s. So every Western nation, it's coordinated. We're all under the drug model. Well, that's the first clue that something's wrong. Why would every Western nation do the same thing? You mean if they were asking themselves the question, how do we get the best health outcomes, they're all going to come up with the same answer and way of doing it? No, but they did. So we get this drug model. And the first part of the drug model is you define drug so broadly that it covers absolutely anything ingested to, prevent illness or to treat illness or injury. So I'm getting distracted. Cal, you look dehydrated. Can you drink some water? Like, I'm just getting distracted here. Oh, I just made water a drug. I just broke the law. I can't tell you how many regulations I just broke because I suggested that you use water for a therapeutic purpose. So the point is understand anything, including water, anything, it doesn't matter how benign it is a drug under this model. And this is deliberate. Let's capture absolutely everything that could possibly be ingested for a health purpose and cover it under this model. So that's the first part. The drug model is you capture the whole health field.
So that kind of means vitamins are
Oh, drugs. Anything. If you're taking vitamins to prevent illness, which I do, it's a drug. Vitamins are absolutely a drug. Anything. So you capture basically the whole health field.
Mm-hmm.
And most of our health is determined by food. And traditionally that, the second part of the drug model is then you make the whole thing illegal. So the starting point is it's illegal to use any drugs, but we grant temporary exceptions in the form of a license. So we find ourselves in the legal philosophical position that the only legal treatments for us are treatments approved of by the government. The government is the sole arbitrator of how we can prevent illness and how we can treat illness. This is our law. Before I was born, this was our law.
Mm-hmm.
The third part of the drug model, and I'll just talk about serious health conditions right now, because that's where it becomes most obvious. So serious health conditions are the big money makers, but let's just use ones that actually are serious health conditions. So heart disease, cancer, arthritis, minor to serious, mental health conditions. So what you do for serious health conditions is you make the drug approval process, because remember, you can't use a treatment unless the government approves of it. You make the approval process so expensive that only novel chemicals that have a patent can go through it. And I need to explain to your audience what a patent is and what this is. So if you invent something new, so it's never existed before, so in the drug world, that's a novel chemical. So let's say you invent a novel chemical. It's never existed before. You can apply for a patent. And if you get a patent, for the life of the patent, no one else can make your product. You have a monopoly. So you can charge whatever you want for your product, and that makes it very lucrative. And we do that to encourage people to invent things. Mm-hmm. So in the drug world, my favorite example is Viagra. Viagra was the first erectile dysfunction drug. And when Pfizer, and I'll just back up and say, this process, the average cost is $1 billion for a serious health condition. And where I get that figure from is, this is about 12 years ago was the last time I had a drug approval expert under oath on the stand. And I asked, how much does it cost to get through this process? And without blinking, like $1 billion. And later on, the expert, not under oath, said, yeah, I actually came across that in a trade publication that had looked into the average cost of going through this process. But, on a simple application, it can be done for hundreds of millions. But on a difficult application, even the application fee to Health Canada is $250,000. I mean, we're talking big dollars. So if the three of us, let's say, had a natural erectile dysfunction, let's say, we had a yohimbe bark product that worked great. Well, we can't get a patent. So first of all, we're not going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars or $1 billion to go through that project, because if we succeed, anyone can copy us, and we'll never recover the cost. So Viagra, Pfizer got through this process, and they could charge whatever they wanted for a pill of Viagra. And I remember the mainstream media was having fun reporting on how much Pfizer was charging per pill. I mean, it was nosebleed amounts. And they could, because they had a patent. No one else could compete by making it. But now that the patent's expired, anyone can make it. The generic word for the generic drug name is sildenafil. And so if you want Viagra or sildenafil, the cost isn't as high, because Pfizer's now having to compete with Apotex or whoever else is generically making it, right? So to get through this process, you're not going to be able to raise the venture capital to get through it, and you're not going to spend your own money unless you have a patent, unless you have, a guarantee that no one else can compete for you. So remember, this is why, let's say one of your, audience members has a heart attack right now, or, they've been screened recently for cancer, and they get a text while they're watching your show. It's stage 4, go to the hospital immediately. Or they have a mental breakdown, they were on the edge and this has now pushed them over, or they're arthritis, they can't stand it. They even have to put this show on pause and go to the hospital for arthritis. We all know the only treatments they're going to be offered, because they're the only legal treatments, are novel chemicals that had a patent when they went through the approval process. Now, what are there 8 billion people on the planet? If we said, listen, we are canceling Canada's drug policy, and we asked every person on the planet, listen, our goal is to get good health outcomes for serious health conditions. Can you please come up with a drug policy? Not a single person's going to come back to us and say, I got it. I know how Canadians can get good health outcomes for serious health conditions. Let's just make it illegal to treat those conditions with anything but chemicals that haven't been made yet. That's how we're going to get good health outcomes. Now, does that sound stupid or what? But those treatments that if you and I have to go to the hospital today for any of those 4 conditions, you understand that the treatments we're being offered aren't the ones our parents were offered. They didn't exist when we were born. Because how this works is once your patent runs out, you put through another product that has a patent for that condition, and you phase out your old one that you can't charge a lot for. And, this happens over time. Like the patent runs out and some of these drugs last a long time. But, you have a child born today. When that child is 65 and needing cancer treatment, heart disease, mental health, arthritis, that child is going to be treated with novel chemicals that don't exist today because that's our drug policy. That's how this works. So do you see, our drug policy is not there to get good health outcomes. Our drug policy is there to protect intellectual property rights. It is absolute madness to say we get the best health outcomes for serious health conditions by only making it legal to treat ourselves with novel chemicals that didn't exist when we came out with the policy. That's stupidity. Nobody believes that, but that's the law.
Yeah, Sean. Okay, we're going to take a little break here. And I just want to say before we do that, because I know we're all talking about this in the Canadian context, but this applies everywhere because we're
Western world. I don't know about the non-Western world.
Well,
so the whole Western world is captured with this drug model.
And it's the World Health Organization. They're trying to move us towards.
They didn't exist when the drug model came into force in the Western world. This operates without them.
We're moving toward. It just seems that all this stuff is being put in place to have a one world government, a one world system that actually does not work in the best interests of the people. So we're gonna just take a little commercial break right now. We're gonna come back and we're gonna keep this conversation going. And hopefully by the end of it, we'll have some solutions or some actions or something we can do about this. So we'll be right back.
Barbados will host the Caribbean Broadcasting Union's 56th Annual General Assembly under the theme Caribbean Media and the Orange Economy.
Sessions of the Assembly will be held at the Barbados Hilton Resort from August 18th to 20th.
The keynote speaker will be Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley.
Special travel rates are available for delegates via our air partners, LIAT 2020.
We invite you to register for this annual General Assembly by completing the form on our site, www.caribroadcastunion.org.
See you in Barbados!
Come for CBU, stay for Carifesta, 22nd to 31st August 2025.
Driving change, connecting futures. The future isn't just coming,
we're building it. In smart classrooms, by women leading the charge, by fearless Caribbean startups, with united policies and digital power for all. CTU ICT Week 2025, September 29th to October 3rd, Jamaica Pegasus, Kingston. Be there. Be part of the future. Register now at ctu.int.
20 years old, Sophie transitioned from her job as a waitress to out-earning Hollywood actors and elite athletes. According to social media posts, Sophie Rain earned a total of $43,477,000. I can't even believe this. This places her above sports icons like Lionel Messi and even New York Yankees captain Aaron Judge. Remarkably, even superstar Chilean-American actor Pedro Pascal.
Follow me or one of my guides, full throttle through over sand dunes, dry creek beds, pretty much through everything.
When you say a full throttle chase, how fast are we going?
About 35, 40.
Okay.
And it doesn't sound fast, but you know, as we're going through the terrain, it constantly changes. You're constantly steering, trying to determine what's over here, what's over there. So, I mean, it's pretty intense.
So are there any age restrictions?
To drive, you got to be 16 with a driver's license.
All right, we're back here on the show. We got Sean Buckley and, of course, Cal Washington here, as we usually do on Fridays. You said a lot there in the first half hour there, Sean. I just want to tell everybody, because you're talking about the impact on agriculture. I just want to say that next week we're going to have actually an Alberta farmer on who's doing a multi-generational. His family's been farming in Alberta kind of since the beginning of farming in Alberta, and he's got a permaculture farm going on. So it would be interesting to see how he might be impacted, because I could see these guys coming in and going, oh, you can't do that. I mean, I already hear farmers complaining that the municipality is not letting them do certain things, like the bureaucracy is just getting in the way of farmers doing what they can with the land. But I also, we've got Cal on here too, because Cal's been working on solutions in 4 areas specifically, and that's mandatory vaccination, 5G, smart meters, and geoengineering. And Cal, maybe we could just start this part of the show. Maybe you could just sort of introduce what you're doing with the Empower Movement, and any comments you have about what Sean has laid out for us, and what we might, from your point of view, what we might be able to do about it.
Well, one of the things on that One Health, there is an alternative definition of human from an old law dictionary, and use that definition in any, for that term in any phrases or anything, it takes on a whole other connotation. Just putting that out there. That's the Valentines from 1930. It's some kind of half-breed sort of thing. You might want to run the thing at the bottom, but that, when you look at it as if the One Health is for humans, plants, animals, and what was the other one? And the environment, I guess.
Ecosystem.
If the human definition is not, if the human is not men and women, then that takes on a whole other meaning. I just want to throw that out there. So what we're doing is operating in commerce, because everything you said, it really is commerce. Like when they're these drugs that they put through, it's literally all about money. At the bottom line, that's what it is, money and control. So they are they've got these licensing ideas that they've had since the Hudson Bay Company. Like the Hudson Bay Company had a monopoly, and you had to get licenses to do anything, and you had to trade through their forts and their stores, everything. They had a full control of all things. So it's just that same concept in a larger scale. They have it at a worldwide scale now. So we're taking on the 4 agendas that we feel are definite weapons that are happening to everybody everywhere. and that's the smart meter on the back of your house, which is a proximity weapon right at your where you live. It's also spying, etc. And then we have the vaccines, because they want to move towards this internet of so vaccines do that, and then the 5G is what creates the internet of bodies and internet of things. So it can monitor all movements. It can monitor your gait. It can do eye recognition. Also all kinds of things to be able to know where you are at any time, even through walls, etc. And then there's a spraying in the air, which is also a part of that. And so we're attacking those things because they are all commercial. Every one of those things is done commercially. It's not done by, it's military grade stuff, but it's not done by military. It's done by your utility, your telecoms. You know, the spraying in the air is under the guise of climate crisis, etc. So everybody's applauding it and wanting to fix the climate problem. And then the vaccines are, you know, generally exactly what you're talking about. They create these health. So, and they get us to voluntarily agree with all these things. So we take that offer in commerce, that's how we treat it, and that's how we call it, and then we flip the offer. We will accept your offer, so it's a conditional acceptance or a counter offer, if you like, if you can prove that this is safe to a certain degree. And then if you don't, then we will charge you X amount of dollars per day if you continue to put that in my proximity. So that's the premise of it. It's, you know, I'm oversimplifying it, but that's what we're doing, because we're attacking the money aspect of the problems that we have in Earth. And you'll find that almost every problem, if not every problem, money is behind it. So it's the money that is what is driving all of this. It's how they control things. It's how they corrupt people. It's how you get Parliament to vote a certain way. It's how you get a judge to come up with a certain verdict. It's like on and on and on it goes, but it's always money behind it.
And Cal, when you say it's commerce, you're also saying that it's all done within the law merchant, which is an aspect of law that most people aren't really aware of.
Yes,
and Sean,
it's definitely.
Yeah,
it's definitely hidden. But you know, for those that have gone to law school, you can find it like in Canada in the Bills of Exchange Act. You'll find in Section 9, it mentions law merchant, and it mentions it has the highest jurisdiction as far as bills, notes, and bills of exchange, promissory notes, and checks. So it's in control of the money. That is the jurisdiction that controls the money, and it's ancient, and they've hidden it. For the U.S., you can find it in the UCC 1-103. You'll find law merchant mentioned there again. So most people think it's a myth, but you'll find these federal acts have law merchant written right in it. And so it's in our
the Bill of Exchange Act of Canada and almost everywhere. Cal, your connection's a little wonky there. Sean, do you have, is there anything Cal said there that triggers anything with you?
No. I mean, I find that fascinating, the idea of turning around. If you can't show that something is not harming me, that then we would be charging you financially. So it'd be interesting to know if that works, because we need to find solutions. Like, I've never looked into that area of law, so I have no comment on that. But I know that people are getting really frustrated because we feel so helpless, right?
Yeah, because Sean, you mentioned that, we can write our senators, we can write our members of parliament, but people are not even aware. I mean, because our media has dropped the ball on covering the stuff that really matters to people too. So people are even aware of this.
One thing that I'm just, this is a bit off topic, but I wanted to ask Cal. So the National Citizens Inquiry is holding hearings in Vancouver on October 17th, 18th, and 19th on the topic of, are our children safe in Canada? And, so they're right now compiling witnesses. I don't think they have anyone lined up to speak about, like you're raising the dangers of 5G, you're raising the dangers of smart meter, you're raising real surveillance privacy issues. Is there an expert or two that we might be able to contact to speak to those issues? Because that speaks to children's safety. Like, I always think of 5G as a safety thing more than a surveillance thing, right? But I've thought about that, about cell signals from day one, even the analog ones.
Well, the way they steal children now is they don't go and take them and then hold them. They profile them. And a Facebook site, and you can pick a child, and they know the actions of that child. They know when to go and get that child, so that it's instant, boom, gone. They don't have to grab a child by chance and then hold them and feed them for months and months and months. They literally profile. So adding this technology to the mix is very, very, very
We lost that last little.
Yeah, you were breaking up, but I'll get your contact particulars, and perhaps we can have a conversation. I just, kind of segueing, but Hugh and Cal, I mean, who isn't frustrated here? Like, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I have no control. And that Parliament has become completely adversarial. Like, we already spoke how all of a sudden the World Health Organization, One Health, is now going to become part of both our health and our agriculture policy. Well, they snuck into the budget, Bill C-69, changes that read like a legal shopping list to have absolute power during the next pandemic. Mm-hmm. So we have our Food and Drug Act and regulations so that we have a set law that, has fundamental protections for us. And you don't give anyone discretion to basically change that. Like, you look at Bill 293, it's the Minister of Health that has all this power. Like, the Minister of Health will gain control over agriculture. Well, in Bill C-69, our budget bill, the Minister of Health has been granted the power to exempt any food or drug or class of food and drugs from all of our safety regs and to fundamental safety provisions in our Food and Drug Act. And there's three of them. So a safety line in the sand we've never before crossed is you can't fraudulently market a drug. Like, you can't lie to Canadians about a drug. Another one is you cannot allow drugs to be adulterated with dangerous substances. Like, we're talking in our world, dangerous substances. We're not talking, a manufacturer couldn't source safe filler A, and so they put in safe filler B. No, we're talking about dangerous adulteration. And you can't allow drugs to be sold in Canada that have been manufactured under unsanitary manufacturing conditions. Like, we have these in there because people died before we had those protections. But now the Minister of Health, with really no test at all, and literally it can be public interest or environmental concerns. Like, what does that have to do? So you mean you can allow unsafe drugs that are adulterated with dangerous substances to be given to Canadians to protect the environment? Like, now are we in One Health? Like, do you see the problem here? And now we've moved into tyranny. Like, so we pass these laws so that everyone, including Her Majesty, has to adhere to them. But if you give one person, the Minister of Health, total discretion to exempt foods or drugs from our safety laws, well, then you don't have those laws. Like, there's really no test. It's actually written into Bill C-69 that, there can be complete uncertainty and it's still okay. So it's absolute discretion. Do you know, if you pull out an old dictionary and look at what tyranny is just absolute discretion. It's not meant to be a negative word. It's just meant to describe the situation where somebody has absolute discretion. we react negatively to the word tyranny because we know when somebody has absolute discretion, bad things happen, right? So how is it in the public interest that the Minister of Health can exempt any of our foods and drugs from our safety laws? What's also interesting, if you want to talk globalization, is now the Minister of Health, like right now you have to apply to Health Canada to get approval for a drug. So let's use these COVID-19 vaccines as an example. Now, the Minister of Health, the Government of Canada, Health Canada, cannot be held liable for approving vaccines, COVID vaccines, that were not proven to be safe and effective. Now, why they can't be held legally liable for that is they changed the law. So the Minister of Health came out with an interim order prior to any applications, about a month before the first two applications, exempting COVID-19 vaccines from having to go through the regular drug approval process. Anyone can look it up, our drug regulations C.08.001 and following. They were exempted from that. And on those regulations, you do have to prove safety and efficacy. But they were exempted from that. And the test for the COVID-19 vaccines doesn't even mention the word safety. It doesn't even mention the word efficacy. And in fact, you didn't even have to provide to the Minister of Health your safety data. Like the data you were supposed to provide was the known safety data. But again, that's okay because you didn't have to prove safety. So you had to provide the known safety data, but there was another clause saying we didn't even have to do that, providing you gave the Minister of Health, notice of when you'd get that data to them.
Yeah.
So they can't be held liable for approving vaccines that weren't safe and effective, but they can be held liable for fraudulent representation of those vaccines because the Minister of Health Health Canada, every COVID-19 vaccine, you go to the vaccine page on the Health Canada site. So let's just pick Pfizer. You go to the Pfizer page on the Health Canada site for the COVID vaccines, and there'll be a sentence at the top, something like all COVID-19 vaccines in Canada have been proven to be safe, effective, and the highest quality. Well, that's political messaging, but a criminal court could conclude that that's fraud, in my opinion. So, well, next time round, why don't you now the Minister of Health has the power to exempt the COVID-19 vaccines from fraud, from adulteration with dangerous substances, think DNA contamination that Health Canada knew about, from unsanitary manufacturing processes that the European agency flagged right out of the gate on this pandemic. So, but what's more interesting is like I say, we have to apply for a drug approval, but now under the changes that came through in Bill C-69, no, if a foreign entity, so we add the term foreign entity into our Food and Drug Act, and it's defined so broadly, it could easily include the World Health Organization. So now if a foreign entity approves a drug, well, that's good enough for us. We'll just say it's approved here because a foreign entity's approved it. So the World Health Organization, or, an African country like Botswana, and maybe they've got a super robust drug approval process, and likely it's better than ours. But another country that maybe isn't as robust as ours could approve a drug and we just rubber stamp it. But why stop there? Why not change the law so that you could approve a drug based on, and the word is portions of documents given to a foreign entity? So you literally could have a country that's received a drug approval application and they say, no way, we're not approving this. But we can approve it based on portions of documents provided to a foreign entity. Like, I'm worried, Hugh and Cal, when I say stuff like this, people are going to think I'm lying because it sounds so ridiculous. But go read Division 31 of Bill C-69.
No, they had what they were calling rolling submissions, except the United States. They had an emergency. They got through it on an emergency, but every other country in the world went on rolling submissions. In other words, you applied, and then you said, well, we'll get the actual data to you later. Okay, approved.
Yeah, and we didn't call it that. It was interim order. Now, can I tell you another scary thing? So under Bill C-69, the Minister of Health can now make it illegal to promote a drug for off-label use. And I think ivermectin, right? Mm-hmm. So now off-label use is provincial jurisdiction. So And most drugs, most of the chemical drugs, when they're prescribed, it's off-label use. Like almost no clinical trial is run on pregnant women, elderly, or kids. So any pharmaceutical use in those subsets of the population is off-label use. And, let's say a drug company runs a clinical trial on a stage 1 breast cancer drug. Well, to make sure the safety signal is reasonable, they're going to pick the healthiest people possible. Like it could be most people with stage 1 breast cancer are 45 and older, but they're going to run their clinical trial on, let's say age 25 to 30, so that not too many people die, like the healthiest women they can find with stage 1 breast cancer. Well, the drug will be approved for women aged 25 to 30 because that's what the clinical trial was. So if you're like over 25, which is, almost everyone who gets breast cancer, that's off-label use. What if your doctor wants to use it for stage 2 or 3 breast? That's off-label use. What if the drug, it turns out, works for something that even has nothing to do with cancer, but which happens all the time, right? A drug's on the market. It's being used for one thing and patients are reporting, oh, it solved this. Like sometimes drugs we've approved for one thing are actually way better for something entirely different. So most of our drug use is off-label use, and doctors, be they medical, naturopaths, whatever, they've got an individual patient with a specific problem, and they are making the best health decision for that patient, and all of a sudden the Minister of Health can make that illegal? Like, what's going on here? Mm-hmm. But what's even better is this act says, well, for greater clarity, even the promotion of off-label use, the minister can make illegal. And I think of people like you, Cal, and Hugh doing podcasts. So let's use ivermectin as an example. Let's say we're in another pandemic and ivermectin works just as well on, monkeypox or whatever it is, as it did for COVID. And you have, Dr. Pierre Corey on speaking about how, ivermectin works, but the Minister of Health made this illegal. Well, now every day you have your podcast posted online, you are subject to a $5 million a day penalty and jail for posting truthful health information that is now made illegal by the Minister of Health, who now has godlike powers over all things health and agriculture if this 293 passes, right? So, and then the Minister of Health can also do whatever it takes to make sure humans can't access veterinary drugs for human use. I think ivermectin again, right? And nobody's talking about this. It just, came into law in June.
Well, nobody knows about it. The press is busy doing other things. And it just seems that it's the way that they did it too, Sean. I mean, you mentioned the fact that they hid it within a budget bill. And the other thing is with the pandemic bill, C-293, that was a private member's bill. And usually people say... But a liberal,
like private members' bills never, well, I shouldn't say never, but I mean, can we count on one hand the number that have become law in Canadian history?
Well, this is what I'm saying. You hear private members' bill, you think, well, that's just not going to go through. Nobody's going to take it seriously. But here it was. And also the thing was, there was the government, think about it, came under so much criticism for the way they handled the whole pandemic. I mean, a lot of people not very satisfied with the way that they handled it, the way that they harmed the economy and that sort of thing. And so there's supposed to be an inquiry or the government, they're supposed to look very carefully at what the government did, how they handled it, so that they can make sure that the kind of harm that they did cause doesn't handle in the future. Well, this bill was supposed to be conditional on the government going through that review process.
Well, actually, the bill requires them to take into account a specific review process. So
I think they removed
Section 3 sub 3D, take into account the recommendations made by the advisory committee following its review of the response to the coronavirus disease. So the government's going to appoint this committee. And when does a government committee, appointed committee, not come back? I wish, for those viewers who have not watched the National Citizens Inquiry, So, go to nationalcitizensinquiry.ca. I have to say .ca because there's imposters trying to pretend to be the National Citizens Inquiry, but citizens got together and appointed 4 independent commissioners and marched them across Canada. So 3 days of hearings each in Truro, Nova Scotia, Toronto, Winnipeg, Saskatoon, Red Deer, Vancouver, Quebec City, and Ottawa. In the first set of hearings in 2023, over 305 witnesses, and all your big guys like McCullough and Corey and Denis Rancourt, like Canadian experts, international experts, but ordinary Canadians from all sides of the COVID conversation, because the whole question is like, what happened, and come out with positive recommendations. Some days you can't watch and not cry when you're watching the lay witnesses, but it is the most powerful demonstration of what actually happened with COVID. I'd be okay if they followed the National Citizens Inquiry recommendations.
Well, we're going to have to find out a little bit more about that. And
yeah, there it is. So that's the website. They're holding hearings in October on Are Children Safe in Canada? But you see, if you scroll back up, there's a tab, the hearings, and it sets out, the NCI hearings on the left there, and it sets out. So go 2023 hearings. It's got. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it will blow your mind. I would start in Toronto because they weren't terribly organized at the first set, but the witnesses are fantastic. So I take that back. Pick any day, just watch, and it'll blow your mind. But they just became much more polished if they went on, and everyone should know about the National Citizens Inquiry. And people that think that like in the COVID conversation, we're still in camps, like those that thought the government was overreaching, just to be generous, to those that, oh my gosh, the government didn't do enough, and isn't this great? But anyone can watch it, and kind of it makes you willing to accept other views, because both sides have to just move on, right? We have to pull back together. They wanted us divided.
Well, they're okay. Listen, let's just take a little break. We'll come back. We'll get into it, and let's find out a little bit more about the National Citizens Inquiry. And then sounds like maybe Cal. Because Cal's maybe he can get involved in the Vancouver one. So, but we'll come right back and we'll talk about it a bit more.
Rolling. Yo, this is Morgan Heritage. Guess what? Yes, we are back in Barbados. Bim! It's Carifesta 15. You see it? Yeah, man. Last year we was there and the energy was high. Mad love from the people. Yes. But guess what? We are forward again, not true? Yeah, man. You see her? She's with us. Don't ramp with the thing. Yeah, man. August, nice clothes too. August 29th is the Super Reggae concert at the Richard Stout Amphitheater. We'll be there. Will you? Check it. Yeah, man. To the year 3000. I'm getting the tickets now. I'll be down by the river. Yeah. He's out. I call.
This is a true under-the-radar gem, and another reason why Derry is a great hub for golf.
To get these views and play golf on these holes every day, it's pretty nice. Yeah.
I suppose we probably take it for granted, but the views, it's really good.
Name above all names, his name is Jesus.
You are watching Carib Vision.
All right, we're back here. Okay, so before we just touch on the National Citizens Inquiry again, I mean, Sean, you're in Alberta there, and wasn't there something that Danielle Smith, the Premier, isn't like Alberta the place to be if there's another pandemic? Hasn't she or the government enshrined the right of people not to take vaccines and that sort of thing?
So, and first of all, I think you were referring to an Alberta inquiry. So the Danielle Smith government did have a very narrow inquiry, just looking at the Alberta laws, and then, what made recommendations for changes to those laws. Now, there is a kind of Citizens' Bill of Rights in Alberta that's, ticking along, and recently, basically, autonomy over your body type thing was added so that you could refuse medical treatment. So that's progress. But, I'm still frustrated because, knowing that the COVID-19 vaccines haven't been proven safe and effective. And I think it was just this week in response to a parliamentary question. So this is like an official response in Parliament to a written question. The Minister of Health or Health Canada has admitted that with every shot, your risk of death goes up, meaning every shot of a COVID-19 vaccine. Well, you watch the National Citizens Inquiry and the experts, like children are at almost zero risk. Like literally, they're at zero risk of dying from COVID. So if you're at zero risk of dying from something, and yet we don't have any long-term safety data at all, and all these short-term safety danger signals, what responsible society would be forcing children to be vaccinated with an experimental vaccine for a condition which they're at zero risk for? And I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd never heard of a child or a teenager having myocarditis or dying suddenly or dying in their sleep. Like, this is a brand new thing which perfectly coincided with the introduction of these vaccines. And I would invite everyone to watch the evidence of Professor Denis Rancourt, who testified in both French in Quebec City and English in Ottawa. And his team, basically crunched the numbers of all-cause mortality, because in every country there's an average numbers of deaths each year, and it doesn't matter how you classify them. You can try and all of a sudden no one's dying of the flu and everyone's dying of COVID. Like, well, what happened to the flu deaths? But overall numbers at the beginning of the pandemic, when we're being locked down and we're being social distanced and all of this, there wasn't an increase in the death rate.
No.
Oh, well, okay. Well, wait a second. So you mean you're telling us we actually need to lose our fundamental freedoms and destroy our economy when there's not an increase in the death rate? But there were predictable and reproducible bumps as soon as the vaccines were introduced. And now our overall mortality rate is higher. And I mean, there's some significant changes, and it's pretty compelling.
You start talking like that, they're continuing to gaslight.
Well, we certainly don't
talks like that.
Yeah, we certainly don't have an honest policy debate. And you were just asking about Alberta, and where I was going is I mean, we're still injecting children in Alberta. So, I mean, I'm in the drug approval world, and I'm of the opinion that is incredibly reckless. And for children, you always take the safe approach. So Alberta may be better than other provinces, but that doesn't say much, does it?
Well, I mean, to me, the fundamental thing is, I mean, it's hard to believe that we've gone from, in such a short period of time. I mean, maybe it's been a long time coming, like the hijacking of the whole medical industry with the pharmaceutical model back in the 30s. But it just seems that with the COVID thing, I mean, it's obvious to me that this is like, okay, they're making the move. They're moving towards a global totalitarian system, and people that we thought were on our side, like people in government, people, in corporations or in the media, it seems like almost all of a sudden everybody has turned. I thought we were raised on principles of freedom and democracy, but it just seems that everybody at these pivotal positions is part of the agenda to move towards a global, global tyranny.
Well, I mean, I use the word transnationalism, right? So, I mean, there's no question we are transferring power from Canada to, foreign entities, to use the term, recently put in the Food and Drug Act and this Bill 293 that basically makes the One Health policy of the World Health Organization our law, that our pandemic preparedness plan and our agricultural policy has to take it into account. So there's no question that's happening, and it's happening without a public debate.
Yeah.
So, so I mean, it's interesting times. I mean, I'm viewing our legislation as becoming completely hostile to the citizen. We haven't even touched upon, the censorship laws.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's just every time you turn around, it's like, our parliamentary system itself is not very democratic, but even Parliament's being excluded. I mean, these Minister of Health is being given power to exercise that isn't under the supervision of Parliament at all, and without any discretion. And itself, like, why is Parliament allowing itself to basically become irrelevant on the most important parts of, I guess the human experience is our health and our fundamental freedoms and our food supply? Like, what's the point of Parliament if we basically take Parliament out of the equation and allow ministers to basically basically work outside of the laws passed by Parliament? And that's what we're doing. And another thing we're doing is we're making our penalty structure so extreme that no one can resist the government anymore. Like, so just use, our censorship laws as an example. The recent one that trended through Parliament, the numbers eluding me right now, but basically it puts the onus on the private sector. So, the internet providers and the social media platforms, it puts out detailed things that they have to do to police speech. And the penalty, if they don't, was 10% of their gross income. Like, you could be losing money. Gross and net are a very different thing. So, what's the 10% of Facebook's gross income? It could be nosebleed, but it has nothing to do with whether or not they're making money. So the penalties are so extreme that these companies are going to be religious in, enforcing censorship at the government's whim out of fear of going out of business if they step out of line. Well, there's no discretion there. How can they be champions for free speech? And why are we tasking them with the government's business of censorship? Like, it's very interesting. That's
the whole thing about the money. Money is what is running things. It's not governments. It's never been governments. It's always been the money. It's always been the rich or the merchant families in the Middle Ages. And they're now the banking families, and they're just running everything. So it's the money that talks. Money is what controls everything, and we have to see it for what it is, and not rely on these parliamentary voting type things. They're a show at best. And most of our democratic system came in the 1800s. Based on what happened in the United States. And this is when all the so-called constitutional monarchies, which is another oxymoron, came into effect. And it was worldwide, like you said, all at the same time. Like, you all came up with this at the same time. And in 1933, that was right, that's when they changed monetary policy. That's when the birth certificates came out. That was when they had another reset. And this whole,
and we got the drug model.
Exactly. It all came at the same time. That's not a coincidence. And we're headed for another one right now.
I agree with you, Cal.
Well, they're getting ready for another reset.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if they're, if you look at what the stuff that Winston Shrout talks about with the birth certificates and those so-called accounts or trusts that are set up. I mean, who knows what the new system is? But it looks like they're really consolidating. They don't want people to be free. They don't want people to innovate. They don't want people to.
But Hugh, aren't we at that golden place right now? Like, could you imagine a more exciting time than this? No, seriously, because I mean, I am totally with Cal on, our system is designed to, basically be a feudal system without us seeing it, right? Like if you think you have a say in government, and to some degree you do, but it's so minor that, like in your lifetime, what government decision that you're unhappy with that really impacts your life, did you really have any chance of altering? Like, isn't it fantastic? I mean, the government has the power of life over death over us. Like the government of Canada could pass a law today saying that, all men our age have to go and fight in Ukraine. And, penalty of death if we don't. Well, and none of us have the money or time to fight it in the courts before we're, cannon fodder. And then even then, would anything happen? I mean, in COVID, we had the largest intrusion of government in our lifetimes, even, during wartime. Mm-hmm. And yet I can't think of a single court decision that going forward would act as a brake on these things. Mm-hmm. So, and it's just so in your face, like, let them get rid of our cows and our chickens and force us to eat bugs, and let them take away our natural health products, and let them take away our freedom of speech. And you know what's going to happen? And that's why this is such a beautiful thing, is then everyone's going to see what's happening and go, I'm not going to play along anymore. And we'll get to ask the questions. Do we actually want government to have total say over our lives? Do we want them to be able to say they have total say over what we take as drugs, for example, to treat ourselves? Do we want them to have total control over every aspect of our lives? And people are going to say no. And like, I think, you hear about this great reset that where they want to impose on us. I actually think we're at an awakening where, we're going to have like just a complete shift in awareness and then start asking questions. And in my world, the question is going to be, well, how do we get good health outcomes? And now we're going to structure our drug policy and health policies that way. It's going to be completely different. And politically, same thing. And censorship, same thing. Like, we're not allowed to be responsible in how we run the world. Like all these crises, environmental, all of this. Well, we're not allowed to solve them. We're supposed to have these crises so that we can have more control. But, I think we're entering a golden age. We just don't see it.
Well,
I agree.
The glass is definitely either half full or half empty. But Cal, I'm trying to explore here this for both of you guys, like the complementarity between what you're doing, Sean, and what you're doing, Cal, to really make an impact. Because I maybe I see the glass as half empty. Like I could play devil's advocate probably with both of you guys all day, but I really am interested in solutions, and I'm trying to find ways that what you're doing, Sean, and what you're doing, Cal, can really work together. I mean, Cal, do you want to comment on that a little bit? Like, how can we really turn this around?
Well, that coalition that Sean's talking about, or whatever it's called, that's how you do it. You have the citizens do it themselves. This whole representative government thing that we were born into is irrelevant and redundant. We have the technology so we can vote ourselves. We don't need a representative from our constituency to go to Ottawa and get corrupted over there. We have the technology right now for everybody to vote on anything that they want to vote on. All the infrastructure is here. It's already been built. It's just who's in control of it. And right now there's a bunch of psychopaths that are in control of it that are all about money and power. They have their brain is geared that way. I need to be in control. I need to have more money. And that's it. That is all they think about. They have no compassion. They don't care about who dies as long as I get more power and more money. And that's got to go. And there's few of them, and we don't need representative government anymore. If you really thought about it, with the blockchain, you could easily have a federal election and not have any fiddling about people could vote for themselves and not have an intermediary that promises one thing at their speech and then does the opposite at the, in reality. And in Alberta, they took an MP to court, and they found it. No, he doesn't have to tell you the truth during his campaign. He can do the exact opposite. Not illegal. Immoral, yes, but this is the problem. The system is broken, and I don't think we can fix it. We need to have a change. They're trying to change it too, but they're trying to go to more tyranny, the way Sean describes it. And we have the opportunity to actually change it because it's all about us anyway. None of their stuff works, but our participation.
I mean, we really have to step up though and accept a responsibility for creating whole new institutions to be able to deliver, good health outcomes and good societal outcomes.
It's not that you need new institutions. The institutions are there. You can have proper testing on whatever you want to have. Like, everything's here. It's just who's actually doing the testing is corrupted by money. That's the fundamental problem. It's not that we have all the infrastructure here. We just got to get the ones that are in control of the money out of their positions.
Well, when I say institutions, I mean things like the monetary system, Cal. Like the currency system. Those are some of the institutions that I think we need to reassert ourselves. And things like governance. How do we govern the society? Now, I mean, currently with the parliamentary system, we have question period. And that's where the opposition gets to ask the government questions about policy and that sort of thing. It's a joke. I mean, I can't watch question period. It's just two sides of a debate, and the government is not going to change their policy. They're on one side of that issue. The questions being asked are on the other side, and there's no conversation going on where people can constructively, working together, arrive at a consensus or arrive at a sensible policy. But I'm curious because, for example, Health Canada has been doing the oxymoronically titled Health Canada has been essentially, I would say, conducting a war against natural health products, against the health of the people for a long time. I mean, Sean, have you ever tried to, phone up the minister or the more powerful deputy minister and and try to have an actual conversation about some of the policies that they're putting forward and the harm that it's causing?
Yes, and I have had the odd conversation over the years, and it doesn't make any difference. I mean, but then again, if you understand that our drug laws are there to protect intellectual property rights, everything they do makes perfect sense. And but going back to some of the things Cal said, I mean, the real mischief is our system is based on legal philosophical principles that are not consistent with us exercising any control over our lives. So it's a very, people who read if you actually read our Constitution, you would be shocked that really the king holds all the cards and has, basically the power to say whatever he wants. For political purposes, things tick along much more nicely if we have this appearance that we have some say, but we really don't. Mm-hmm. And we all know it. And so what difference does voting in an election really make? And it's the legal philosophical principle that the king through parliament, but ultimately the king through parliament, has absolute control over us. I mean, our lives can be utterly destroyed by, laws passed by the government. I think we work harder and the government takes more money than when medieval Europe feudal system. I mean, were the serfs able to keep half of their crop? We're not able to keep half of our crop. And when you figure out all the obligations, all the hoops we have to jump through just to live, we probably spend way more than half of our time working for the government, and definitely more than half of our resources. So and yet we think we're free. Like you'd think back to medieval Europe and think, man, that was slavery. I mean, this illusion is quite spectacular. And I mean, even just the principle that I can't choose how I'm going to, let's say I became, really sick. I mean, let's use cannabis as an example. Like, I'm sorry, I fully believe that, something like Rick Simpson oil, if I get prostate cancer, is likely the way to go. Well, not long ago, it was illegal. And the government would do all that they could to prevent me from making that choice, even if the medical system said to me, go home and die. Well, how can it be in Canada that if there's no legal alternatives, even then, that I'm not allowed to choose how to treat myself? How am I not allowed to choose how I want to treat myself, even if I haven't tried the legal alternatives? How do we end up there? Well, we ended up there well before we were born. And I'm saying that those legal philosophical principles are the root of the mischief, and they need to be examined, and then we need to decide which legal philosophical principles we want to base our society on, and what comes will flow from that. But we need to go right down to the basics, is what are our legal philosophical truths that we want to live under?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we've kind of thought we lived in a free society for a long time. And then but as you say, the king has always had all the power, and what we have seen is that the powers that be, globally, whatever, all of a sudden changed the agenda, and then started to use those rules that had always been in place to force the agenda and direct society in the direction they want to take it now.
Right, but Canadian politicians didn't have to go there, and municipalities don't have to take the World Health Economic Forum funding and all of that. Like, it's just, how did we arrive at the place where Canada, at every level of government, was all of a sudden playing ball? And it's all about money, right? Like that. I mean, let's take our health policy, for example. When Trudeau Sr., so Pierre Trudeau, who became prime minister when? Like, was it late 60s, early 70s? Yeah.
68.
It was in the 60s.
Yeah, that's when Pearson left. So he came up with this trick. So the provinces can only raise money directly, so like sales tax or income tax, but the federal government can raise tax any way they want. And then you'll have the whole nation, right? So the federal government has this big purse and started using funding to basically take control over provincial policy. And the most obvious example is health. So, we'll come up with this Canada Health Plan, or whatever it was called back then, and we will give you, the provinces, money if you follow the plan. I mean, it's your jurisdiction. You can do whatever you want, but if you want this money, follow the plan. Well, now that's probably most of each province's budget. Like Alberta Health Services in Alberta, what they get alone dwarfs all of the rest of the government. And a big chunk of that comes from the federal government. So now every province has lost its jurisdiction over health and has to do what the federal government does. So even our confederacy doesn't work. We're really what's called a unitary state, where the federal government controls all of the major policies, and they do it by money, and the courts have allowed it. And now we're stuck.
Well,
like what province could go against what the federal government wants on health province or policy? They can't, because the feds will hold back the funds, and the people in the province will rebel against the provincial government, even though long term, suffering the pain during that fight would be well worth it, right? Well, and the have-not provinces don't have a chance.
Oh, this is what I think part of the rationale for the lockdowns was, to kind of destroy or certainly harm the private sector, to the point where now more and more people are dependent on the government. And so it's going to get to the stage where the government says, well, you got to take your vaccine or you're not going to get your guaranteed income.
It's interesting. One of the witnesses we called at the National Citizens Inquiry at the Quebec City hearings, which were largely in French, but this witness was in English, is Catherine Austin Fitz. And I don't know if you're familiar with her, but I mean, she She was part of this global billionaire club circle. So she was the assistant, ran the housing department under the first Bush administration. She was the first female to be a partner in a Wall Street bank, Dillon Reed. Like, she travels in these circles, and she's basically explaining that COVID was, as you say, a financial event.
Mm-hmm.
So, so she's explaining why they had to do this and she just views it as a big wealth transfer. And her testimony is chilling. When you have somebody that, you know, they just travel in circles that we have no idea about, explaining huge changes to our lives and health policy as a financial, just in matter of fact, financial terms. And it makes perfect sense in her world. She doesn't support it. This is why she speaks about it. But I would invite everyone to watch the National Citizens Inquiry testimony of Catherine Austin Fitts. You're not going to sleep for a week, but you know, you can't deny what she's saying because of who she is. And it's just, it's incredible. So yeah, I mean, things happen for reasons that most of us don't understand, but they're allowed to happen because our political legal system ensures that we have no say. We can't resist it.
Okay. Yeah. Let's take our last break of the show, and then we'll come back and then really talk about how we can synthesize what you guys are both doing and really get the strategy going for turning this thing around. Because I mean, Sean, I know it's like, it is frustrating. It's like, we know all the facts, we have an idea about what they're doing, but it's just like, how do we gain traction to really start pushing back in a serious way? So we'll get into that when we come back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome to the Intra-African Trade Fair 2025, the gateway to abundant opportunity, the platform for more, access to a continent with more makers and creators, more technology and manufacturing capabilities, more innovators and collaborators, more information and knowledge, a continent of opportunities for business in more markets and resources that accelerate progress and create space for more infrastructure, connectivity and networking. More creativity, production, and more deals for the people. Afrexim Bank, in collaboration with the African Union Commission and the AFCFTA Secretariat, brings you the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair, hosted by the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees, 140 plus countries, $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities. Register now and enter the gateway to new opportunities.
In a country where music sweetens the ear, and every brushstroke, every rhythm, every word tells a story, the region's premier arts festival comes alive in Barbados from August 22nd to August 31st. It's a celebration of us, or stories, or fire, or rhythm. A celebration of who we are through dance, theater, film, song, and a soul. Come feel the heartbeat of a region right here in Barbados. Carifesta 15, Barbados, August 22nd to 31st. Caribbean Roots, Global Excellence.
Coming up, the best of Barbados and more at Carifesta 15. International interns enjoy breakthrough opportunities. History with a side of salsa. Yes, we're in San Juan. Community programs in Dominica receive a major boost. The home base with all you can ask for. It's all next on this station.
It's fatally hypnotizing me. You got me spiraling.
This is really nice. Did you write this?
Yes.
Oh, what you did?
I did. Fun fact, I always thought that I could not write. I could ask Jeremy, you were in here having a very hard time because I was just so shy to share what I didn't really write.
His name is Jesus. Name above all names. His name is Jesus. Word me, and
Before the organized government-owned public transportation system, quite a number of individuals operated private bus companies that provided the needed transportation for the people of these communities. The well-known Mrs. Rock service in this community of Ericott.
This Rock was Dr. Nandra, and she was sending buses not in Ericott. You could send Hennedy.
Tired of using the same kind of canvas all the time? Do you love fabric, bead paint, ribbon? Tired of going out every other day to buy a new canvas? Do you have a sewing machine that never gets any use? Well, we have the answer. The solution to all of your canvas-based problems.
The Canvas is the new generation canvases. With its removable cotton surface, feel free to redo your artwork as many times as you need to, with as much different media as you like. Hi, I'm Annie.
Those antibodies are designated to specific diseases that the llamas who donated this plasma have been immunized against. So we have a fairly high level of protection in this particular lot of plasma that we're using. It's truly amazing what these guys have to go through. It's been less than 24 hours ago that this baby was inside the mother's womb, and nice and warm and safe and happy.
And everybody got back to their seat just in time.
Well, it was time to stretch the legs for sure.
Okay, we only got about less than 20 minutes, but so Sean, tell us what's happening with the National Citizens Inquiry in Vancouver. When is that happening, and what is going on?
Okay, so again, for your viewers, so the National Citizens Inquiry and the website is nationalcitizensinquiry.ca. There's impersonators out there that are impersonating us, so I have to say .ca for Canada. So again, it's all citizen-led, citizen-funded, no big funders. They're not tied to any political party, any organization. And when you watch the hearings, you'll see they're completely impartial. But they, so they are holding hearings on October 17th, 18th, and 19th in Vancouver. Now, people can get tickets to come and watch in person, but they're not going to be posted until close to the event. But there will be lots of space if people want to come and watch. It's quite something to be there in person, but it'll also be live streamed, so people can watch live. And the question being answered is, are children safe in Canada? So, I mean, there'll be witnesses. We're going to, have a world-class expert in child trafficking. There will be, witnesses on medical issues, legal issues, educational issues. Like the question is broad. I mean, I'd like to be connected with Cal. Like, is there some expert on, this social media and maybe 5G and all of this? Like, children are really inundated on stuff like that, and maybe we need a witness in that area. And we don't care where you are on the spectrum. I mean, you might think children are incredibly safe and there's good things happening. We want to hear about that also, because the goal of the commissioners, they're tasked always with listen to the evidence, and then based on the evidence, are there positive recommendations that they can make to basically do things better than we're doing them now. The purpose of the NCI is always to come out with positive recommendations. But every witness is called by a lawyer, put under oath, and it's quite incredible what happens. So we certainly are asking people to participate. If anyone wants to be a witness, go to the National Citizens Inquiry.ca site, and there's a form if you're a lay witness or if you're an expert witness. You would have to do that pretty quickly, because that's only 3 weeks out and most of the slots are taken. But they always try to be flexible if somebody really spectacular comes along. And they likely are going to hold more hearings on that topic in the early spring. So,
well, it's great that there's recommendations coming out of this. I don't know if there's anybody out there to listen to the recommendations. And I mean,
well, just hang on. So for COVID, 2023, we held 305 witnesses on COVID. There are policy submissions in front of the UPC in Alberta, and like, I mean, a whole bunch of them come word for word out of the commissioner recommendations. And I can't find an MP or MLA who doesn't know exactly about the recommendations. So yeah, so 52 out of 88 in a single riding in Alberta, the policy recommendations going to the provincial convention are word for word out of the National Citizens Inquiry Commissioner's report on COVID, which, you know, I forget now, like it's 800 pages long or something like that. I think like, and the recommendations, just, you read them and you go, well, of course, this makes perfect sense, right? So, yeah, so it's having a huge difference. It's having a huge difference. So this is the thing, is let's not assume we're powerless, right? Like I was, you know, I listened to an MP last week who I respect say, you know, if I get 10 calls on an issue, I know there's something happening. And if I get 100, like, I don't know what to do. Like this is a red alert emergency, because most of your viewers will never have phoned their MP's office or MLA's office. And most of your viewers will never have actually written a letter and mailed it to an MLA or MP. So, you know, if there's 100 people on this call, you know, let's just pick Ontario. And I don't know how many MLAs, they call them MPPs there. How many provincial members of their legislative assembly are there? I don't know. Let's say there's 200. I know there's more than that, but
I think it's
let's say there's, what's that?
I think it's less.
Oh, okay. Well, let's say there's 100. Like, let's pick an easy number. So you have 100 people in Ontario watching this show, and there's 100, you know, I'll call them MLAs, and they decide, you know, on this issue, like, you know, one of the recommendations that came out of the NCI is we close the schools. Not a single province had a procedure in place to make sure that all the kids came back, and a whole bunch didn't. And, you know, you miss school for a year or two, you're socially, economically disadvantaged, and your children and lower lifespan and the whole thing. So a simple one of the recommendations were, well, we've got to have a procedure in place to track the kids to make sure they come back. Like, that's pretty unobjectionable, regardless of where you are. So if you had 100 people in Ontario write a letter once a month for a year to 100 MLAs, for 12 months.
Yeah, I think that's definitely.
What is that, 120,000 letters?
Yeah. And
every MP is going to receive 1,000 letters on that single issue in a year, and none of them will receive 1,000 letters ever, or 1,200 letters. None of them will receive 1,200 letters on any issue in their career. Now, so do you see how powerful that is? Literally 100 people in a province could get together and have more MP impact by spending an hour once a month on Sunday afternoon and writing a letter, just committing to that. And we're not even talking meeting with them or phoning or maybe writing a letter a week. Like, do you understand how powerful you are? You sit around your whole life and you do nothing and think you're powerless because you actually haven't tried to be powerful.
That's a good point. But you know what? Under the new Bill C-69 regulations, I can see the health minister stepping in and saying, look at all the trees we're cutting down to write these letters. And we've got to step in and stop that sort of thing because the incidences of myocarditis are going through the roof.
Well, I mean, those youth, walking to the mailbox. You know, the funniest one is during COVID, to explain all these sudden heart attacks. You know, I had heard in the media that, well, part of the problem was gardening, right? Because gardening is pretty dangerous. It leads to heart attacks. So, So I put my life on the line every summer, being out there in the garden. But I'm just one of those wild and crazy people. It's just the way it is.
Well, I just want to remind people, we're going to have Alberta permaculture farmer Dakota Cohen on next week. And we're going to talk about food and gardening, and especially within the Alberta context. But I think he's aiming to help people anywhere, no matter where they are, to grow their own food.
And if I can just plug the NCI again. So if you go to the NCI website, nationalcitizensinquiry.ca, and it's got to be .ca because, like I say, there's imposters. Sign up for the newsletter. So where's that on the site?
Well, I just went to the home page. I'm scrolling down. Maybe it's here somewhere. Quick links. Newsletter right here, Sean.
Yeah, so sign up to the newsletter. They don't even send once a week. Like maybe leading up to hearings, they will once a week. But you're not going to be unsubscribing. But that way, they let you know what's happening, and it's a way to plug in, right? And you know, for anyone you follow, you have to start doing that because they're going to make it harder and harder for us to communicate in other ways.
Yeah.
So so we invite you, sign up to our newsletter, and it's a way for the NCI to plug you in, let you know they're calling for witnesses, let you know what they're doing, and just getting the word out, because this is, if you've got somebody on the opposite end of the COVID conversation that you can't send them, Dr. McCullough being interviewed by Joe Rogan, that's biased. But they'll watch Dr. McCullough being sworn to tell the truth and being questioned by a lawyer and then independent commissioners. And I have personal experience with that, with family members that I'm sorry, the NCI has just opened the door to different way of thinking because it's so formal and unbiased. It's such a tool if you want to just get people understanding there's a wider world of truth out there than the media has led us to believe.
Well, it would be nice if our federal government inquiries were as unbiased, but we not too much time left. Cal, I'm just wondering, based on all this, is there anything you maybe got some ideas about how you can enhance, or how some of the things that you're working with could possibly enhance what the NCI is doing with the notices of liabilities, how to make some of this stuff stick even more than what's already happening?
Well, I don't know exactly what's happening at this inquiry, but at least they're getting to some truth, like some information is getting out. But, the solution, all I've heard so far is a political solution. But if they are adopting word for word, that's telling. Like that tells me, you need to do more of that. So, but we do have a solution as well that's in commerce, and we're dealing with the money worldwide. So it's not just a Canadian thing. It's a worldwide problem that we're facing, and so it is a solution. Again, using the mails, it's pretty non-confrontational. You don't have to get in front of anybody or anything like that. And we've had a lot of people step down receiving the mail, receiving these documents. The media, covers it in a different way or puts a spin on why they're leaving. But the coincidences are very, again, telling that they're paying attention. So this is something that we could be offered to this group as it grows as another solution to get involved with. Because we have to be involved, like Sean said. If it's one thing to know something and to feel powerless and just sit in the corner and wait for the doomsday to come, it's another thing to actually take action. We've got to be actionable. We got to be taking action at this point. Like Sean said, this is the best time in history to be alive, but you've got to be engaged. Mm-hmm. You've got to be doing something. We're just giving one thing that can, if it resonates with you, then get involved, but get involved and do something. Going to what Sean said about the mail, instantly can't afford postage. Postage is free. You can write to the senators. I just saw it on the website yesterday. You can write to a senator free.
To the House of Commons address. So not to their riding, but both MPs and senators to the House of Commons address. There's no postage. You don't have to put a stamp on. And Cal, thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, because if that's a deterrent, it's not. You can actually, it's literally get the letter, sign it, notarize it if you want, whatever you want to do. But get a letter and send it.
I think it would be great if you guys could have a conversation, because Sean, as a lawyer, And then Cal, with your experience, your hard won experience in court and dealing with the legal system, and this whole kind of realization about law merchant and how all this stuff is happening, they're moving it forward in a commercial manner, which leads to a whole other set of possible solutions. I really think if you guys were to have a conversation about all that you both might come up with great new ideas about how to use this stuff.
I'm open to that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And in specifically regarding this, the Bill C. Is Bill C-69? Is that already law?
Yeah, it became law in June. So budget bills pass very quickly, and that's kind of what's insidious about it is you have to pass them to, do all this spending. And, they're long because sometimes you're creating programs for the spending, so you need the legal structure, or you're tweaking existing acts to, because you're tweaking the programs. But they're not meant to bring in fundamental changes to our safety laws and our drug and food laws, which have nothing to do with the federal spending.
Well, they're not supposed to, but if that's the way that they can push their tyrannical agenda forward, it looks like they're willing to do it. I was just the one idea that we had discussed, Cal, was because the Bill C-293 is still in the Senate. It's already passed the House of Commons, but it's in the Senate, and the idea of sending notices of liability to senators. Cal, we've seen, it's kind of anecdotal, perhaps it's only what's the right word for it, but coincidental that a lot of people are resigning when they're getting this stuff. But what do you think, how do you think notice of liabilities received by senators could impact their voting on the bill?
Well, we have a stringent, I shouldn't say stringent, but we want to make sure that anybody that's sent our documents is supposed to get them, because there is it can be abused, and it's a very powerful document. So you would have to submit each senator as a private man or woman and their position. So if you'd have to show their policy on the 4 agendas. So we're only dealing with the 4 agendas. So there's possible that some could, but it wouldn't be a blanket send to all the senators. It just wouldn't.
Well, unless I think you mentioned if you knew what their voting record was on that particular bill, which I think demonstrably they can't prove that it would not cause harm.
Yeah, well, they haven't voted because it's only been 1 reading, right? So there is a group that's talking about sending, doing a different commercial thing based on the Winston Shrout thing, where they could send to all the senators.
Like, what would that be? A notice of potential harm or something?
More bonding, so that they've indemnified the act. And well, it's not an act yet, but like the bill, and that will have the potential, if there is some harm, that they could be held liable at a later date. So it's similar to what I did with court cases, and the judges would run out of the room. So it's that kind of procedure.
Okay. Well, guys, listen, we're out of time pretty much for this show. InPowerMovement.com is running along the bottom. That's the site that Cal is kind of leading the charge on. And there's the National Citizens Inquiry.ca. That's for the event coming up in October in Vancouver and previous events.
Can I also plug the NHPPA.org?
Yeah, so I was going to say that, yeah, but we don't have a lot of time, Sean. So we got the website there, nhppa.org. People can
subscribe to our newsletter also, because we're the Health Freedom Group. Okay. And you need to pay attention to what we're doing.
Okay, great. And Sean, we'd love to have you back anytime you want to come back. That would be awesome. And we're going to wrap it up now, but I'm going to leave this thing open just privately for you guys, so you can just kind of exchange coordinates and that sort of thing, and hopefully get some more synergy happening here. So thanks, guys, both of you, for being on the show today. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Have a great weekend, and we'll be back on Monday for more here on CareVision TV and thatchannel.com. See you then.
Mr. Leo, I'm here.
And you are?
It's me, Mr. Leo. Lynn, I come here every day to see you.
Leo, what happened to you? Me? Is you that watching Miss Strange? Sometimes people sick, but you don't know.
Some days he doesn't even recognize me.
He's becoming more than a handful. Maybe it's time he went into a home.
Look, I'm not an invalid, you know. Look what you've done.
Have you seen Leo today?
No, what happened?
He's missing. Mr. Leo! Mr. Leo, wait!
Where are you taking me?
You should have made a better decision. You should have made a better decision. You should have made a better decision. Why you want to check me on the side? I said you give it to the wrong man. Now you got a problem on your damn hand. Lord, you give it to the wrong man. Now you got a problem on your damn hand. Hey, you should have give it to me. There's something like you should have give it to me. I could have made you me one. You should have give it to me. Listen, I'm not too better. Give it away. Happy people, and in the air now. Listen, listen, listen. If you know you're happy in life, I want to see your hand in the air right now. Everybody, if you know you're happy and you're living life, let me see your hand in the air right now. Everybody put your hand in the air right now if you know you're living life and you're happy to win this another Carifesta. Let me see your hand in the air right now. Hand in the air, hand in the air. Happy people, hand in the air now. Happy people, hand in the air now. Happy people, hand in the air now. 1, 2, everybody know what tell you, hey. This is carnival, hey. Let me ring, go, back on, hey. We happy. I say, oh, we happy. Hey, the landlord send me rent too. Not at all, we will get it into. Hey, we happy. I say, oh, if you win, happy what you're living for. Please don't waste my time. Love alone and you baby go. So tell me what you waiting for. Touch the road, touch the road. Everybody know, put your hand in the air if you're happy. Don't put your hand in the air if you're happy. Don't put your hand in the air if you're happy. Don't put your hand in the air. Rock to the left, back to the right, no. Rock to the left, back to the right, no. Hey, do the happy now. Rock to the left, back to the right, no. Rock to the left, back to the right, no. Hey, hey. Listen, yes. Workers. My name is Zuka Sechi. We are from St. Kitts and Nevis. We are here for Carifesta 15. And we come to have a grand time. All right? That's right. Don't forget our country night is on Saturday, which is tomorrow night, right here in the village. You don't want to miss it. You understand? Let's take that. Whoa! St. Kitts Nevis. Carifesta. again. Jump up, you know we get time, make them fix it again. This way, turn on the stage, flash up the plane. Bend up the people, fret and make them feel it again. Call the face and powder, mix up with the water. It's a different kind of thing in your area. It's foam and powder, mix up with the water. It's a different kind of thing. Oh! Right now, it's a St. Stephen's linking up for Carifesta 15. We reach. Give me one drop. Link up so them we ready for Carifesta. Island to island, it's how we tradition. I go and bet finish, we find another one. So when you see me and my crew rolling, don't bust the link. Link up, don't bust the link. Link up, me tell them don't bust the link. We like it. You know when St. Stephen's link up, how we do? Now when we link up, we just turn the vibes up. And when the vibes up, you know the party turn up. Now when we link up, we just turn the vibes up. And when the vibes up, you know the party turn up. This is how we like it, we like it. We make it a bacchanal. Now miss nothing at all, and you can find me, and you can find me. Let me show up the festival, we drinks in and we had almost the link. Hey, link up, don't bust the link. Link up, I tell them don't bust the link. Hey, we like it, don't bust the link. You wanna know why? Now when we link up, we just turn the vibe up. And when the vibe up, you know the party turn up. Now when we link up, we just turn the vibe up. And when the vibe up, you know the party turn up, turn up, turn up. Right now, if you got a rag, a flag, it doesn't matter where you're from. We're gonna wave, left, then right. Let's go. Now this is the jam you've been waiting for. Everybody, sing you want to the left, sing you want to the right, sing you want to the left. Again. No, people jumping around and they begging for more. We want more. To the left side, to the right side, to the left. Whoa. What it is massive jumping, send it massive jamming. Everybody bouncing in the back. I want to see you come and sing you want to the left, sing you want to the right, sing you want to the left, to the right, to the whoa. If you're ever in Nevis in the summer, join Culturama. If you're in St. Kitts in the Christmas time, it's Chumamas, baby. I know you've been waiting for this time to come again. Yeah. A time when we free our bodies and minds. Yeah. There's something therapeutic about each life this time of year. Everywhere I go, get me in a party state of mind. Party state, don't mind the invitation. I send to the location. Once I reach my residence, I jump in up in the president. I come to with my dad. I want to see you take something out and wear with me now. 1, 2, 3, come. Take a jump with me. Take away with me. Fest in unity. Jumping everybody. Mass and revelry. When we hit the street, bring your family. Jumping everybody. Take a jump with me. Take away with me. Fest in unity. Come on. Mass and revelry. When we hit the street, bring your family. I tell you, we gon' be jumping up. Waving up. Jumping up. Jumping everybody. Jumping up. We gon' be jumping up. We come to. We gon' be jumping up. Waving up. Jamming up. We come to. Yeah. Somebody say yeah. You love the prize. Now we're gonna search out the good ladies. Come. Ultraman presenting to you and you. And them a searching. This one is Island 5. Carifesta styling. Listen, I see enough girls in the shots and nights, them body looks so right. One thing when you go through the bar, your mind them getting hot, work too tight. Man, I search to the left, and I search to the right, and some damn blink those eyes. One a girl to right when they wickedest. I want to see you. I'm searching in the back. I'm searching for a walk girl. Hey, I say I'm searching in the back. I'm searching for a hot walk girl. Let me see you do the dance. she do it? Shake your bumper, snap your finger. Take this time of day, never do it. Look, she dancing. What she doing? Shake your bumper, snap your finger. Take this time of day. Right now, oh my God, it's like we under a crazy heat wave. Place hot, dripping wet, feel it running down on me neck. I don't know if it's water or sweat, but it's the wet inside your pocket. And when the place get hotter than a furnace, somebody turn on the water pipe and cool it down. Just cool it down, yeah, when the dance get hotter than a furnace. Oh, I don't turn on the water pipe. So it's up, one, I know everybody get wet. We all in the road, every wet. I say we turn up the stage, every wet. On the barricade, look quick, wet. Why did I so hard here? It's a heat wave. It's so hot inside, I might as well chill outside. When it's hot outside, find me by the poolside. In the blazing sun, still want to have some fun. Come on, somebody turn on the water pipe now and cool it. Don't be called, I've been calling since morning. I tell them the temperature rising, I feel like a fever hunk on my body, and I need a remedy now. I'm dripping wet, I feel it running down on me. I don't know if it's water or sweat. Hey, and when the place get hotter than a furnace, somebody turn on the water pipe and cool it down. Cool it, and when the dance get hotter than a furnace. Hey, don't be shy to get up and dance, you know. Wet, I know everybody get wet. We all in the road, and we wet. We turn up the stage, and we wet. On the barricade, look quick. Why you not so ready? Yeah. Wow. I want to see the ladies now with the kinky wine. Come tomorrow night and you don't get pork chops at our country night, all right? Ladies, you know it's one thing saying his name is known for, and it's working up, right? So if you have a nice kinky wine in store right now, yes, I want to see that kinky wine, ladies. All right? You know why? I'm going to tell you why. Run it again. You know why? Because kinky wine, over the man them love. Kinky wine, yes. Kinky wine, over the man them need. Kinky wine, me say, sit there. Kinky wine, over the man them love. Kinky wine, yeah. Hey, kinky wine, over the man them need. Ladies, unleash the wine. Ladies are not asking for much, you know. All I need is Carifesta. Show me the kinky wine, my girl. Show me the kinky wine, girl. Show me the kinky wine, my girl. Show me the kinky wine, girl. Show me the kinky wine, my girl. Show me the kinky wine, girl. Show me the kinky wine, my girl. Show me the kinky wine, girl. Ladies, one night. Let me see the girl with the best this wine, and the girl with the best this wine. Come. Give me the kinky wine. Pour me some girl, waste no time. Once I see that kinky wine, she goes question to my mind. No, ain't it kinky? No, ain't it bad, girl? No, ain't it bad? You come from country, and you come from town, girl. Show me the wine, girl. Hey, come, girl. Show me the kinky wine, my girl. Show me the kinky wine, girl. Show me the kinky wine, my girl. Show me the kinky wine, girl. Show me the kinky wine, hey, girl. Show me the kinky wine, girl. Hot girl energy, hot girl. Say you's a hot girl when you whining for the top, girl. Tell them already you's a hot girl. I me love it when you whining for the top, girl. Hey, yo, come again now. Wind up your waist, girl. You're hotter than all of them. Give them a taste, girl. You're hotter than them. Whining the body, girl. You're hotter than all of them. Wine for the man, girl. You're hot, girl. Oh, don't whine the kinky. Don't whine the bad, girl. Don't whine the kinky. Don't whine the bad, girl. You come from country. You come from town, girl. Show me the wine. Hey, girl. Show me the kinky wine, my girl. Show me the kinky wine, girl. Show me the kinky wine, my girl. Show me the kinky wine, girl. Show me. Oh! You know. Yo, my name is Itebilus, representing St. Kitts and Nevis. I come from the island of Nevis. It was definitely a pleasure performing for you. Look out for us tomorrow evening right back here at 7 p.m. for our country night, because this is just a sample. Oh my God! The Lord's on night. Yes, everybody, let's go. Pull on ya. You see this next song, right? This next song was sung by the man called Tubap and Akai. My name is Tubap. Akai, big up Akai one time. This song was the winning song for the Power Soca Monarch. You understand? St. Kitts and Nevis, we repping. Let's go! Love so nice. Get to know it, sing it. You love so nice, so nice. Tell me why you want to my head. Me not love again, me not love again, me not love. You love so nice, so nice. Tell me why you want to my head. You walk closer. Me not love again. Come in, man. Why you so wicked? Why you so wicked? Lord, why you so wicked? Why you so wicked? Wicked? Why you so wicked? Why you so wicked? Wicked? Why you so wicked? Like the wicked witch of the west. You hurt on my chest. And I feel it, yeah. And I feel it. Like the wicked witch of the west. Hey, you hurt on my chest. You are dead. Lord, why you so wicked? Why you so wicked? Wicked? Why you so wicked? Why you so wicked? Wicked? Why you so wicked? Why you so wicked? Wicked? Why you so wicked? Listen, he loves so nice, so nice. Tell me why you want to my head. Me not love again, me not love again, me not love. He loves so nice, so nice. Tell me why you want to my head. Me not love again. Listen to me, listen, listen. Me won't just a ball. What a running down like the young profile. Can't believe how you play me like a ball. If it was me, I could have never threw you down. Come up and hit your heart, never that. Crying a river, kill the business to get over it. What kind of wickedness? Why you to do me this? You're a liar, Lisa. You not touching this. I hope you never find no happiness. Why you so wicked? Wicked, wicked. Why you so wicked? Why you so wicked, wicked? Yo, take it down, 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 take it down. You know me realize, you know me realize. You realize that you were nothing but a phony clown, breaking off, touching soul all over town, telling lies. That is all we love. Cause you were nothing but a phony clown. You were nothing but a phony clown. Let me ask touching soul all over town. World's biggest, you got the biggest clown. Come in and walk out. Phony clown, you is a clown. Telling me be a nice you want to settle down. Knowing full well that was never the plan. Only wanted to use me anywhere that you can. But to our fear, our I am gonna be your born. Am I so petty? But I don't. Hey, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You're bad. You're wicked. You're wicked, wicked. You're wicked. You're wicked, wicked. He loves a night, a night. Tell me why you're to my head. Me not love again. He loves a night, a night. Tell me why you're to my head. Me not love again. Carifesta 15. I want to thank you guys so much. Thank each and every one. We are from the island of St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you guys so much. We love you. Love so nice, so nice. Tell me why you're to my head. Hot up my. Me not love again. You want to get up your favorite part? Follow sleep. Listen, listen, listen. Give me some color. Nice. Acapella. All right, listen. Run it, run it, run it. All those sleepless nights, for all those time you shed no tears. You tell yourself you're not gonna love again. For all those broken hearts, for all those time you shed those tears. You tell yourself you're not gonna love again. So you don't forget, our country night is tomorrow, and tonight we are on the reggae show.
The reggae show, for
the
sure.
Super Reggae Concert tonight, St. Kitts and Nevis. We are part of that. Come on out, support us. And again, we are going to be on this stage again on Saturday, tomorrow from 7 p.m. 7 p.m. we are back here. Come out and witness something awesome.
Unforgettable.
Don't forget booth number 3. Booth number 3 is our country boat. Go and check it out from 3 p.m. Go and check it out. Check out our country boat from 3 p.m. We have live entertainment at our country boat, so you can go and check it out. St. Kitts and Nevis, we're here. We love you guys.
Thank you.
That was St. Kitts and Nevis. Let's give it up for that one more time. Nevis. I get it. St. Kitts and Nevis. Ladies and gentlemen, there are fans in the hall. Please do not stand in front of them. We're trying to accommodate everybody. I repeat, do not stand in front of the fans. But ladies and gentlemen, coming to the Grand Market stage is Combo from the Barbados Community College music program. These young musicians are led by the extraordinary Laurie Worrell, here to showcase their amazing talent. Put your hands together for the Laurie Worrell Combo. One more time for the Laurie Worrell. DJ, take it away.
Carifesta 15 down in the Grand Market. And of course, my favorite part of the whole thing is food. So I'm here with this beautiful woman from Cake Bar, Tasty Innovations, and she's going to be talking us through exactly the offerings that they have here. And it looks like so many assortments of toppings and goodness that you're going to put on this. Take me through something. I love chocolate. I love chocolate. Take me through something with the chocolate.
So, the Cake Bar started in approximately the end of April, and this is our first season opening and doing pop-up events through Cropover, and this is our first Carifesta as well. The whole Cake Bar is to be interactive with customers and to be able to
wow people,
wow persons.
Wow people, right?
Yeah, that is the goal of the Cake Bar.
So basically, we start with like a base.
Your base.
Yeah.
Start with the base. Yeah. So you choose your cake base. So we're going with chocolate.
Let's go with chocolate.
Okay. So you choose your base.
Nice.
And the next thing you will do, you choose if you want you choose your topping. So you choose if you want icing.
Give me everything.
Having icing?
Yes.
Okay. So we're gonna put out your icing on your cake now. And the icing is a whipped icing.
Nice.
So we put on your icing in a lovely design. And then you choose your toppings. Okay. The toppings range from fruit down to candy.
Let's go healthy. I want some fruit.
You want some fruit?
I want some
okay, so we have different, we have a variety of fruit. Okay. Apple topping, blueberry topping, fresh pineapple.
Pineapple.
You're having fresh pineapple?
Let's go with
pineapple.
So you see, this is all the goodness that we're doing. She's giving me fresh fruits. You have an assortment of candied and caramelized things, but I'm going with the fresh fruit for those of us that like to keep it a little bit healthy. Keep the fruit option. So let's go back to you.
All right. So you got your fruit. Anything else you're having? No, we're on to candy. So for the candy, we have sprinkles, fruity pebbles. We have Twizzlers, pretzels, crushed nuts. We also over here we have chocolate sprinkles. We have cocktail cherries. We have wafers. We have M&Ms.
M&Ms.
We have M&Ms. Got you.
Let's go with M&Ms. It's looking good already. It's looking good already. Tempting.
Okay, we have our M&Ms. Nice. We also have Skittles, Oreos, and marshmallows.
Marshmallows.
We have marshmallows.
Let's go with the
Have your marshmallow. Okay.
Okay.
And now, for the end stage, we have sauces. Choose your sauces. At the moment, we only have caramel and chocolate sauce.
Let's go light. Let's go light on the caramel, not too much.
That's it.
That's it?
Correct.
So am I gonna do a taste test now and tell you what I think? Let's get a fork. Yeah.
There you go.
You can open that up for me and let me hold on to it. All right, so I'm gonna give the camera a beautiful view. This is what you can get down at Cake Bar, Tasty Innovations by Grace before desserts. This looks like a banana bread something.
Nope. Okay, so here we have our signature slices. Every day we try to do 2 new slices. Today we have our Snickers chocolate rum cake. Nice. It is filled with caramel, peanuts, chocolate chips, and it is infused with rum. And then we also have our red velvet cheesecake with layers of red velvet cake and vanilla cheesecake.
Oh my God, I'm getting a sweet overload. All right, we're gonna go in for this. Y'all don't laugh at me, okay? We digging in. Okay. Succulent, moist, delicious. The fruit combined with the chocolate, you can't go wrong. You can have your little healthy element infused. Take it up. She's gonna give you everything you need. Come down, check her out. She's just in front of the stage, down at the Grand Market. What are you waiting on, man? Come to man, what are you waiting on? So when you come down to the Grand Market, remind you to take a little time out to check out the SDGs. These are our Sustainable Development Goals. And for Carifesta, we've made it an aspect of the entire display here that you can walk around. You'll find them situated at multiple stages across the entire venue. They start from number 1, which is no poverty, and they continue around. You can check out each one in this particular center stage of the Grand Market. It goes up to number 11. So we come to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, sustainable cities and communities. These are opportunities for our patrons here visiting the Carifesta to just, for a little bit, think a little bit about the bigger goals, the things that we want to also focus on while we're having a festive time and enjoying ourselves. They are sustainable development goals. If you walk to other directions, you will also find the numbers, these beautiful blocks. They're situated at all points throughout the venue, so make sure and check those out when you're here. And yeah, let's make sure that we always focus on not just the happy and the enjoyment and the partying and the goodness and all of that. We have to keep in mind the grander scheme of things in this whole idea of sustainable development. And Carifesta has made sure to focus on that. Amayana Cezanne, let's keep going. Let's keep roaming. So I'm here with Lindsay from Sips, Frozen Daiquiris and Mocktails. We're going to find out what he has to offer. Lindsay, talk to me. What do you have going on here? What can we get down here?
Now these fruits juices came from Guyana. They're actual fruits. Juices, diverse group. They make slushies, alcohol and alcohol. They can also make cocktails. So my job is to create cocktails with them.
Okay.
So I have different flavors rum as well from Guyana, like guava. And there's a whiskey actually from Guyana. First time I'm seeing it, but I can handle it.
Right, okay. So for the big drinkers, what's a favorite? What's a favorite with the people who want a little bit of sweetness, but they also want some alcoholic content?
Strawberries are good luck, with a little bit of lime juice, and a little bit of coconut rum. Or if you just want the true taste, a little bit of lime juice, a little bit of strawberry, and 1.5 overproof rum, yes.
All right, so what has been one of the most popular ones that you've been making so far down at the Grand Market? What's a crowd favorite?
The crowd favorite is whiskey upon granite.
Whiskey upon Does that have whiskey in it or what else?
Upon granite whiskey. We use sparkling water as well. The sparkling water here.
Right. You have any samples that I could try out? Let's do it right now. Let's do it right now. Let's get a little sample going here. If y'all are coming down to the Grand Market, you can come again right in front of the stage. This is where Sips is situated, frozen daiquiris and mocktails. You could get your little alcohol, something going on. And you can have a nice time taking your entertainment. And this man here is doing a little sample here for me. Right? Tell me what you put in.
Strawberry syrup. You remember their syrup? So a little strawberry syrup. A little lime.
Hold it up for the camera so we can see.
A little lime, right. All right. A little sparkling water.
Nice. I like fizz.
Yeah, a little fizz. Then choose a rum. What you want to? You want nice and sweet?
Let's go not too heavy, not too much alcohol, not too much overproof. Okay.
Okay. So you give a little. We call it a little dossy in Barbados.
Okay.
Stir it so that you all the fizz from here. Nice. Stir it up.
So while he's doing this, we're taking in this little entertainment that happens. Remember, all day throughout Carifesta down here at the Grand Market, there are DJs, there are live performances. You can catch things happening all day long from early morning, come right down into the evening. And you know that the crowd starts to pick up. You can see in the daytime it's a little quieter, but from the time it's after work, you're going to bring in a whole different crowd and people are going to flock here. So make sure that you come early to get your drink from Sips. Let's see how this is coming along. All right. So this is my little sample I have here. Not too much, slight overproof, not too strong if you want to take it light. Let's go in. Woo. This is nice. Oh my God. I could get addicted to this. It's not too sweet. It's not too strong. Tell me what's your favorite thing about this drink. What's the best thing about this drink?
Creating it so you can like it.
Like it. All right, this is us coming out from Sips. Make sure come down at the Grand Market. You can catch him here all day, all night. You know what time it is. Come get your drink. I love it. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Wave to them. Bye. All right. So we've spent the entire day here down at the Grand Market, and it's been amazing. We've had all kinds of things happening tonight. We've had live performances, we've had DJs, we've had steel pan, and of course we sampled the food, which is the most important part because you have to keep sustained, you know? You have to keep refreshed, and you have to keep going so that you have energy for the next day. So until the next one, I'm Ayana Cezanne here at Carifesta 15. Keep that food coming, trust me.
By Jill Scott. Any of y'all know Long Walk? Anybody know Long Walk? Jill Scott? All right. Well, we are, as you heard, the Lori Worrell combo. And on pan, we have Kaya, Mariano, and Tahila. On bass, we have Amani. On drums, we have Joshua, Dante, Jeremiah, and Zamani. On trumpet, we have Shay, and on keys, we have James. And my name is Raquela, so please do enjoy. Here, I'm pleased, I really dig your company. Your style, your smile, your pace mentality. Lord, have mercy on me. I was blind, now I can see what a king's supposed to be. Baby, I feel free. Come on and go with it. Let's take a long walk around the park after dark. Find a spot, us to spot. Conversation, revelation, stimulation, share a situation, temptation, education, relaxation, elevation. Maybe we could talk about Surah 31:18. Your background ain't squeaky clean. Sometimes we all got to slip upstream. You ain't no saint, we all a sinner. But you put your good foot down, make a winner. I respect that, and then it's so bad, and you're all that, plus supreme. Then you're humble, man, and I know it's feeling. Let's take a long walk around the park after dark. Find a spot for us to spark conversation, revelation, stimulation, share a situation. Education, relaxation, elevation. Maybe we can talk about Revelation 3:17. Or maybe we could see a movie, or maybe we could see a play inside the band. Or maybe we could roll a tree and feel the breeze and listen to a symphony. Or maybe we could take a cruise and listen to the roots. Or maybe eat some passion fruits and maybe cry to the blues, or just be silent. Let's take a long walk around the park after dark. Find a spot for us to spark conversation, verbalization, stimulation, share a situation, temptation, education, relaxation, elevation. Maybe we can talk about something entirety. Let's take a long walk around the park after dark. Find a spot for us, conversation, verbalization, stimulation, share a situation, temptation, education, relaxation, elevation. just be silent.
We're gonna switch it up now, and we're gonna bring in some reggae. Any reggae lovers? All right. Well, this next song is Lightning by Mortimer.
So baby, my heart beats for you only. Every word is true. I'm in love with you. Take you as you are, lady. You ain't gotta change for me. Need you from your crown, honey. Right down to the soles of your very feet. Girl, my love grows stronger each day, baby. Don't hurt me just because you know I'll forgive. Girl, my love grows stronger each day, baby. Don't hurt me just because you know I'll forgive. Hold me until we die, weather together the storms of life. Sunshine, baby, we're blends of perfection. Give me your heart and soul, love me like you've never loved before. Beautiful morning dew, I'll be your shoulder to cry on to. Hey, 'cause my love grows stronger each day, baby. Don't hurt me just because you know I forgive. Girl, my love grows stronger each day, baby. Please don't hurt me just because you know I forgive. I don't want to wait in bed for your love. I don't want to wait in bed for your love. From the very first time I placed my eyes on you, girl, my heart said follow through. But I know now that I'm way down on your line. But the waiting feel is fine. So don't treat me like a puppet on a string. 'Cause I know how to do my thing. Don't talk to me as if you think I'm dumb. I wanna know when you're gonna come. So I don't wanna wait in bed for your love. I don't wanna wait in bed for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. 'Cause if summer is here, I'm still waiting here. Winter is here, and I'm still waiting there. Just so it doesn't left, way away. Just so it doesn't left, right, way away. Say here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Set by the table, welcome the rest of you. I and I start recruit, so just 50 left the eye on. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the table, welcome the rest of you. You're not the askers who the general issue in the one. The people them are past, so they're tired of it. Even like a flower when you try to get the air. Kinda like my easy boat, even Bantam, but it's not an easy way. Creation, occupy the motherland, calling all soldiers to country from creation. Writing out Japan, but I can't do it alone. So I'm recruiting soldiers coming from there, and for our troops execute. Celestial work and we Rastafari troops. Say here comes trouble, here comes the day. And by the table, here come the Rastas. You're not the askers who are the general issue we know on. Here comes trouble, here comes the day. Sent by the table, here comes the askers who are the general issue we know on. Under the pressures of life, no staying on the time. Nobody ready down for splash for full vibes. When the mind and the margin when your best friends are gone, how is only you. Let's get to know skank and sweet. Everybody wanna feel like we. Forget your troubles and your with me. And the feel of reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skank and sweet. Everybody wanna feel like we. Forget your troubles and your with me. And the feel of reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. For every pain there's a melody, yeah. For every trouble there's a home that keeps everything together. So every together. And who say life not hard? And everyone got their struggle. I'm begging you help me, Lord, and make me overcome my struggles. Making sweet. Everybody wanna feel like we. Forget your troubles and your music sweet, yeah, yeah, yeah. Skank and sweet. Everybody wanna feel like me. Help me sing, help me, come with me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Skank and sweet. Everybody wanna feel like me. Forget your troubles and you run with me. You're not feeling like a music sweet, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Bringing it home to some soca, sweet soca.
I know, yeah. Hey. We on the ground, yeah. We holding it down, yeah. We open his door. It's a kind of Juve morning. Juve morning. Everybody come in. Yeah. Be ready to go, yeah. We gon' make them jump. We gon' make them turn up. We gon' make them whine. We gon' make them free up. It's the place of back now. With a verse of magical, this carnival. I want to come, I know way. Everybody gonna say, if you're coming down for me, see the rhythm beating it. See we jumping up. Savannah grass, Savannah grass. You can see it all. When the people tell you they cannot wait, see the rhythm beating it. See we jumping on the Savannah grass, the Savannah grass. We up with the sun, yeah. We take over town, yeah. We making it more. Do their thing now, no. Is up we feeling? Everybody rebelling, yeah. Ready to go, yeah. We gon' make them jump. We gon' make them turn up. We gon' make them whine. We gon' make them free up. It's the place of carnival. Without finding out the car, this carnival, I want to come, I know it. Everybody, Orlando. If you're coming down from the mountain, Orlando, the spirit in the town. See me jumping on Savannah grass, Savannah grass. Just wait. When the people tell you they cannot wait, Orlando, see the rhythm beating it. See we jumping on Savannah grass, Savannah grass. Something that I know when festival comes again. When the soca music hits, you know that you know it. All my people represent with their hand in the air. Barbados! Festival is the time we love to meet up with our friends. Once music, liquor and girl about there, the fun never ends. Soca people represent with their hand in the air. Pumping, cause we got the drinks beating, all on corn up, bar beating, energy and pride beating, beating, beating. Pumping, 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 cause we got the drinks beating, all on corn up, bar beating, energy and vibe beating, beating, beating. Every single man and woman I come out to enjoy their money even if they pay. All my people represent with their hand in the air. Put 'em up, put 'em up, put 'em up, put 'em up. You're not full of a hyper energy. Once we think up the back and I'll start, that's a guarantee. So for people represent with their hand in the air. And we keep pumping, 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 cause we got the drinks beating, all on man of bar beating, energy and vibes beating, 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 and we keep it pumping, 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 cause we got the drinks beating, all on man of bar beating, energy and vibes beating, beating. It could be a fest or a line, we on the inside, when we come together, party that's come alive. We are the heart of the party. It could be a line or a bet. Be ready to sweat. It's action you want and real action you go get. You, me, we are the heart of the party. And we keep it pumping, pumping, pumping. Cause we got the drip beating, all I'm on a party. Energy and vibe, beating, beating, and we keep it pumping, pump it up, pumping, pump it up, pumping, pump it up, pumping, cause we got the drinks beating, all on one, beating, energy and vibe, beating, beating, beating. It could be a fest or a line, we on the inside, when we come together, the party does come alive. We are the heart of the party. sweat. It's action you want, and real action you want. It's you, me, we are the heart of the party. Thank you, Carifesta 15.
Thank you for having us. We are the Lori Worrell Combo Ensemble. My name is again Raquela, and we are so privileged to be here. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the Lori Worrell Combo. When we return with our live acts, it's all about the Notes of Praise Steel Orchestra.
Natural beauty, you know. Yeah.
DJ
No,
Small.
I've never been someone shy until I seen your eyes. Still I had to try. Yeah. Oh yes. Let me get my words right and then approach you. Woman, I'll treat you like a man is supposed to. You'll never have to cry. No. I know everyone can relate to when they find a special someone. And she's royal, yeah, so royal. And I want her in my life. I never knew anyone so one of a kind. No, the way she moves to her own beat, she has the qualities of a queen. She's a queen. Ooh, ooh, what a natural beauty. No need no makeup to be a cutie. She's a queen. She's a queen. And when they ask what a good woman's made of, she's not afraid and ashamed of who she is. She's royal, yeah, so royal. And I need her in my life. I never knew anyone so one of a kind until the night that I seen your eyes. Oh, my queen, so supreme. Yeah, yeah, you are my African queen. Ooh, Lord, just like the sun, light up the earth, you light up my life. The only one I ever see with a smile so bright. And just yesterday, you came around my way, changed my horse in way with your astonishing beauty. Oh, you couldn't make a brother sing. No ordinary thing, a supernatural being. And no, you are brighter than the moon, brighter than the star. I love you just the way you are. And you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. You take me where I've never been. You make my heart go ding-a-ling-a-ling. Oh, you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. And you remind me of a thing, and that is the African beauty. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, you are my African queen. Oh, Lord, ooh, Lord. Out of a million, you stand as one, the outstanding one. I look into your eyes, girl, what I see is paradise. Hey, you captivated my soul. Now every day I want you more. I cannot deny this feeling I'm feeling inside. Hey, no one cannot take your place. You cannot take your space. That is a fact I cannot erase. And no, you are the one that makes me smile, make me float like a boat upon the Nile. Girl, you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. You You take me where I never been. You make my heart go ting-a-ling-a-ling. Yeah, you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. And you remind me of my lady, and that is the African beauty.
Looking for me in a reggae party, me let me on the corner. Me have a drink in me left and on me right and have a. And when the bassline jumping on the rhythm, I feel wind up on my data. Me just a wine to the rhythm and later you know what coming after. I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I can only live my life one way. All I wanna do every day is drink and love my girl to some reggae. I call her on the phone, tell her I'm coming up, so get ready. Yeah. I got some and a bottle of booze. All I wanna do is drink and love my girl to some reggae. It's been a long day, me those take 3 connection from California. And when me reach me touchdown, you know it hot like a sauna. And the taxi driver want to talk me here like me no know about choir. So when me reach me yard and me girl can say is what takes so long, yeah. Carifesta. Carifesta. Barbados. Carifesta.
Hello and welcome to Carifesta 15 here in beautiful Barbados. We are joined here with a filmmaker based in the UK from Barbados originally, Mr. Jonathan Temple. Welcome, Jonathan.
How are you doing? Thank you for the welcome.
It's great to have you here with us. What brings you here to Carifesta?
My film, actually. It's good to have so many different cultures and so many different countries in one place at one time. So taking an opportunity to spread the joy and spread my film.
Okay, so Jonathan here, he's a filmmaker, he's a photographer, he's almost involved in every aspect of film you can think about. And he has his production company called Take Two Films, I believe it is?
Take Two Media Films.
Take Two Media Films. So what took Take Two Media from Barbados all the way over the pond to the UK?
Well, it's centered in Barbados, and there's a lot more projects coming out down the pipeline. But because Barbados is the primary that we're focused on, we want to get this film out to the way first. And even though it's first, it's one of the most important films. So once we push camouflage out to the way and show how real filming in Barbados is supposed to be done, then we could move on to other territories.
Oh, absolutely. So his film, Camouflage, has done amazingly well in the UK. It was well received overseas as well as here in Barbados. It was filmed here in Barbados with local actors, with local content producers, local directors as well.
Yes,
Talk to us a little bit more about how you were able to select actors and how did you select people?
The selection process was pretty easy because it was based on people that I see every day. And it's also who's big on social media, who, in my opinion, have good standing on Instagram and like they put out good content and they put out engaging content, funny content. So I got Bouncer involved, I got Mongrel involved, Ruby Tech, Lead Pipe, Redis, Jar Redis, CEO. So I have 1 or 2 other people within. It's strange I can't remember every single person, but
you wouldn't.
Still, the trick was to get people who were comfortable in front of the camera and also flip the script in terms of showing their flexibility, in terms of what they're accustomed doing with acting and showing a different side of that. And we have a few new people on screen who did an amazing job, who did a pitch-perfect job, so to speak. And it was very commanding when we did it here in Barbados. We did a few screenings here in the Olympus, and some of those people really commanded the audience, right? And people actually forgot it was a film. And when it was done, people said, well, they can't trust this person, they can't trust that person, they're afraid of this person. And it was funny. so happened I tried to get through to you and your husband, and it just didn't work because obviously I wanted you all in the film at the time, but it didn't work out that way. And the good thing about it is it was a proof of concept. So it's to show basically what we plan on doing, how it's going to look, how the product is going to be produced. And we are actually filming the entire, we only did like 35, 40 minutes, short, if you will. But next year, we're actually shooting the entire film. So we're doing some location scouting, and I want to get as many people involved. Obviously, we're going to talk after because there's a slot there. And we are gearing up to actually film the production again. And it wouldn't have been kosher to actually produce it so far, like put out what we did, because it was good enough. People loved it. But the problem is that everyone changed since then. So to put out that and then follow up with something, everyone kind of grew older. Some people got bigger, some people got smaller.
That's the thing about production, it has to have a timeline.
Exactly, continuity.
You were talking about people receiving your work.
Yes,
we're talking about local people in Barbados knowing a jarrettist or knowing a lead pipe. But this may not translate over to people who are viewing who have no idea who these people are. Is it difficult to break into a UK market when you're trying to you're trying to have that Caribbean flavor still? Is it difficult to reach out to those UK audiences?
It wasn't really difficult, because what a lot of Bajans don't know is that the accent, the culture, it is very sellable. It's very acceptable.
And it is the Bajan accent?
Yes,
okay.
It's all Bajan accents. People are being as natural as possible, even with cameras on them, and it translates very well overseas. Talent is talent. So when people see it, people that don't even understand some of the jargon, they laugh because it sounds funny. We have Bajan Farah in it, so Bajan Farah is viral.
Oh, that accent.
And a lot of people don't understand what he's saying, but he's going viral because people, they try their hardest. People who don't know, they try to find out. And people who know just laugh at hearing it over and over again. So having it in the UK market, putting it into the African diaspora and into the American diaspora is easy because, like I said, talent is talent. And people actually getting a chance to see the raw Bajanness, and they're accepting it because little by little they're understanding. And because it has subtitles, it helps.
Yeah.
So when a person says something and you can't understand it, you just got to read a little bit. So we've done the same thing for years when it comes to Chinese pictures. When African pictures come out, when Chinese pictures come out, is like we watch the subtitles at the bottom and we understand a little bit or a lot. But either way, it's still good TV, and talent is talent again.
Which answers my next question. How do you appeal to the international audiences? And you just answered that. With the subtitles, we don't think about things like that. We want to change up the palette a little bit to appeal to those, but we don't have to water down our Bajanisms. We don't have to water down our Jamaicanisms. We don't have to. Tell us about Camouflage, though, because there are some people who want to watch Camouflage. Where do you go to watch it? And tell them a quick synopsis about what it's about.
Well, it's basically about a family who experiences tragedy, and the response from experiencing our tragedy is either positive or negative. Like the father, he has a past, a very sordid past, a very violent past. So he's now stuck on deciding, does he return back to his past to deal with the situation, or does he let the police handle it? And obviously his decision is based on a couple of factors, and the way how the police handles it is one of those factors. So without giving out too much, is a story of loyalty, family values, and treachery.
That sounds so exciting. And where can we get that?
Right now, it's on YouTube. You can look Camouflage, Proof of Concept, and it'll come up. It actually did like more than 1,000 views in like 4 days.
Wow.
And we didn't advertise it or anything. It just happened to be on lock
all
by
natural
accident. And the response was very well received, and right now I just want to get it out as far as possible to let Bajan see like how Bajan films are being accepted, not only here in Barbados, but throughout the diaspora and throughout the world.
Okay, well, I want you to look at that camera, and I want you to tell anybody who might be interested in getting into film, not specifically with you, just in general, motivate them how to get into film.
I'll try.
You'll try?
All right. This camera. Right. Right now, people who are interested in acting are kind of like intimidated at what the concept of acting is. But let's be real, we all act. Like, we pretend to be something else for certain people. And okay, for example, if we do something wrong and mommy and daddy ain't to find out, we lie and we pretend that we didn't do it. That's acting. If you're in a relationship and you do something wrong, but you don't want the other person to find out and you pretend, that is acting. So what we are doing is doing it on another level. This time you need to take direction in terms of what you're trying to portray. And the easiest way to reach me is on Instagram. You can look up Jonathan Temple on Instagram or Camouflage the Film. It's very easy. And if you want to see it, you can look on YouTube for Camouflage Proof of Concept.
Thank you so much. No,
Thank
this is
you.
exciting. I cannot wait to go back and check this movie out, Camouflage. I haven't seen it as yet, but I was told it was a major, major thing. I searched online. The articles I'm seeing, all the different regional papers, the international papers, really looking forward to seeing this film.
Thank you.
Barbados, thank you so much for being here with us here at Carifesta 15 in the beautiful Grand Market. There's so much happening here with Jonathan Temple. We will see you sometime soon.
Thank you for having me.
Loving to me, drifting now we're drifting. Remember when we were one? This ship is sinking. If we don't bail out, we're gonna drown. My cup is overflowing. I've had enough now. So anytime you decide to pack up your things and your things and your
Thank you, DJ Smalley. This group is infused with vibrant rhythms of the Caribbean and uplifting melodies of inspiration. Founded in 2023, it's just 2 years they have made a noticeable performances, which include the NCS Pan Lime, Pan in Praise, We Gathering, and their own annual showcase. Led by the dynamic Sharice Thorne, this is your time to experience the ministry of the Notes of Praise Steel Pan Orchestra. Welcome to the Carifesta 15 Grand Market stage. round of applause for the Lori Royal Combo. Sorry. Let's give it up for the Notes of Praise Steel Orchestra. Let's give them a big round of applause.
DJ Smalley.
Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Animals they in no fun. Animal nobody like walk, but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish they won't fight us. If them they run them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No call them for
Hi, my name is Adina Bradford, and my business name is Ariston Others Enterprises Limited from Trinidad. We have the natural soaps, we have body washes, and we have the scrubs. We also have the body butters, where it moisturizes the skin. With the scented candles, we try to use the fruits that we have here in Trinidad and Tobago, and anything that relaxes anyone. We also have the aromatherapy candles, where it also is for skincare products instead of just an ordinary candle itself. It has all the natural properties itself. It is rose neem and lavender, and it also has peppermint and nutmeg. And recently we started off doing the sinus release because we realized that a lot of people suffer from sinus and don't even realize when it takes place, and then the mosquito recovers. They are suitable for children, and especially where we have a particular soap, where it is that even if a newborn, where it is if they have any rashes, anything like that, we have a particular bush named St. John's bush, and also use that, and that is for rashes also. Well, this is the first time I've ever taken part in Carifesta, and it is amazing because the different cultures coming together, you see the togetherness. And you see so many things that they do and you didn't even know about. And this is just one aspect of it when we are in the Grand Market. And it has so many different locations that you just have to go up on Instagram to see the little snippets of it.
Gallina va a chapea cantero, con qué gallina no pone huevo. Con qué gallina va a chapea cantero, con qué gallina no pone huevo.
Dance is so important to me. I've been dancing for so many years. I danced with Dance Rise Barbados, Sharon Trotman, and it helps me to express myself. So it's really important to me.
Dance is embodied expression. I think for me, dance comes from not looking pretty, not feeling as though you are doing it for other people, but it really comes from an internal process, and it's just grounding. I use dance as my sport, as my escape, as my mental process. It grounds me, and that's what it means to me.
Correr.
Alejandro, tengo 22 años, soy de Cuba y bailo hace ya 15 años.
His name is Leonardo. He is 22 years old. He's from Cuba and he's been dancing for about 15 years.
So, bailar para mí es como algo primordial en mi vida. Es una de las cosas que me ayuda a conectar conmigo mismo, a descubrirme como persona.
Dancing for him is very primal. He is discovering himself. He gets connected to himself.
Es la manera más fácil de expresar y canalizar todas las cosas todos mis procesos personales. Es mi trabajo y mi hobby también.
Dance for him is like a job and a hobby. He uses it to digest everything that's happening with himself personally.
I'm from right here in Barbados, and I decided to do this workshop. Like, why not try it? And it was awesome. It was a great experience, and I enjoyed it. So being one of the more mature members in the group, it was at first a little, but I just did my thing and enjoyed it, and didn't let it bother me, and gave it my all.
Hello everyone, my name is Danica Marcendale and I am from the beautiful island of Barbados. Honestly, dance is a very difficult sport. It is in no way easy and it is very physically demanding. And so to anyone who is interested but might shy away, I would say honestly, just come out as your true self. Try to do as many classes as you can, work out as much as you can so you can remain fit and so you can actually take on the pressure of what is required in order to take on the sport. So yeah, that's what I would say.
We're from the Cayman Islands.
What does dance mean to you?
One word, freedom.
Passion. Expressiveness. Empowerment. Escape.
Okay.
Power.
Love.
What would you say to a young girl who is hesitant about taking up dance?
Go for it. Just do it. You never know where you'll end up. You never know what you might turn out to be, what kind of dancer. Everybody starts somewhere. Yes. And we all dance at different levels. We all have different talents, and you just never know.
Hi, my name is Aisha Kamishong, and this year I have the honor of serving as Carifesta 15's dance coordinator. What does dance mean to me? Dance means everything to me. I quite often say dance is the love of my life. It is my first love and continues to be my one and only true love. Kidding. But dance is a huge part of my identity. I often also say that I can't imagine myself without dance. For as long as I've known who I am, dance has been a part of me. And without dance, I feel empty. Without dance, I don't feel like myself. So yeah, it means everything. I believe, and I've read this somewhere, that the Caribbean is comprised of dancing nations. Dance, and not necessarily how people maybe envision dance, stage, technical proficiency, that kind of crap, but movement is a part of who we are as a Caribbean people. So when people say I can't dance or I can't move, I'm afraid, no, we move in the way we talk. Look at how I've been talking the entire time through this interview. I'm using my arms, I'm gesturing, all of that is movement. So when people say, I'm afraid to dance, I'm like, no. Just dance is a part of who we are. So just jump in head first and put your best foot forward.
Hi, my name is Misha Brathwaite and I am from the great island of Barbados. I am actually a student with the BCC and sometimes they send out different dance opportunities. So we got the link for Carifesta and I really just scrolled through to see what dances I would be interested in. And this one seemed interesting. I feel like it's very difficult to sum up what dance is for me, but the first thing that comes to mind is expression when I think about dance. It's a way for me to speak, to express myself, to like show who I am through movement, through moving my body. That's what dance is for me.
My name is Dave Smuja. I work as a producer and as a director every day, but here in Barbados, I brought in a show where I am the producer and the director for Song and Bering. This is my first time to be in Barbados. For me and the rest of my team, there's 6 of us, and it's also our first time to be in the Caribbean. And we've come all the way from Zimbabwe, the country in the last alphabet. Yes. So for me, because we never really differentiate dance with actual theater. We always build our dance to text, to poetry, to everything else. And we're using dance, poetry, and everything else, our own creativity, to capture our own history, to talk about our stories, to celebrate our lives, who we are as a people. And that's exactly what dance does and what it means to me.
drums, you normally like use at least almost everything in the song, but when he's playing, he's just using the hi-hat and the cymbals. Just those two most of the time, or he add a little kick or add a little snare now and then. Why?
Well, the fundamental part of jazz, right? But he's the best person to answer this question. But this is what you really need for jazz. The rest of the drum set, basically the color, right? Add color to what's happening.
The fundamental part of the drum set is the right cymbal, bass, snare, and the hi-hat. That's what carries the groove. Right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Actually, the most important part is actually the hi-hat. Alright? Because the snare drum is like for accents and that type of thing. That kind of colors the music and bears out it's like the way we speak.
Caribbean. Caravision. It's time for the best coverage of the top stories in sports. The Sports Wrap with Jason Page starts now.
Oh, yes, it does. And great to have you with us on this Thursday edition of the show, the penultimate show of the week. It's our last live show of the week. Friday and Monday, special programming. Oh, you're going to love what we got for you tomorrow. I mean, you'll love what we have for you every day. You'll take it and you'll like it. So that's what we give you. Great show tomorrow coming up. We'll tell you about it a little later on in the show. Tino Patino later on to talk NASCAR because the fact that we have special programming on tomorrow, he's going to preview the NASCAR playoffs. David Ardsma comes by in about 10 minutes to talk baseball because it's Thursday, and that's what we do on Thursdays on Sports Wrap. Come hell or high water, NFL or no NFL, football or not, we're talking baseball on Thursdays. That's how we do it. But we do start things in the NFL on this Thursday edition of the show. And Sam Yardell, there he is here. Sam, also some really cool stuff coming next week I want to tell you guys about. One in particular that Sam is very excited about that I'll tell you guys about a little later on in the show. So, Sam, it is official. Rashee Rice learns his fate from the NFL. He gets 6 games, and he's going to take it. 6-game suspension for him as a result of the car racing situation that took place. What it feels like it was like 2 years ago by now. So he's out for the first 6 games. And if you look at what the Chiefs did, they obviously knew this was a possibility. If you go look at what they've done as far as their receiving core and what they did with the roster prior to cutdowns on Tuesday, they made sure they had plenty of depth at the receiver position. They knew what was coming.
Yeah, so it is interesting with regard to the Rashee Rice thing because while he will miss the first 6 games of this season, that isn't necessarily the end of this entire saga. It's not just, all right, the NFL suspended you 6 games for violating the personal conduct policy, and now, that's your slap on the wrist, you're good. No, let's not forget, Rashee Rice has sentencing coming up in a few months and could be behind bars by the end of the NFL season in the state of Texas. So it's a mess for the Chiefs. Am I surprised that this happened to a Chiefs player of all organizations? No, not a chance. They have a propensity to employ generally the most convicted NFL players. Not a head scratcher there at all. Do I concern myself with it for the regular season? Like theoretically, yeah. If it were any team besides the Kansas City Chiefs who proved to you last season that it really just doesn't matter whether they're winning or losing a game, they're going to win. Go back and watch that Raiders game if you want literally any semblance of why that is the case. And if you have any other opinion after rewatching that game, I would seriously like you to come on the show and discuss it. For fantasy, it means more than anything, Jason, because now in fantasy, you were taking Rashee Rice as kind of a steal because there was a chance he was only going to miss a couple of games. You could get him in like the 6th, 7th, 8th round. Those days are gone. People are drafting him in the same spot and just trying to recoup the first 6 weeks.
One thing, I'm glad the NFL sent a message with this. I have a very spot in me, I guess you could say, that when it comes to driving and people being irresponsible, whether it's drunk driving, driving under the influence, stuff like this, I think they've got to hammer guys because vehicles can be used as weapons if not used properly. So I am glad the NFL has taken this stance. I think the Chiefs' offense this year is going to be a lot like it was last year in that it's just going to be sort of a mishmash. They're still going to rely heavily on that defense and just score enough points. I hope you don't have Patrick Mahomes as your fantasy quarterback because I don't think he's going to pile up points this year, but he will make plays when it matters. I think Travis Kelce will have a nice bounce-back season. I don't think he's going to be Travis Kelce of 3 or 4 years ago, but I think he'll have a nice bounce-back season. And, the Chiefs will be the Chiefs, and they'll find ways to win games. All right, move away from that for a second. We got to talk about Micah Parsons. And the reason I want to talk about Micah Parsons while there hasn't necessarily been a new development in the story, there is this now prevailing, or this this debate that we hear amongst football insiders of who's going to blink first. Will it be Jerry? Will it be Micah? I got news for everybody out there. A lot of people think it's going to be Micah Parsons and that he's going to be on the field in week 1 or week 2, shortly thereafter. I don't think there is a blink in this. I'm going to say it right now. I don't think either side is blinking in this. I've heard, the Stephen A. Smiths of the world sit there and say, well, if they lose the first 2 games, God forbid they lose to the Giants, and they're 0-2, they're going to go run into Micah Parsons. I got news for all of you. Do you think Jerry cares about losing? He's been losing for 30 years. Do you think Jerry Jones really cares about losing the first 2 games of the season so much that he's going to swallow that Texas pride of his? And he's going to say, you know what? I'm the owner of the most valuable franchise in all sports, and I'm going to succumb to the whims of Micah Parsons. You're out of your mind. It's not going to happen. If anybody is going to blink in this, it's going to be Micah Parsons. And I get the sense he's willing now to really fight this battle, especially with his agent having been pushed out. He's got that guy in his ear. I don't think there's a resolution to this. I really don't. And we keep hearing the stuff about trade talk and everybody's, rumors out there, the Packers and all this stuff. I don't know if he winds up getting traded or just winds up sitting, but I don't see a resolution to this, Sam. I'm at the point now where this guy's going to forfeit $24 million this year, $23 million, the last year of his rookie contract. That's what I see right now, Sam.
The whole year thing to me, that's a non-starter, because if you're Micah Parsons and you sit out the entire year, you're just still owned by the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. So do I think that it seems like he's not going to play week 1, whether there is a new contract or not.
Yeah.
Just feels like at this point, based on everything everyone's saying in the media and what Brian Schottenheimer said the other day, it really feels like he's probably going to sit out week 1. At best, you're looking at like a snap count kind of situation where he's playing, my guess would be a quarter of the snaps.
Yeah.
But, if there's not a contract, I don't think he's going to sit out the whole season. I do think there's a chance we don't see.
So you think he blinks?
Right. So I think that there's a chance that we don't see Micah Parsons until like around Halloween.
I think if it gets that deep, he's not playing. I think if it gets that acrimonious, I don't think he's playing, Sam.
The reason I say that line of demarcation is because that's where he can come back and still take on the full year of service time and free himself from the Cowboys.
It still requires him to swallow his pride. And I don't know if either side in this wants to swallow that. David Aardsma talks baseball. The former closer next.
This is an important message for victims of asbestos exposure. Even if you smoked, if you or a loved one were diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer or any of the diseases listed on your screen, call the Victims Justice Group now. You may be entitled to significant compensation. Many workers were unknowingly exposed to dangerous asbestos fibers in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. When inhaled or ingested, asbestos fibers become trapped within the body. It irritates sensitive tissue around the lungs and within your gastrointestinal tract. This causes inflammation and cell damage, and over the years can lead to mesothelioma or lung cancer or other cancers and severe breathing restrictions, causing tremendous pain and suffering, even the loss of life for victims of asbestos exposure. $30 billion in court-ordered trust funds have been established for mesothelioma and lung cancer victims and their families. But there are strict deadlines to file a claim. Waiting to call could mean losing your right to compensation for you or your loved one's asbestos exposure. If you or a loved one, living or deceased, served in the military, especially the Navy, or worked as a boiler maker, pipe fitter, insulator, millwright, steam fitter, iron and steel worker, shipyard worker, factory worker, construction worker, mechanic, or another industrial occupation, even if you smoked and were later diagnosed with any of the diseases listed on your screen, call the Asbestos Exposure Helpline now. Every year, thousands of people will be diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer, which can be devastating for victims and their families. The attorneys and staff working with Victims Justice Group have decades decades of experience and fully understand the complexities of filing a claim to get you the maximum payment for your pain and suffering, securing over $1 billion for mesothelioma and lung cancer victims and their families. We've helped thousands of victims seek justice, but don't delay. There are strict deadlines to file a claim. If you or a loved one worked in an industrial setting in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, or 80s, even if you smoked, call the Asbestos Exposure Helpline now.
Don't delay. Call 1-800-308-1630. That's 1-800-308-1630 right now.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has suffered from bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call 800-398-5999 and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Something we always love to do on Thursdays on Sports Wrap is talk baseball. Today is no different. David Aardsma is here, former big league reliever and closer. Did you just wave?
I did. I could go double. That was always my favorite.
Wow.
Like whenever I'd see like teammates across the field, and I'd be like, "Hey," and then like wave just to embarrass them. But especially when they're like doing their stretching, just go completely out of my way, start yelling at them, and until they wave back. That was always fun.
Nice touch. Nice touch. David Aardsma is here hanging out with us to talk baseball today on the show. So, David, first off on the Zach Wheeler thing, because when we talked last week, we had thought it was a blood clot. Now we find out it's thoracic outlet. And you kind of wonder, is his career over? You know, Sam brought this up when we talked about it earlier in the week. Given the timeline for recovery and the fact that he was talking about retiring at the end of this contract anyway, will we see him again, or is he going to be of the mindset, I don't want to go out like that?
That's the question. That is a tough one because you hit it perfectly. He was talking about the end of the contract, retiring anyways. He's, 36 at this point. This is a tough surgery to come back from. Not a whole lot of guys have ever come back from this blood clot, and then it became even more and getting like 3 options and becoming the thoracic outlet. I do believe we see him come back. I see this being I don't want to end my career like this. I want to come back. I have too much left. Like, you kind of get that fire. It's going to be a hard road, though. It's going to be a hard recovery, a hard thing, because not a whole lot of guys come back from this. So it's not like Tommy John, where you kind of look like just left and right of you and just talk about the recovery, and you all done it. So this is kind of be an individual thing for him. But I think for Zach Wheeler, knowing how he was on top, and he was even getting better. Like, I don't know how he was doing that. He was getting better. I don't see this being the end of Zach Wheeler. I see it being a little fire and seeing what he has left.
David, maybe the most talked about baseball player between the three of us over the course of this season, second most talked about, has been Shohei Ohtani. On Wednesday night, he was absolutely nails. I think he struck out 9. The Dodgers as a team struck out 19, handed the Reds their first sweep of the season on August 27th, which is an impressive thing in and of itself.
Wow.
But what have you seen out of Ohtani from when he first came back and we were talking about him, maybe he should be a reliever, can he only do 1 inning at a time, to now where he was last night, striking out 9 and picking up the win against Cincinnati?
Well, I got to eat some crow here, right? I got to own this a little bit. I have not been a fan of their process. This is the first time that it's ever really been done successfully. And I have to give him credit. It's worked out very well for the Dodgers. Shohei looks healthy. He obviously had that one little setback. We had the hip, whatever it was, cramps. So I got to own it a little bit. But I'm still not a fan of this. Other teams don't take this and be like, all right, like, he is the unicorn. Apparently he can do anything. Don't go out there and go do this. But he has looked absolutely dominant. That's the bottom line. He's gone out. I think he gave up 3 runs, is the worst outing he's had. They have done a great job of keeping it like 1 inning, 2 innings, 2 innings, 2 innings, 3. So they've actually been very patient with it, where I'm very surprised. A lot of teams would have gone out and like, all right, start pushing him a little bit more. When the Dodgers still keeping him to 4 innings, and you're like, he's got a lot more in the tank, when a lot of the teams would probably let him go throw 5 or 6. So they've done a very, very impressive job of keeping him to pitches, keeping him to a plan. And this was written out long before, and they've stuck with it. So I got to give him credit. But he is absolutely dominant, throwing every pitch for strikes, throwing them for strikeouts. Looks cool, calm, collected on the mound, and that's a big thing. A lot of times, when you have those guys coming back from rehabbing, they get on that mound and you just see the game speeding up. It's Shohei Ohtani. The game speeds down. Like, everybody goes to Shohei Ohtani's speed when he is pitching or hitting. And to be able to do it, again, still be able to do it on both sides, and that hasn't slowed down at all. That's, if not gotten even better, is incredible.
Yeah. And, I mean, where do you throw him as far as, if we're talking about the playoffs, by the time we get to the playoffs, do you think he can go, 6, 7 innings?
It's the Dodgers. They need 4. Would the Dodgers and Dave Roberts ever let a starting pitcher go 6 innings?
Yeah, that's true.
But the answer is
be
yes.
the guy. He might be the guy they let go that long, though, if he wants to.
He's still going to get 4 starts, 5 starts before the playoffs even happen. There's plenty of opportunities. But when you look at that rotation, I don't care what names you have. The way he's been pitching, I'm still starting him. I mean, again, Blake Snell isn't like he's known to go 6 innings every outing by any means. Glass now, if he can, obviously he can do it. Yamamoto has shown that ability, but Shohei's going to be able to give you 5 without a doubt, and a scary, really good 5 innings. And I want to see him on the mound in the playoffs. I want to see that. Like, we deserve this as a fan of baseball.
David, in the ilk of Shohei Ohtani, there's a new Shohei Ohtani in town, and his name's Nolan McLean. The two-way player for the New York Mets made, I think, his 3rd start of the season last night, and his ERA is .89. He went 8 strong shutty, punched out 6, only gave up 4 hits against a Phillies lineup that is still, even with their struggles of recent, one of the best in Major League Baseball. What have you seen out of the young two-way player just 3 starts into his Major League career?
Dude, how about that, right? And like, his curveball is ridiculous.
Insane.
And this is what you want. This is what you need out of when playoff teams and good teams, when they need a starter and they call somebody up, they bring them up. This is what they tend to get, right? This is what it feels like the Brewers tend to get every single season. Like, it's just been like, keep going over and over. But the Mets haven't quite had this in a while, in a really long time. A young guy coming up that is not just good and getting by, but dominant. And that's what they need. That's how you'd have to have it, especially when you're going against a Phillies team. Like, the Phillies, this is leading division. This is the best team. They have to beat the Phillies, the rivalry, everything like that. And he's going out there giving you 8 with 4 hits. I mean, that's
Is he going to be on an innings? Is he going to be on an innings restriction though? Like, will he be able to pitch for them for the rest of the season?
There's no reason why he shouldn't be able to at this point, right? There's no real thing stopping him from doing that on the big league side. So in the minor leagues, he did have 113, right? So that there is a good number there. But when you're throwing him out, you can't keep going out 8 and expect him to be full go. But he is young and energy, and so I have no doubt they should be fine.
All right, David Aardsma hanging out with us on the show. We got more baseball to talk about with him, and we will do that when we come back on this Thursday edition of Sports Wrap.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget. Right now, we're waiving all installation costs plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year. So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs and there's no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-0721. That's 800-991-0721. Call now.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has suffered from bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call 800-398-5999 and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free.
Welcome to the Intra-African Trade Fair 2025, the gateway to abundant opportunity, the platform for more, access to a continent with more makers and creators, more technology and manufacturing capabilities, more innovators and collaborators, more information and knowledge, a continent of opportunities for business in more markets and resources that accelerate progress and create space for more infrastructure, connectivity and networking, more creativity, production, and more deals for the people. Afrexim Bank, in collaboration with the African Union Commission and the AFCFTA Secretariat, brings you the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair, hosted by the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees, 140 plus countries, $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities. Register now and enter the gateway to new opportunities.
Back with you on this Thursday edition of Sports Wrap and more baseball conversation with the one and only David Aardsma, who hangs out with us on the show. I don't normally tease a week out, but we're going to be doing something very cool next Thursday with David. It will be David Aardsma, myself, Sam, and Jabba Chamberlain has committed to hanging out with us on the show. The original Jabba rules. I mean, that's it. The Jabba rules, man. That's all I remember. The Jabba rules.
Changed baseball.
Did. He's going to hang out with us on the show next Thursday. Stan Verrett, recent ESPN alum from SportsCenter, is going to be hanging out with us on the show next week as well, which Sam is very excited about. When I told Sam about that, he was more excited than any guest I've told him about. And I'm sitting there going, why? I like Stan, and he's really cool, and he's doing some cool things now that he's left ESPN and he's out on his own. But I was like, why Stan Verrett, Sam? And he's like, I watched him when I was growing up.
Stan Verrett.
We have the one we connect with, right?
Stan Verrett is an all-time legend of the game, and I'll tell him this on the show. I can't wait to. I will have memories for the rest of my life of watching him and Neil Everett before I went to bed doing SportsCenter from LA, man. That was like my favorite show growing up.
Well, him and Neil Everett are reuniting, and they're going to be doing a show, I think, a couple of days a week over on Twitch, if I'm not mistaken. We'll talk about that next week with Stan Verrett, who's also going to be the game day host over in New Orleans for the Saints this upcoming season. So very cool stuff. Looking forward to chatting with him next week on the show. In the meantime, we have the one and only David Aardsma hanging out with us. Is Giancarlo Stanton a Hall of Famer if he gets to 500 home runs? I have long argued he is, and he is certainly steamrolling to that number when you look at what he's done since coming off the IL. I mean, he has single-handedly carried this Yankees offense, David.
And especially the last couple years, minus the whole forearm little issue here where
yeah.
he was on the IL at the beginning of the season. The last couple of years, without a doubt, has solidified it for me. When he's been up against it, when he's been having injuries, when it's not been his best ever, he's gone out whenever he's had the bat in his hand, and it has been impressive.
And he's playing the outfield, and he's playing in the field. He's playing in the field. I'm not saying he's playing it great. I'm not saying, if you hit it out there, he's going to...
nerd right now is freaking out.
Yeah, he's not going to chase it down, but, I mean, he's giving them something they need with Judge not being able to play out there and having both of them in the lineup.
The numbers speak for themselves when you put them up. Historically, I know someone out there is also going to be yelling about the numbers and that they don't matter as much here and there. The guy's been a stud across the board, one of the best players in the league before he started having knee injuries, one of the most athletic players in baseball. He was the baddest man until Aaron Judge decided to walk on the field. And when he gets to 500, which he at this pace, I have no doubt he will.
Sam hates this conversation. Sam would rather be getting a root canal right now than having this conversation. He hates it.
I mean, it's a fun conversation to have, and I understand why we're having it. The answer to that, of course, being because he spent so long in the pinstripes, where I must remind everybody, he hasn't won a darn thing in his career. But I mean, on top of that, the numbers just simply aren't there. On the black ink test, he scores a 21. The average Hall of Famer scores a 27. On the gray ink test, he scores a 74. The average Hall of Famer scores a 144. On the Hall of Fame monitor, he's graded out as an 82. The average Hall of Famer is a 100, right? He's got a 46.9 career WAR. The average Hall of Famer has a 69.7 career WAR. His 7-year peak of WAR is 35.4. The average Hall of Famers is 42.2. Giancarlo Stanton would be the bottom of the barrel numbers-wise in terms of Hall of Famers, and I just don't think we're at a spot in terms of where the voters are and how wide open the classes are year in and year out, where a guy with subpar Hall of Fame numbers is going to make it.
I wonder how many 500 home run MVP winners
There's none.
are in the Hall of Fame.
There's none.
Not connected.
There's none. That's
more
it.
than you'd think.
There's no 500 home run guys, though, that are not in the Hall. There's none, other than the steroid guys.
There you go.
That's it. He's not a steroid guy.
Big asterisk there, because I think that encompasses 6 or 7.
But he's not a steroid guy.
It was pretty clear why those 6 or 7 are not there, and there's only one reason why they're not there. There are certain numbers in Major League Baseball that just stand out and are the entrance, the door, and there's enough voters now. The voters now are different. I will give you that. They're going to look at WAR, they're going to look at complete, and they're going to look at everything you just did across the board. But there's also an understanding of how amazing he was. He was the best for a period. And he could have been the greatest, had some injuries that stopped him and changed his game. And he still was on the top of the board once he had to change his game. He just had to change it. Yeah. And he was still able to do it. And I don't think 500 home runs means the same as it used to. It wasn't this the auto get in, obviously. But I don't see a way when you give him 10 ballots or whatever, I don't see a way that he doesn't just keep going up that chain. Now, at the same time, Andrew Jones is not a Hall of Famer. I can't comprehend, because there's not a player in baseball that would have said, I don't want that man in center field for my team, and that's all that matters.
Let me finish this on the Yankee thought then, because we only got a minute left in the segment. Sam and I are both in agreement. They are built to win in regular season games. It does not feel like this team is built to win in the playoffs. And I know they made changes at the trade deadline to try and rectify that. The Caballeros of the world, now they've benched Volpe, adding to the bullpen, trying to shorten the game. I still don't feel like this team is built to win in the postseason, David. Am I wrong?
It's because of the mistakes. It's because you still sit there and see a ball.
They're dependent on the home run, though, David. They're dependent on the home run.
Yes.
And in the
playoffs, a lot of teams have been able to handle that, and it will come to be a problem when you get to the playoffs, because that's get them on, get them over, get them in, tend to win a lot of ball games along with good pitching.
Yes.
But the one that frustrates me, and this is the one I think why everybody gets so mad, is you see a routine ground ball to somebody and it goes in the stands. And the stupid mistakes, they're constantly trying so hard to make an out that they're just throwing the ball around. And that's the one that frustrates everybody. And that's why we talk about the Yankees the way we've been talking about them, is because these are just such simple minor league. You don't even see that in a good college baseball. You don't see these mistakes. No. But you're seeing it at the big league level, and you're constantly seeing it from players that are on the field every single day without a wake-up call. And that's what's so frustrating. Living on the home run, dying on the home run happens. But that's the problem.
And they're going to win enough games in the playoffs that Aaron Boone will keep his job, and I may have to renounce my Yankee fandom. We've got more to do. One more with David Ardsman next.
This is an important message for victims of asbestos exposure. Even if you smoked, if you or a loved one were diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer or any of the diseases listed on your screen, call the Victims Justice Group now. You may be entitled to significant compensation. Many workers were unknowingly exposed to dangerous asbestos fibers in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. When inhaled or ingested, asbestos fibers become trapped within the body. It irritates sensitive tissue around the lungs and within your gastrointestinal tract. This causes inflammation and cell damage, and over the years can lead to mesothelioma or lung cancer or other cancers and severe breathing restrictions, causing tremendous pain and suffering, even the loss of life for victims of asbestos exposure. $30 billion in court-ordered trust funds have been established for mesothelioma and lung cancer victims and their families. But there are strict deadlines to file a claim. Waiting to call could mean losing your right to compensation for you or your loved one's asbestos exposure. If you or a loved one, living or deceased, served in the military, especially the Navy, or worked as a boiler maker, pipe fitter, insulator, millwright, steam fitter, iron and steel worker, shipyard worker, factory worker, construction worker, mechanic, or another industrial occupation, even if you smoked and were later diagnosed with any of the diseases listed on your screen, call the Asbestos Exposure Helpline now. Every year, thousands of people will be diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer, which can be devastating for victims and their families. The attorneys and staff working with Victims Justice Group have decades of experience and fully understand the complexities of filing a claim to get you the maximum payment for your pain and suffering, securing over $1 billion for mesothelioma and lung cancer victims and their families. We've helped thousands of victims seek justice, but don't delay. There are strict deadlines to file a claim. If you or a loved one worked in an industrial setting in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, or 80s, even if you smoked, call the Asbestos Exposure Helpline now.
Don't delay. Call 1-800-308-1630. That's 1-800-308-1630 right now.
In 10 minutes, we're joined by Tino Patino, SiriusXM NASCAR Radio betting insider. See him on Tubi on the weekends, hangs out with us. We'll preview Darlington and the start of the NASCAR postseason. But first, one more segment with David Ardsma, former big league reliever and closer. We were just regaling him with tales of his triumphs and failures as a reliever during the break. Leave it to Sam Yarnell. Leave it to Sam Yarnell. Leave it to Sam Yarnell.
1-for-1 with a home run.
Yeah.
Do you even remember? That bothers me. I don't remember it. Must have blacked out.
But the one that still bothers you the most is
Alex Rios. Alex Rios.
And for those at home that don't remember, there it is. Alex Rios, walk-off home run. Kenny Albert and Tim McCarver on the call.
We just
Fox.
keep that as stock footage.
It is stock footage. It is. I've got other. You know what the funny thing is? I actually went out of my way to get other good footage of David, and we just haven't shown it because the only thing I like to show is that. Like, I have his first save, all that stuff, and it's Alex Rios on a loop.
Jason, it's time for my stupid question of the day for David Ardsman because I just thought of it and I'm going to forget it if I don't ask it now. David, what is your favorite memory of an unmemorable time? What is your favorite memory of being taken out of a baseball game? Not a game ending, right? Not a game ending.
Oh,
being taken out.
Oh, this I want to hear.
That's a good one. I'm trying to remember. Now you threw a curveball at me. I tend to like just
take a baseball and like slammed it into the coach's hand.
In the closet and to close that door hard.
There had to be someone
it.
though that came out, took the ball, said something absolutely hilarious, and you were doing everything in your power not to laugh walking off the field. I know it happened.
I will say this: the one that actually like changed me in my life was my sophomore year in high school.
What?
Oh, this changed me though. I was actually pitching really, really well, but we played a team, like we drove from Denver all the way up to Idaho, and just it was like error, blooper, error, blooper, start the game. And I haven't gotten out. There's like 3 runs in, and it was just like the weird, just one of those outings. And he comes out, and this coach never wanted me to play for him ever, but was forced to take me on the team. And he just goes, "You just don't have what it takes. You'll never be able to pitch at this level." He goes, "You're good." He goes, "Just go sit down," and took the ball from me. Wow. And that kind of stuck in the back of your brain, right? That kind of got you. Look, you want to create motivation. Tell somebody who is driven, those type of things. And the best feeling ever was in the big leagues, and the dude calls and asks for tickets.
Did you give them to him?
I'm like, absolutely. I would have loved to. Absolutely. And I guarantee you he never even remembered it. I bet he probably thought he gave a great speech and all this stuff. And you got me here. Thank you. You got me here.
Scooble or Crochet? Who's your Cy Young Award winner right now, David?
It's Tariq Scooble. And I've always said this about MVPs and Cy Young winners: until that guy gives up the trophy, it's his. And he's gone out, best team in baseball for almost the entire season, been the leader of that staff, the ace across the league. You don't get to just go out and pitch well when you're facing a guy like Scooble. Tariq Scooble has led this team for 2 years, led him in the playoffs. He didn't even get an award for how good he was, what he was doing in the playoffs. He is not, it's been nonstop. And until that guy gives up the award, nothing against what is going on in Boston, nothing at all against that. But you have to rip it out of his hands and just be a Paul Skeens type of a game, type of a season to rip it out. To me, it's Tariq Scooble.
All right.
He just hasn't done anything that's not Cy Young at all. Absolutely nothing.
Except that grand slam he gave up to Shea Langoliers the other night, and I don't care what the stat line said. He gave up 6 runs in that game. Oh, it's 1 earned. Sam and I had a disagreement on this.
Outings, those are things that happen, and it sucks.
Yeah, Sam and I were arguing about this though, because I'm like, it doesn't count, but it does. He gave up a grand slam to Shea Langoliers in that game.
He should have been out of the inning. There was a ground out.
Pick up your players. Pick up your teammates.
He's frustrated. He's feeling like it's 6 runs. He let his team down.
Yeah.
He is owning it. At the end, but the stat didn't show it.
No, it's such BS. Cal Raleigh or Aaron Judge right now? Your MVP pick is?
Gotta be Cal Raleigh.
I agree.
I've turned the corner on this. Aaron Judge is still having an amazing Aaron Judge year. But like I said, until you can grab it and tear it out of his hands, and right now Cal Raleigh is running with this thing.
80 points lower in the batting average, though.
The average is lower, but again, he's like number 2 in almost everything across the board, and being the catcher, and what the Mariners are doing, setting records as a catcher and home runs. He's doing all those. He's checking every one of those boxes in historic fashion. Aaron Judge is having a great year. Cal Raleigh's having a historic year, and that's a differentiator for me. Again, he's pulled it out of his hands with history, and we're doing that from behind the plate. It means different.
The number is moved now, though. By the way, Aaron Judge minus 150, Raleigh is plus 120. Sam, just in case you're
gotten closer.
Last 40 seconds.
A whole bunch of money, my $20 on Cal Raleigh last week.
Big finish, Sam. You got anything? No.
David, I'm just curious. Are the Brewers the best pitching staff headed into the playoffs? Obviously, with the Wheeler injury, is it the Phillies, Brewers, or Dodgers to you? In the National League, sorry.
Potential, it's always the Dodgers. Potential. health and actually just getting it done, it's got to be the Brewers. When you lose an ace, like that's the thing that he made everyone in that rotation better. And nothing against Sanchez or anybody, Ranger Suarez, they will be just fine. But when you lose an ace, all that pressure now goes onto you. It's a different ball game. An ace is an ace and an ace for a reason.
David Aardsma, former big league reliever and closer, our guy. Always appreciate it, my friend.
Thank you.
We're coming back.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget. Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year. So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs and there's no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-0721. That's 800-991-0721. Call now.
Driving change, connecting futures. The future isn't just coming, we're building it. In smart classrooms, by women leading the charge, by fearless Caribbean startups, with united policies and digital power for all. CTU ICT Week 2025, September 29th to October 3rd, Jamaica Pegasus, Kingston. Be there, be part of the future. Register now at ctu.int.
Hi, I'm Basil Yard, a Barbadian coming to you from Boston, Massachusetts. And you're locked into Carib Vision, the eyes and the ears of the Caribbean. And I came with a little PSA. If you didn't know, you're about to know. Nothing sweeter than a West Indian. Nothing sweeter than we. No way. What you put in, they say. And when you look, then turn up. And when you look, is then turn up.
Welcome back to this Thursday edition of Sports Wrap. Now, normally we talk NASCAR on Fridays, but don't be alarmed. It's not Friday. We're talking about it on Thursday because we're off on Friday and Monday for the holiday. It's literally the last time we're going to be able to take off before the insanity of football season, and then we're basically with you straight through with brand new shows every day through April, essentially. So we're taking off Friday and Monday. Tomorrow we'll have our NFL special. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later on. Monday, some more NFL stuff as well. And if there's any huge, giant breaking news, we could always jump on, but as of now, that is the plan. Let's talk NASCAR, because we normally do it on Fridays, but since we won't be here tomorrow, we said, let's get Tino Patino today. And here he is in all his gold splendor to hang out with us on the show. And Tino, the NASCAR playoffs begin in earnest this weekend with the Cookout Southern 500. They're headed to Darlington for this race. Talk about I just want to get your thoughts before we get into this race in particular, this 16 driver field and sort of the way it's all played out throughout the entire season. What's the biggest surprise to you when you look at this postseason?
To me, it's the drivers that all equally have a chance to win a championship. I feel like most years.
Oh, come on. Shane Van Gisbergen's not winning any races other than road courses. Come on.
Hey, that's true. That's true. But we look at guys like Kyle Larson, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell. I have confidence, and Chase Elliott as well. All those drivers are capable of winning a championship, not just with what they've done in their careers or on the track, but this season, when a guy that's gone out and dominated has been great to see 3 to 4 victories, but they haven't been that far out in front unless you're SVG on a road course. So, and that being said, I do agree with you. I don't think he has a chance to actually go out and win a championship. To further himself in the round of 8 after winning the Roval in the round of 12, maybe. I can see that for sure if he gets past this first round of 16. But Chase Briscoe's another guy. Then you look at drivers that are underdogs in this, which are Bubba Wallace, even Tyler Reddick, and he's made it to the championship 4 before. To me, this is a very strong field. There's some drivers, Austin Dillon, maybe a Josh Berry or a Ross Chastain, that I don't see making it that far into the playoffs, but they definitely can. There's tracks that benefit them, and I think that's what's best about this playoffs thus far.
When you look at the odds for the playoffs, and Denny Hamlin stands out obviously at 4-1 over on FanDuel, and then Kyle Larson. Does the Larson number surprise you considering what we've seen of him, especially over the second half of the season?
No, because he's Kyle Larson. I don't think that number has gotten any greater or increased in value that much throughout his career because of how heavily the favorite he's been throughout each and every race.
Then is it a value at plus 420?
I would wait on betting on anyone in terms of a NASCAR champion until the end of each round. Now, for instance, a guy like Kyle Larson, he could have a bad first round, need to win to move forward, and will because he dominated at Bristol. Now, I don't see him in a must-win scenario until the later rounds, round of 8, to get into the championship 4. But for instance, when people ask me when should I bet on NASCAR championship futures, that's what I say, because Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano are the prime examples. We got Joey as the championship winner last year at 12-1 before he went on to win Vegas. Ryan Blaney talked about him being 22-1, wins at Martinsville to get into the championship 4. Then you're holding on to those high value ticket prices going into the championship with, increased odds for drivers that will be there to have their chance to win it out of 4. So that's my mindset there and it's paid off in the past.
All right. Denny Hamlin won this race the last time they had it in Darlington. So obviously he is somebody to look at when we talk about the Cookout Southern 500. Kyle Larson is the favorite at plus 550. Then Ryan Blaney at 6-1. Hamlin also at 6-1 along with William Byron. Tyler Reddick at 7-1, and then Christopher Bell at 10-1. When you look at those numbers preliminarily, obviously before qualifying and all of that, give me a sense of where your head is at.
So although Denny Hamlin won this race in the spring, William Byron was the one who dominated. Won stage 1, won stage 2, led 243 laps, and wasn't able to close the deal. That's my primary focus. Is he able to do the similar thing here and finish the job? My first thought is yes, but this is a very different Darlington race, not only at the nighttime, but 500 miles, the Southern 500. It's a big deal because not only is it a crown jewel for the sport, but a lot of strategy comes into play. And with the tire and with it being a night race and all those things, different time of the year, more tire fall off is potential to happen. That's what we've seen at years past in this specific race. So that leads me to believe a driver like Ryan Blaney, who had the best long run speed and won last weekend in Daytona. It was my smart play. Eric Jones was also up there for my gut play. My point is, I think Blaney's going to have a shot. Byron's going to have a shot, but keep in mind, Chase Briscoe won this race last year. He's now in a better car. I can see him going out as a potential underdog, 13-1. I've seen him at some sports books. I love that number as of now because 85% of the time the winner starts inside the top 10. Chase Briscoe has 6 poles this year. So perfect storm for him to start off this playoffs and some of those other drivers.
Real quick, Bubba, what do we think about him here in these playoffs?
If he can be consistent, Bubba, get stage points, get top 10s to even 15.
It's what he's done all year. It's what he's done all year.
Exactly. So if he can have that mindset the first round and stay out of trouble, he'll move on to the next round, and then he's going to have to start to win or get some extra help there.
All right, so give me what you like, the bottom line as it relates to this race on Sunday.
Chris Buescher is a non-playoff driver. I like to potentially win. Tyler Reddick hasn't won all year. If he's going to, I think it's going to be here at Darlington. I mentioned Chase Briscoe, Ryan Blaney, and if I'm choosing between Denny Hamlin or Kyle Larson, I'm going Larson in this one.
Wow. All right, Tino Patino. The playoffs are here, Tino.
Playoffs?
I know. We went through the whole season, and we got our Bubba in the playoffs. We're rooting for him. All right, Tino Patino. Catch him on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio and Tubi over the weekend. We'll see you next week, my friend.
Thank you.
We're coming back.
This is the news on PBCJ. Jamaica Teachers Association, GJTA, wants a review of the methodology and the tools that are being used to continue education.
She has gone into class 3 or 4 and has his or her mindset on going to a particular school and working.
The pictures of the crowds, I never liked it.
As the process to modernize the Jamaica Constabulary Force continues,
Just about time to put the wraps on this baby, but before we do, a couple of reminders. Actually, a lot of reminders, so I got to run through these fast. Sports Wrap with Jason Page, the podcast. If you have not subscribed, make sure to do so. All your favorite podcasting platforms. You can get this show in its audio form Monday through Friday, 45 minutes commercial free. If you are unable to watch us on TV for any particular reason, we have the Sports Wrap with Jason Page YouTube channel. That is also available with Sports Wrap shorts there. Every day, Monday through Friday. Go and check that out as well. Next week on the show, Stan Verrett, recent ESPN alum, drops by. Talk about a whole bunch of things with him, which Sam is very giddy about. He can't wait. I can't wait either. It's going to be cool to have Stan hang out with us on the show. Him and Neil Everett have a new show coming out on Twitch that they'll be doing a couple of days a week. Stan is also going to be the game day host in the stadium for the New Orleans Saints this year. So that is very cool as well. A lot of stories to talk about with him next week on the show. Jabba Chamberlain scheduled to be on the show next week as well. Again, Friday and Monday, special editions of Sports Wrap with Jason Page, as we will be getting ourselves geared up for the start of the NFL season. You won't want to miss that either. All right, without any further delay, ladies and gentlemen, time for some odds and ends. Odds and ends, Sam Yarnell, Taylor Townsend, and Yelena Ostapenko. Wow, that does not look friendly. The two of them jawing at each other after Townsend beat Ostapenko to advance to the third round at the U.S. Open in singles. Townsend is a very talented doubles player. I think she's on the best doubles team in the world right now on the women's side, if I'm not mistaken, or mixed doubles. I can't remember. But she beats Ostapenko, the 2017 French Open winner. Ostapenko wasn't happy with Townsend, apparently because of something that happened at the net when Townsend hit a ball and it almost hit Ostapenko. Ostapenko said, "You're supposed to apologize." Townsend said, "No, I'm not going to." And this was the result of that.
Yeah. So I think in the year 2025, many people who love tennis, I say this as one of my best friends is a massive diehard tennis fan. I think most tennis fans, most people who actively play tennis, most people who played tennis at any high level, even NCAA tennis, which is incredibly high level in this era, would understand that of all the unwritten rules in tennis, of which there are many, when the ball hits the net and goes over and you win the point, having to apologize rule may be the stupidest of them all.
I agree.
I don't need to apologize for winning. Sorry, I'm better than you and that you couldn't get there. So that's just the general problem that I have with the unwritten rule there.
Yeah.
Here's the problem I have with Ostapenko's reaction. First of all, you cannot react like that in a match in which you lose in straight sets, quite frankly, and get 6-1'd to go out. You can't do that. What you need to do, you shake the opponent's hand with whatever dead fish handshake you want. I don't care about that. Do whatever you need. And then put your head straight down, look at your tennis shoes, walk back to your bag, fill it up, keep that head down, and walk right off the court. That's what you do after you get straight setted out of the US Open in the second round as the 25th ranked women's tennis player in the world. That is exactly what you do, Ostapenko. Credit to Taylor Townsend, who, I mean, tennis fans are well aware of the controversy in which she has been involved throughout her tennis career, for standing up for herself, man. Like, there is no reason that she needed to take any of that from a player who's not even ranked inside the top 20 in the world. What a ridiculous scene in Flushing, Queens yesterday, Jason.
Yeah, and Ostapenko calling her uneducated and classless is being met with some skepticism or cynicism, to say the least, with some people saying it was even a racist comment. We'll leave that one alone for now. Keegan Bradley, Captain Keegan, is not going to play on his own Ryder Cup team. He has named his captain's picks, though. They are Justin Thomas, Colin Morikawa, Ben Griffin, Cameron Young, Sam Burns, and Patrick Cantlay, which means we are going to be in for some long rounds, and I apologize for anybody who has to play with Patrick Cantlay. Wonder if he'll wear the USA hat this time around, Sam. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and listen, while the narrative around Keegan Bradley, because of, and let's not get this confused here, 3 good tournament finishes in a row. That's what he had, right? And all of a sudden, everybody was, Captain
won the
Keegan,
Travelers.
Captain Keegan's got to play. He's got to be the first one since Arnie to do it. No, he doesn't, because that should be reserved for the greats of all time, like Arnold Palmer was, like Keegan Bradley, respectfully, isn't.
He did win the Travelers. In addition to the 3 other tournaments, he did win the Travelers this year. Let's not forget that. Before we go, Dawn Staley, Sam Yarnell, says that if she had been offered the Knicks job, she would have taken it. Said she might have shot herself in the foot by suggesting that hiring her might make it really difficult for the Knicks in terms of some of the questions they would have to answer. Did Dawn Staley make a mistake being too honest?
If I were elected to be president of the United States, I would accept the job offer as well. Like, this should not be breaking news to anybody. If they let me be the head coach of the Buffalo Bills tomorrow, sorry, Jason, see ya. I'm out of here. Yeah. Yes, of course, anybody would have said yes to this. Anybody in their right mind I would have said yes to be the head coach of the New York Knicks.
Of course you would.
I hate basketball.
Yeah. I would have loved for them to hire her. Instead, we get Mike Brown. Thanks to David Ardsman and Tino Patino. Sam, have a great long weekend. We'll see you all back here next week.
Sure. Screwface. This one is dedicated to the one I love, dog. I really love that, dog. Me not go on a girl to see it. Not true. We bounce it like this. Baby, I love you. And baby, I need you. Girl, you are the light of my life, girl. Yes, my sunshine, girl. Oh, yeah. And baby, I need you. Yes, and baby, I want you. Girl, you are my sugar dumpling. Yeah, yes, my doo-doo darling. Oh, yeah. You're white, girl. You came in my life, girl, at a time when I had nobody. I was all alone. At night time, girl, I was so lonely. You save me from self-destruction. Girl, you're my island. I love you, girl. And that's why I've got to sing this. Baby, I love you. And baby, I need you. Girl, you are the light of my life, girl. Yes, my sunshine, girl. Oh, oh, yeah. And baby, I need you. Yes, and baby, I want you. Girl, you are my sugar dumpling. Yes, my doo-doo darling. Oh, oh, yeah. You're white, girl. You are my best friend, me lover. My best friend, me lover. My best friend, me lover. Yeah, yeah. Now we hugging and we talking and we kissing and we laughing and we having a good time. Girl, sure. No bad times with you, girl. Only fun times, baby. I'm gonna put on the ring, girl. Yeah, just give me some time, baby. I love you. And baby, I need you. Girl, you are the light of my life, girl. Yes, my sunshine, girl. Oh, oh, yeah. And baby, I need you. Yes, and baby, I want you. Girl, you are my sugar dumpling. Yes, my doo-doo darling. Oh, oh, yeah. You're white, girl. Soon we go put a ring pan your finger. Set her down with a nice pretty daughter. You bring joy to this Rasta man's heart. You and me coulda never be apart. Say me love you, me love you, me love you, gal. Yes, me love you, me love you, me love you, gal. Hey, me love you like cook food, gal. I say you're loving so good. Baby, I love you. You're loving so good. And baby, I need you. You're loving so good. You are the light of my life. Girl, you're loving so good. My sunshine. Girl, you're loving so good. And baby, I need you. You're loving so good. And baby, I want you. You're loving so good. You are my sugar dumpling. You're loving so good. My doo-doo darling. You're loving so good. You're white, girl. Me love you, gal. Yes, me love you, me love you, me love you, gal. Hey, me love you, gal. Yes, me love you, me love you, me love you, gal. Hey, 1,000 kisses to you, girl. Nah lie, I truly love that door. Screwface.
Sure. Coming up on Caribvision.
Meanwhile, the Venezuelan Attorney General's office denounced the attempts of the extreme right to destabilize the outcome of the presidential elections. During the press conference, the Attorney General Tarek William Saab congratulated A new enlistment day is underway in Venezuela as the population volunteers to defend its homeland. The Brazilian government has activated a reciprocity law in response to the United States' imposition of 50% tariffs on Brazilian products. And the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East, UNRWA, warned that Israel's escalating plan for the Gaza Strip will displace around 1 million people. Hello and welcome to From the South. I'm Alejandra Garcia from Telesur Studios in Havana, Cuba. We begin with the news. Stay with us. Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez warned Friday that those who attempt to carry out a military intervention in the country will face very serious consequences. During a new day of enlistment to the Bolivarian National Militia, the Vice President condemned the deployment of U.S. troops near the Venezuela's Caribbean coast and questioned Washington's justification of allegedly combating drug trafficking in the area. Rodriguez also highlighted that the presence of nuclear submarines, warplanes, and missile launchers in the area intends to spread civil instability in the region. The Vice President affirmed that people of Venezuela is determined to support its governments and fight for the defense of national sovereignty and peace.
We're listening to the statements of the Venezuelan Venezuela. Nothing is going to stop its path.
The Bolivarian National Militia was created during the presidency of Hugo Chavez,
who established the cornerstone of the Bolivarian Revolution, the Civic Military Union. In 2008, the organic law of the FANB recognized the militia as a special corps, and in 2020, under the leadership of President Nicolás Maduro, it was formally integrated as the fifth component of the armed forces. According to official data, the Bolivarian National Militia has 5 million men and women distributed across 15,751 popular integral defense bases, with more than 600,000 militia patrols operating throughout the country. The militia is present in 5,336 communities through the so-called peace quadrants, a political territorial division where all state security institutions are coordinated, including firefighters and civil protection. Together with the Bolivarian National Armed Forces, the militia has been fundamental in defeating destabilization plans and invasion attempts promoted by the Venezuelan far right in complicity with the U.S. government, such as the so-called Battle of the Bridges in 2019 or Operation Gideon in 2020, consolidating national sovereignty and showing the importance of the civic military union in maintaining stability and peace in Venezuela.
Also in this context, the President of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, sent a letter to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, expressing his concern about the escalation of aggressions by the United States against the region. This way, the head of state denounced how, for years, Venezuela has been the object of a systematic policy of harassment by the U.S., characterized by unilateral coercive measures, smear campaigns, disregard for the legitimacy of its constitutional authorities. Furthermore, President Maduro stressed that this political and legal offensive has been accompanied by incendiary rhetoric and threats of the use of force that seek to justify a foreign intervention in our country. Moreover, the Venezuelan head of state warned how today that aggression has escalated to a more dangerous level, stressing this is the first time that an asset of this nature has been introduced into a region which constitutes a very serious threat to hemispheric stability. President Maduro closed the missive with a request to Guterres to undertake the active defense of the United Nations Charter values, urging the U.S. to put an end to these hostile actions and to fully respect the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of Venezuela. And now we have a short break coming up. But first, remember you can join us on TikTok at Telesur English, where you'll find news in different formats, news updates, and more. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Our planet is full of natural paradises that beautify the environment and invite us to protect it from the threats that lurk around it. Unknown wonders that await to be discovered by you. Join us to tour the world from a touristic perspective. Let us move towards a new green destination every Wednesday, only on Telesur.
Identificamos cada pieza de nuestra geografía en el radar con una lectura geopolítica. Y es que hay procesos que impactan en medio de la construcción de un mundo pluripolar. La nueva era de las relaciones económicas, sociales y culturales están marcando esta nueva hoja de ruta. A través del análisis vamos a encontrar el vector clave de cada proceso. El mapa, de lunes a viernes, solo por Telesur.
Millones se forjan nuevos caminos con la esperanza de un futuro mejor. Cruzan líneas imaginarias hacia lo desconocido. Conozcamos las historias de quienes viven entre fronteras. Todos los jueves, solo por Telesur.
La hiperconectividad cambia a un ritmo vertiginoso. Las plataformas sociales y ecosistemas digitales ganan terreno en nuestras vidas. La realidad y el mundo virtual convergen para llegar a orbitar por el impresionante universo de la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación. Acompáñanos todos los jueves en esta experiencia inmersiva con las tendencias más actuales del mundo digital y tecnocientífico. Sigue atento a nuestra bitácora del saber y sé parte de Atomun todos los jueves, solo por Telesur.
Promoting self-care facilitates our quality of life, and it invites us to investigate the advances in science, research, analysis, and prevention of diseases that exist in the world today. Guide your body every Tuesday, only on Telesur.
Welcome back to From the South, and now let's go back to Venezuela, where the National Bolivarian Militia Enlistment Day is underway. And in this important event, we contact our correspondent in the country, Bruno Falsi. Hi Bruno, what can you share with us at this hour?
Hello Alejandra, we are here in the center of Caracas. We are still here in the Bolivar Square, where people are still coming even after a strong rain in all the city, a strong rain that affected all the city. People are still mobilized themselves to answer the call of the President Nicolas Maduro to defend their sovereignty against the new menacing of United States in this hybrid war against Venezuela, in this communication war against this country that is already affected by almost 1,000 sanctions against Venezuela, sanctions that are illegal by the international law. As you can see, people answer the call of Nicolas Maduro and are enlisting themselves to defend the Venezuelan sovereignty, to show national unity in this new mobilization that happened in the last week. And now again they are mobilized to answer this call that I was saying, this call from the president, and they answer this because they want to defend their nation against a new attack of United States, this time accusing Venezuela of being a narcotic state, of her president Nicolas Maduro of being a leader of a cartel of drugs and offering a reward of $50 million for his head. And the people are very brave, and they are enlisted to defend their country with arms if necessary, to show to the world they don't believe this news, this fake news against Venezuela, these attacks against their sovereignty, these false attacks without proof. And Venezuela answered this with a United Nations document that showed that Venezuela is not part of the international narcotic drugs route. And they still attack Venezuela now with this news of warships and thousands of troops going in the direction of the Sea of Venezuela to attack this country. And everything is a fake news because they want to cause a psychological war in the people of Venezuela. But the people of Venezuela are conscious of their right, are conscious of their revolution, and the popular power are in the street now today, and they're gonna be tomorrow, and they're gonna be every day since last week to answer this call to defend their nation against a foreign invasion. Now we go back to the studio with Alejandra in La Habana, and keep following us in Telesur in English to know more about what's happening here in the capital of Venezuela.
Thank you, Bruno, for all the information. We will keep in contact in upcoming emissions for sure. And also to go deep into the relevance of this event for Venezuelans, we invite Dan Kovalek, specialist in international human rights at the University of Pittsburgh Law School. Hello, Dan. Welcome to From the South. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, Dan, given the U.S. military presence in the Caribbean and also the growing threats towards Venezuela and the region, what do you see as the underlying interest behind these destabilizing actions?
Well, I think there's several. The biggest, of course, is oil. Venezuela has the biggest known oil reserves in the world. The U.S. covets that oil, and so I think that's a big motivation. But I think a lot of it is also about hegemony and, you know, going back to the Monroe Doctrine of 1823, in which the U.S. announced that it has the sole prerogative to interfere in the Western Hemisphere to protect its interests. And I think this is really a flexing of the Monroe Doctrine.
In highlight of the day is the National Bolivarian Militia Enlistment Day that is underway in Venezuela. In this context, what message is Venezuela sending to the world through this show of solidarity and national defense, especially in light of these external threats?
Yeah, well, the Venezuelan people are showing they will not tolerate this type of intervention. They will stand up to any attack by the United States. They reject the Monroe Doctrine. They reject gunboat diplomacy. And I think it's a very positive thing what Venezuela is doing, because the U.S. cannot be the bully of the hemisphere or the bully of the world.
In the face of these external aggressions, how would you describe the role that the Venezuelan people is playing, I mean, the grassroots organizations, also the social movements, in this strong response to these threats, and how this reflect the resilience of the Venezuelan society as a whole?
Yeah, well, we're seeing the Venezuelan people lead really the hemisphere's resistance against the United States. That what is it, over 4 million, I think 4.5 million Venezuelan citizens have volunteered for these militias to defend Venezuela. This is monumental. This is a show, again, of resistance, not only of Venezuela, but of all the people of the global South. So they really are a vanguard, I believe, in the world.
Also, how would you describe the international solidarity that has been received in Venezuela in this day in the face of these attempts, these destabilizing actions?
Well, I wish there was more, I guess I would say. I'd like to see some more solidarity. I think there's been a lot of good statements made by leaders in the hemisphere against this intervention, but I think we need more than words. We need action. We need the countries of the hemisphere south of you know, the Rio Grande to really stand firm against U.S. intervention and put some real actions behind words.
Thank you, Dan, very much for your insights on what is taking place today in Venezuela.
Thank you very much. Proud to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. We were speaking to Dan Kovalek, a specialist in international human rights and the destabilizing plans of the U.S. government in the Latin American and Caribbean region. In context, let's take a short break, a second short break now. But before we invite you to visit our Facebook page at Telesur English, there you'll be able to watch our top stories, special live coverage, and much more. Follow our page and activate the notification button to stay up to date on the world's most recent events. Final short break. Don't go away.
Our planet is full of natural paradises that beautify the environment and invite us to protect it from the threats that lurk around it. Unknown wonders that await to be discovered by you. Join us to tour the world from a touristic perspective. Let us move towards a new green destination every Wednesday, only on Telesur.
Welcome back to From the South. The Brazilian government has activated a reciprocity law in response to the United States' imposition of 50% tariffs on Brazilian products. In response to the imposition of taxes, the Foreign Trade Chamber launched a consultation to evaluate the application of the Economic Reciprocity Project. Previously, President Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva announced that his government intends to open new import markets. To this end, the president spoke with leaders from China, Russia, and India to explore alternatives that would benefit countries affected by the U.S. trade war. Over the last few days, the Russian army has liberated 6 localities in the special military operation zone. The Russian Defense Ministry also reported that casualties among Ukrainian troops have reached about 8,850, while the Russian Defense Forces carried out 7 group attacks with drones and missiles against air bases, tactical missile storage depots, and fuel systems of the Ukrainian regime. According to Russian authorities, all targets were hit. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East, UNRWA, warned that Israel's escalating plan for the Gaza Strip will lead to more forced displacement. The organization denounced that Israel's expansionist actions will affect around 1 million people. It also warned that Israel's control measures expose more Gazans to catastrophic situations and famine due to restricted humanitarian aid entering the coastal enclave. Previously, all members of the United Nations Security Council, except the United States, issued a statement calling for an immediate ceasefire and increased humanitarian aid. The statement also called on Israel to revoke its total control order in Gaza. Palestinian health authorities confirmed that more than 70 civilians were killed in the last 24 hours as part of Israel's ongoing genocide in the Gaza Strip. Another 22 civilians lost their lives and 203 were injured while attempting to receive humanitarian aid, which highlights the serious risk they face. Hospital records show that more than 317 people have died from starvation and malnutrition, including 121 children. Furthermore, a statement details that since Israel resumed its aggressions on March 18th, more than 11,000 people have died and another 47,225 have been injured. Meanwhile, the Jordanian Armed Forces, in collaboration with the World Health Organization, have welcomed a new group of 19 sick children from the Gaza Strip who will receive treatment in Jordanian hospitals. This is the 10th group to be evacuated since humanitarian operations began on March 4th, and this action brings the total number of evacuees to 518, including 153 pediatric patients and 365 of their companions. The arrival took place through the King Hussein crossing, where Jordanian military and medical personnel welcomed the children and their parents. And like this, we have come to the end of this news brief, but you can find these and many other stories on our website at telesurenglish.net. Also, we invite you to join us on social media. We are on Facebook, X, Instagram, Telegram, and TikTok as well, 24/7. For Telesur English, I'm Alejandra Garcia. Thank you for watching.
It's been a while since we last talked. Been a few years. A lot has happened since the last time I saw you.
I was broke, pocket full of lead, lime on the bricks, getting paid like no other dog. Now I'm stacking chips on the road like a trucker, man. Had to take some trips, doing shows for my brothers, but strapped with extra clips, just in case.
Feel like you need a quick escape, a taste of something new but still familiar? Well, get ready because our friendly neighbors in Grenada are cooking up something special and it's on their menu to entice more Barbadians to discover the charm of the Spice Isle.
Grenada is like that perfect escape. It's only a few minutes away. There's direct airlift. So whenever you feel the stress of your everyday life, we're right there, just a stop away. Our aim is just to incentivize as much person from the Republic of Barbados to travel to Grenada, Carifesta, and PT Martinique as a destination.
Leading the charge are top executives from the Grenada Tourism Authority, Director of Marketing and Sales Tarnia Charles, and Marketing Executive Samantha Thomas. They recently went on a whirlwind 5-day promotional tour right here in Bridgetown, serving up some appetizing reasons to pack your bags.
So airline partners, the BTMI, travel agents, and all the other associations and clubs on island. The feedback was really positive.
Just 58 minutes. That's all it takes on a direct flight to reach St. George's. It's no secret Grenada is already a favorite getaway for many Barbadians. In fact, Barbados is Grenada's second largest Caribbean source market. But the Spice Isle is reaching out, inviting even more Barbadians to explore its magic.
Grenada is still the authentic Caribbean in that it is not very commercialized. We're still in that raw, natural state. So Grenada is one of those places, very few, as a matter of fact, where you can come and see or get that true, authentic Caribbean experience and immerse yourself in culture and the heritage that we have to offer.
Ms. Charles says Spice Mass is a major pull for Barbadians. But beyond Carnival, there are so many other incredible goodies you shouldn't miss.
If you are the type of person that is looking for a quick Caribbean escape, Grenada is ideal. We have direct flights. The flight is short, it's less than an hour, and we have experiences that will allow you to come back to Barbados feeling rejuvenated and very relaxed. We are the untouched or untapped Caribbean, so you're not gonna get a host of crowds bothering you. And we cater to all budgets. We are not a luxury destination, but we do have luxury resorts. There are budget-friendly types as well as mid-range. In terms of what you can do there, the options are endless. So soft adventure, dive, yachting, cruise, as well as culinary. If you are the person that's looking for some action, I would say Spice Mass is definitely the way to go. Unlike most Caribbean destinations, Spice Mass is there for 2 days, so you could experience Juve, and everybody we've spoken to has asked us about Jab Jab. So we realize that's one of the main attractions for Bajans. So come on the Monday, you experience the Juve, you experience the Monday night mass, the parade of the bands. The Tuesday, you get to do